We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give
survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you out for
Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to the LCK. We're here live from Lal Park in Seoul, South Korea. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf tonight. We're going to be jumping into Damwon Kia versus Fred Brion, and this is a match that, on paper, you would say, oh, it's obvious. Damwon Kia take it, but that's not really the story we have to tell tonight.
Yeah, and for me, almost, you know, if you've been following the first 2 weeks, like on paper, this match is actually really exciting for this specific timeline, right? If you're talking about Damwon Kia through other ages and their dominance, very much a different story. Of course, later on tonight for our second matchup, we will have another team in our big three. Gen.G is going up against Hanwha Esports. So two of our strongest teams, theoretically, especially last year tonight, playing against two of historically weaker teams. We'll see how the matches go.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see if Fred Brion can recreate some of their upsets that they've had in the past, but also just their good play that they're having currently. So we're going to take a look at some of the points of the match and break this down a little bit further. Giant Slayer Bro versus Damwon Kia on a 0-2 losing streak. Damwon Kia, not the greatest start as well.
It's been 366 days since that fateful 2-0 for Fred Brion against Damwon Kia. It was not the last time they beat Damwon Kia last year as well. It's part of why they got the nickname Kingslayer. And this matchup looks a lot closer tonight than it did back then. So very excited to see how they do perform here. We'll talk about some of the specifics in a minute. But Birdall is actually going to be the starter tonight. I don't know if this has been announced, but we're announcing it right now. He got promoted, and he was able to perform slightly better than ㅅ in that last series, but it wasn't enough to get them to win.
And are either of these top laners for Damwon better than the more gangster? I don't have the answer for that right now, but we'll see if the more gangster is feeling kind tonight or if he will stomp them as well. The head-to-head record here, Showmaker 11-3 over Lava. Again, I mean, Showmaker is known as one of the best mid laners we do have here in the LCK, but Lava no slouch either. Again, that head-to-head record definitely, you know, comes from a bit of just Damwon being amazing over the last couple of years as well.
Yeah, but he has solo killed Showmaker. We've seen some really awesome plays from him, so I'm excited to see this matchup because it was so fun to watch last year in particular, and especially with Lava's LeBlanc, which is still a meta pick right now, definitely something we could see. But we stand, or well, they stand, Damwon Kia before us as a 5th place team right now, rounding out the second week of regular season here for Spring 2022. And it's a bit of a shock, I think, to a lot of people, considering that this team in a lot of ways upgraded. You've got the upgraded bottom side. Yes, Khan went to the military, or he will be going to the military, and so is replaced by ㅅ and Birdall. And that has really been the focal point. Like, no one is really talking about Canyon all too much this season. People still trust in Showmaker. And then you could see that Duckdom, when given his moments, does pop off. But it's all about that top side of the map, because Canyon, admittedly, has looked a little bit weaker this season, too, when he doesn't have that strong anchor of Khan on the top side.
Yeah, he's been hanging around the bottom side of the map a lot here, as that is a Canyon fan with a very nice camera, making sure she catches all the action. And yeah, Birdall is going to be starting tonight here. I think a lot of people, after ㅅ got solo killed so many times, they were calling for him relatively early. You know, it's still the beginning of spring, but then Birdall came out and he was also relatively weak as well. So it's very obvious that the top side of the map needs some more time.
You've kind of been calling them the hometown team, Fred Brion, walking out here now, and I was jokingly calling them the seatbelt team because they always put their seatbelt on right when they get in the car. They never make overextensions. They're a very difficult team to play against when you're behind, because a lot of how professional League of Legends is played from behind is trying to set up for your opponent's mistakes, trying to catch them rotating, trying to catch them where they have a pocket of missing vision. And Fred Brion just does not give you those chances. They're so suffocating when they're ahead. They often will win a 35 to 40 minute game where they have a 2,000 gold lead for the entirety of that and just barely edge out one last Elder fight and win the game. But that's why they find success against top teams, because they get a small lead for any reason, and it's even difficult for teams like Damwon Kia to close it out or to bring it back.
Yeah, it's very true, and it's a great point. You know, I think that Fred Brion has evolved as a team. You know, they are basically the same team as last year, except now they have Morgan in the top side. But now, you know, instead of just getting the one-off victories of Kingslayers and upsets and stuff like that. Now they're just a really solid team, and they're very likable because they were the underdogs for so long, and they have some great, likable personalities as well, including this guy, ㅅ20, who's going to be going up against Canyon in the jungle.
See, the jungle proximity difference here is the big standout stat. ㅅ20 is giving a lot more attention here than Canyon is. Canyon is usually 3% behind on average, which is very, very low, whereas ㅅ20 is actually staying above his opponent. So this is not like how much he is in jungle proximity compared to every other jungler, but actually compared to each opponent in every game. So he's basically staying ahead of the curve. Like, he is actually getting to lanes faster, he's rotating faster, he's making an impact faster than the enemy jungler, who's often responding to how fast he's moving around the map.
Yeah, you can see a lot of Xin Zhao played by ㅅ20 so far. In fact, it's the only champion on which he has any wins. He is 3-2 on that champion so far. ㅅ20 only winning 3 games, enough to win them 1 series so far. We'll have to wait and see. Definitely a lot of eyes here on Bertle. It's the very obvious story that Damwon Kia, they upgraded, but they certainly downgraded in the top side. And Morgan, he's been the butt of some jokes over the course of last year, but he comes over to ㅅ20. I feel like he fits perfectly. Even the team said that he fits perfectly in terms of personality and play style. And, I mean, he could absolutely come out here and be the guy that wins the top lane multiple times in a row.
Oh, absolutely. In this series in particular, I expect that ㅅ20 will try to put him on a champion where he can actually win lane and have a huge impact in team fights. And we'll see where the draft starts here, because that's going to tell us a lot more about how the series will evolve. But right now, Morgan has been playing half of the games he's played on Gwen and Camille, so they clearly think he's going to be great at side laning, which is what he was most famous for in that run through the World's Gauntlet for last year. But he's also played 5 games of Gragas. That's the weak side champion he plays, which is also the weak side champion that Damwon Kia like to put Hoya and Bertle on. And now it is the most safe weak side champion in this meta, but we'll see where these two teams collide here in the top side of the map, because right now Bertle has been playing more strong side, and that's what we expect to see from him, and Hoya has been the guy who's been picking up more of the Gragases of the world. So see how this one shakes out. Damwon Kia are the home team for this one, so they will choose blue side.
Yeah, seems like teams have mostly settled on blue side being slightly favored. That has been what we've been seeing first picked most often in the last couple of days at least. So it feels like the tides are going in that direction. Although definitely at the beginning of the season, I think that everybody was kind of, still trying to figure it out and see which side they wanted to play on. As we are going to jump into the draft here, let's see how this is going to go. You were talking about that top lane. Morgan on the red side will have that counter pick potential. We'll see if they do use it here.
Yeah. My question is, too, will Lava or Showmaker end up getting the Twisted Fate pick? Showmaker is 2-0 on it. It's actually a 100% win rate so far in the LCK. It's only been banned about 65% of the time, so it's a very rare pick even when it's left open. And I think only the best teams who have really showcased how it's played very well and know how to use its rotational power are finding a lot of success with it. And so I think for Damwon Kia, it's definitely a pick they will snatch up early in this draft if given the opportunity here on blue side, because it has been one of the picks that's kind of slipping out of the bans in the first rotation. But as I say that, ㅅ20 will ban it again. I think considering Damwon Kia's macro sense, you definitely don't want to be giving this team that opportunity.
Yeah, the only champion that's left with 100% presence is Renekton, and he's been banned every single time. We have not had a single play. This is some appreciation for one of our Korean casters' beard. So Konkwi, one of our Korean casters, he has been growing out his facial hair.
Yeah, he's growing it out. And
I feel like it looks pretty good. He looks very wise.
He certainly does. I think it's a good look for him. I think it suits his personality, too. Let's see what this ban will be. A lot of opportunities for Damwon Kia to snatch up. Like, the Yuumi is open here. You have the ability to first pick Aphelios. We've seen so many teams do that. It's Duck Dom, so, I think we get the seal of approval here across our casting team on if one player is going to first pick it, it will be the Duck Dom situation. This is the other one, though. The Diana that's open. And it's one of Canyon's best picks from last year when she was meta. He was by far the best player in the LCK for it. And it's no shocker that that's where they're headed here at the beginning of this draft.
Yeah, another champion that has 100% win rates. Both Diana and TF at 4-0 right now when they do get selected, which isn't very often based on the 4 games. As looks like the Aphelios will be taken away. And this can be a bit dangerous because you can get counterpicked not only in the bottom lane, but also you're going up against some pretty hard engage in the Diana. So there's a lot of ways for DK to look at this and try to counter it.
Jarvan will be the response here. And what's really cool about Jarvan into Diana so far for how Umpty's been playing is he can make an impact at level 3, as we'll see the Jinx Thresh response here. He can make an impact at level 3. He could, be oppressive and frustrating to play against on the bottom side of the map and in the mid lane earlier than Diana realistically can. She can counter gank, she could be around, she can kind of hover, but she doesn't have that CC really until level 6. As I wonder if this will be... Okay, they're looking for the Victor. I was going to say the Lulu is a great option, but they want to get Lava his mid pick first. This is going to give them a lot of late game power between the Aphelios and the Victor.
Yeah, already setting up their scaling. They're looking into the eyes of a lot of scaling as well. Jinx with protection alongside of Diana. Both of those champions can scale very well, so might just have a bit of scaling versus scaling in this one. You were mentioning the Lulu, definitely something that Damwon can target here.
I think so. The ban here on the Tryndamere is pretty interesting to see. It's a champion that plays into Birdall's strengths. And, a blind ban like that without anything like a Graves in here just yet is pretty interesting to see. But it may mean that Fred and Brion are going to lock that one in if it's left open. The Lulu ban is pretty easy choice here. But they're actually going to ban this Gwen away, which I find to be a little bit puzzling considering the Tryndamere ban. The Yasuo ban is targeted towards the Showmaker Canyon combo that we've seen so much. The LEC loves it. Not a shocker to see it here.
Yeah, I don't think we've gotten to see it just yet here in the LCK, unless I'm forgetting, but definitely...
Not this season, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a big favorite in the LEC, rather, as you mentioned. Akali going to be the follow-up ban as well here, so a lot of targeting to try to help the top lane. I don't mind it when you consider kind of the story behind what's been going on with Damwon Kia recently.
Now, with the Gragas pick here, Camille feels like a great pick for Birdall to control side laning, a little bit more powerful in terms of that than the Gragas will give you the opportunity for. Is an old favorite here on the Kassadin. As the hand touches the shoulder, I think that's
He got the hand.
Yeah,
he got the shoulder hand. Oh, no. There's no hover on that hand.
No, it's the Camille. Okay. It's like, hold on, let's wait on that pick. The Camille is what I was talking about as the last great option here in terms of side laning. And it's a great champion for Birdall. He knows how to side lane very well. His macro is very smart. Not going to be able to be oppressive into a Gragas in lane, but will be able to, of course, as the game goes longer, have more macro control. As the double pat means the Galio's a go.
The one pat is like, we trust you, you can carry us. The double pat is like, sorry, dude, maybe next game. You got to play Galio this time.
Considering the long-range engage that Damwon Kia will have with Diana and Camille, plus Galio's ult, instead of taking something like a Lulu, which will give you time and will be able to help your Jarvan engage, something like a Leona can actually really help peel against this type of very aggressive engage. And when everyone's stacked up on top of, you've got a Diana running in, you've got Camille coming on top of a Galio, Solar Flare can really disrupt that entire area and allow Fred Brion to disengage, kite back with the Victor and Aphelios into a choke point around an objective. I really like the Victor pick early here because it does somewhat balance out the range issue that Jinx is going to face when you consider that this comp for Damwon Kia is otherwise going to be hard on the engage.
This guy's going to the army in 3 days and he came to watch Fred Brion. That is commitment. You guys should learn from him. The army not an easy undertaking here.
Certainly not.
In Korea.
Mandatory, of course, if you guys didn't know. I'm sure most LCK viewers know that, but maybe some new fans learning tonight.
Yeah, we got the new fans out there.
Well, look at these comps. I mean, Damwon Kia, this is their style of play so far this season. They love to play around Canyon's Diana. They put the Galio in here so they have even harder engage. You put Kellen's box on top of all of it. It's a death trap. This is what this composition is. And it does have insane scaling with the Diana and the Jinx. But on the other side here, I think given slow disengages and good positioning here for Fred at Brion, they can win those longer exchanges if they can deal with that first engage. My biggest problem for this comp is it doesn't have any side laning power. That's my biggest issue.
Yeah, they're going to have to group up as 5, which at the end of the day is the Fred at Brion style as well. Just go ahead 5 as a 5-man unit and try to team fight. So they're essentially playing into their strengths in that way. Damwon Kia, you know, that we've seen this comp come out more and more often after Fred at Brion pulled it out first. And I hesitate to call it the Fred at Brion comp because this has been around for a very long time, and a lot of teams now have played it where it's basically Camille Galio, or it's Jarvan Galio, or it's, you know, heavy divers with Galio and, you know, huge amounts of wombo combo in the team fights. So you were talking about disengage. Definitely Fred at Brion are going to have to keep their distance. Otherwise, you know, their squishy carries are just going to get blown up.
I like the Leona a lot for this because of that, but also she can, as Damwon Kia are trying to side lane and try to put the macro pressure on, sometimes actually catch somebody in rotation and can, of course, Solar Flare into Zenith Blade, and then they can blow somebody up because they have good forms of catch and engage too between the Jarvan and the Gragas. The question is really, like, in terms of if we're just going to look at who has the better engage and just stack up all the tools, like Damwon Kia I think has the better one. But they also aren't reliant on it per se in the late game because they have that side laning, right? And the side laning means that they can dictate the pace of those fights, whereas Fred at Brion kind of has to go into Damwon Kia later on because they won't be threatening inhibitor turrets with this Gragas unless something goes very wrong.
Yeah, just a 5-man unit. This is the 1v1 statistics so far. In the LCK, Camille is 1 game behind the Gragas. Definitely Gragas, as you were mentioning earlier, it's the most common just blind pick, safe top laner. You're just not going to die. You can pretty much handle anything. A lot of the, you know, annoying, aggressive picks like Akali, Jace, Camille, etc., you can kind of just handle it. So it offers a lot in terms of the team fighting, as you mentioned as well. So that's just going to be the pick here for Morgan, especially after all of the focus in the top bans in the second phase in the pick ban.
Yeah. Lava being very frustrating to deal with, which is common for the Galio, unfortunately, and just having to play this one out slowly. As Diana played only 12 times by Canyon, which is about as much as you can get away with, considering how much she was banned last year. But he's lost 2 of those games in the LCK. Kind of insane.
Yeah, 10-2. It is a pretty incredible win rate so far. Maybe trying to up that win rate, as, you know, definitely one of the champs he's known for in the jungle.
We saw the guy who makes the thumbnails. He had a really cool art of, you know, the Canyon polar bear looking picture with the Diana weapon. I don't know what to call what she wields, but
yeah, what does she?
Yeah, what is that exactly?
It's probably like a moon blade or something. Yeah. You know? Like it's not actually a real thing, but they just came up with a name for it. Like, what is that?
Yeah,
thing?
look at it. It's like attached to her arm.
Yeah, it's not like a scythe, although that would be the name I would, you know, think most, like the most common real weapon name that I could think of.
Yeah, when you see that in our opening of the Diana that gets knocked up by the Alistair, where it's like spinning disattached from her, it looks like it's got 2 parts to it, almost like Darth Maul's lightsaber, but it's really just not quite clear, is it, what's going on over there? Maybe someone will let us know.
If you know what that is or what it's called, because I don't think it's actually a real-life weapon, please let us know on Twitter or somewhere so that we can let everybody else know. I'm very curious about that.
I'm sure Atlas does know. He's going to be like, guys, you really didn't know this. He's backstage right now.
You know who would definitely know is someone we had a guest on yesterday, is Achilles.
Yeah,
that guy just knows all of the information, useless or otherwise.
He's the lore master. He has the books, if you know what I'm talking about. He has the novels of the game.
Just walk around with a book, you know, crooked in his arm like this, you know, just open, sliding through the pages. That's kind of what he is, even if he doesn't have that book. He has all the information on hand.
You come into Achilleos' study because he's got a study and he's sipping coffee and he's listening to the vinyl of the League of Legends soundtrack.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's funny because he actually does kind of have a study with me. I love Achilleos lore. There were some viewers out there who were like, who is this guy? I'm like, you guys, those are the new viewers of LCK. They don't know about Achilleos. They should get to know him. He knows about you.
His positioning, by the way, here was very greedy for just a moment. I was scared that Umpty might actually have an opportunity to go in there, but he was able to walk out just fine.
Kind of looks like even Canyon was edging up towards mid, but, you know, Canyon not level 6, Showmaker not level 6. Maybe try to get a flash at a lava early here because there hasn't really been too much action so far.
Yeah, with the Galio in particular, you do have some pressure pre-6 because you do have that taunt available, of course, and the Justice Punch. So there are ways where you can actually make a kill happen. It's not always just the jungler only who has to CC. Champions like Orianna, Azir can make it happen too, but ends up being no harm, no foul, no attempts in the mid lane. As the Rift Herald spawning in 2 minutes time, and everybody's kind of resetting right now, so it's a very slow-paced game, and this is exactly what we expect in this best of 3. Like, if this ends up being a 3-game series, it's going to be a long one because it's. I imagine each of these games goes about 35 minutes plus, just based on the playstyle of Fred Brion.
Yeah, and even just based on the LCK recently. We've just been having, I feel like on average, I don't have the exact number, but it feels like 35-minute games are basically what we're getting all the time. It's a lot of scaling, a lot of slow, methodical play. It's kind of just the way the meta is at this moment in time. A lot of it is around, you know, scaling 80 carries. You know, you see a lot of Jinx, Aphelios, Jhin. You know, we got to wait until those champions get a lot of power, so we draft compositions around those picks, and it generally takes a little bit longer for teams to want to fight with those type of compositions. So
it's a lot harder to play snowbally comps than it was in the past, partially because of some of the items that have come in, like Crown of the Shattered Queen, that makes it much easier to just play a more long-form style of champion like Victor and the likes. We have seen Dom1 Kia, though, just absolutely stomp and get huge tempo leads so far already this season. And that's much easier to do in a matchup that's not this one, where Fred Brion is so difficult to punish, so difficult to gank early, so difficult to get a lead against. As right now, the Rift Herald spawns in 30. Dom1 Kia control vision on top side, Fred Brion have bot side vision. Umpty's positioning here is very good to actually challenge this rotation and actually clear up some of this vision right now, so really nice timing for him. 6 is up for Canyon. Umpty should be hitting it after this camp. He's going to want to clear that as soon as possible because he needs that so desperately if they're going to look for this fight. Also, bot prio here is pretty massive for Dom1 Kia because it gives them the fast track to the objective should they want to go for it as soon as possible.
yeah, it's pretty clear that Canyon's game plan so far has just been farm as fast as possible. Diana's very good at that, you know, as you mentioned. Doesn't really want to be ganking too much. She just wants to farm it out. She has very good clear times. And basically try to get as many items as possible before going for this Rift Herald. As he is right now, he is on vision. Doesn't seem like he seems to care, as Umpty is also on vision on the bottom side of the map.
He didn't get the gold because there was another ward placed, stolen away from him. Teleport that ward out of there. They're going to look for a play on bot instead of contesting the Herald. But Dom1 Kia are reading this so well. Because right now, it's a fairly obvious play to make as Fred Brion, where you're like, okay, well, we control vision bot. We're going to get the Drake in trade and maybe get a kill bot side for our Aphelios so that he can get a ton of plate gold. And then you see the follow-up lane swap. Like, this happens all the time. But because of that extremely well-placed ward that you pointed out that Umpty walked over, Duckdom and Kellen were already positioned well, and then they just stayed super far away until they had enough attention here on the bottom side of the map and were able to finally grab that wave on the turret. So all Fred Brion so far are going to be able to get is a little bit of extra push mid and this Drake. And that early gold for this comp for Dom1 Kia, I think, is so much more valuable than a solo Drake, sadly, for Fred here.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, you could say, okay, they get the singular Mountain Drake, and it's going to feel pretty good. You know, they have some tanks in their lineup, but at the same time, you can just build some penetration and scale up with that extra gold that you're getting on the side of Dom1 Kia, and you're going to enjoy your position.
Yeah,
And nobody went down in that trade. Nobody fought. We didn't see anyone actually fight, so we're really just breaking down vision plays at this point.
Yeah, it was a really, I think for Damwon Kia, calculated play because they had enough time and where they put the Jinx and the Thresh, like Duckdom and Kellen were playing safe, but they were also kind of hovering around red buff to where if there was a contest for Frederick Brion, they actually would have been there faster anyways. Like they set up for this objective super well, and Frederick Brion were just really hoping they were going to get that kill there bottom side and maybe some extra plate golds to, you know, even up the exchange. Plus the Drake didn't happen. We're getting like really into the weeds on this because there just simply isn't anything else going on. Yeah. But that's how this series is going to be.
We're going to turn into Achilleos. We're going to learn so much after we explain everything to its deepest core. Duckdom was just kind of left down here. Allowed Kellen to go back and pick up some items, mainly the mobility boots. Canyon down here as well. Looks like they have a very clear goal in mind to speed the Jinx. The threat of Showmaker even leaving the lane also means that with Delight going back, it's like, well, can Aphelios really stay here? Galio is going to show once again, and they're just going to wait on this. Canyon very slowly making his way into this lane, looking for a kill before dropping the Rift Herald.
Yeah, this is really tricky to play out as Henna. You can see he's trying to use Calibrum to grab the extra minions here, is struggling hard. As I still don't think this is a fight you want to take as Frederick Brion at this stage versus Canyon at level 6. Has his alternator.
We almost had a hook.
Almost.
Getting excited there. I don't know. That was
you and I
close.
held our breath for a second, but breathe easy, Valdez. No one's health bar is going below 80% just yet.
Yeah. Except like the top laner.
Okay, Birdall, man, he's at like 60.
Showmaker's here. I mean, he could press his R button if they wanted to, but...
The cost is going to be too high against a Gragas who could just cask to defend. He'll lose too many minions mid. He threatens it for a second, but then thinks better of it.
And, well...
Unstoppable force, immovable object kind of situation here.
Yeah.
They are
looks like,
up.
yeah, Frederick Brion is on the move. As, okay. Do have the smite going actually to Umpty there as the engage will come in. Umpty does get knocked up, but the exhaust timing is perfect. It's not going to matter, though, as Bertle gets here first. Delight was somewhere knocked up into outer space, it looked like. As we did have Canyon and Showmaker going down after Bertle, not able to follow up for the kill.
Will lose his flash, too, in the end of this fight. And that was, like, maximum range, Zenith Blade, plus also, like, almost exactly the mana cost needed. He was so low on mana, still able to push that off. This was a fight over a scuttle. Like, this is when Canyon was like, you know what? I will ult for a scuttle. Still doesn't get it. And all of this aggro is basically absorbed by Umpty here, who then is able to trap them in a choke point with this Cataclysm against Victor. And
Where
then,
did they go?
Yeah.
Where did Delight go? Wait,
He just appeared.
can I see that again? Like,
Yeah, I want to see that from like a little bit more zoomed out.
I didn't even see him get knocked up by anything. Like, the Galio ult didn't hit him up. He just, like, went up into the air with some dead body on the side of Damwon Kia, and he came back down. I don't know if that was a visual bug or what.
Yeah, that looked a little bit odd. But at the end of the day, like, this was a bit overzealous from Canyon and crew to actually look for this fight. Their comp is so good at these types of skirmishes, but they didn't have the positional advantage required to make it happen because they're in a choke point against Victor. And it's not even like scaled up Victor or anything like that. But it's Victor who is going to Death Ray, and the follow-up from Morgan was good. They didn't have Birdall close enough. So it's crazy that that was the go moment where Damwon Kia was like, okay, this is it. I'm taking the scuttle. And there were big consequences.
Interesting that Lava did go for the Leandries here on the Victor. We see a lot. Basically only Ludens into Shadow Flame or Ludens into Void Staff, depending on what the enemy is building, how much MR they have.
Or occasionally the Crown, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is very unusual. And I think the main idea here is just to burn through Showmaker in a lot of these fights. And obviously, the longer the fight goes, the better for Fred Brion. That's the idea here, as they will get a second Drake. So first Drake, we were like solo Drake, not a big deal necessarily with these two comps. Now you have two Drakes in your pocket. Luckily for Dam1 Kia, it is a Cloud Soul, as it is often in the LCK. So not the worst possible case, and they're not going to feel under threat to rush into these fights, but it is going to start to stack up.
Yeah, it's definitely nice. I mean, they get the singular Hextech Drake as well, which it's definitely really, really good, especially when you have a lot of scaling options in your team that are going to use all of those combat stats very, very well.
Yeah, it's going to affect, obviously, Hannah and Lava the most. As this is a very aggressive setup here for Dam1 Kia, but for this one compared to the last one, they have this area controlled completely. So there's just no real entry point here for Fred Brion.
Uh-oh, and Upti's gonna bite the bait as the engage comes in. Way too much damage. Big cast, nice stopwatch, but now with the low health bar on Kellen, Henna is just frontlining here with Morgan leading the charge as well. Canyon not able to get out of here, no flash available, and a triple kill is handed over to Henna on the Aphelios. He is going to be a big boy.
Oh, and Morgan also set that up so perfectly for basically the furthest away he could have done. The cast was great. And I want to point everyone's attention to the ult cooldowns for Birdall, Canyon, and Showmaker. None of those three were utilized in the fight, and those are the tools at this stage in the game that you just so desperately have to utilize in these crazy skirmishes. Fred Brion were split up on the engage, so it looked at the outset of this like a poor decision to go in. Humpty's like, okay, I'm going in. He ends up getting caught here. The light is on top of him, and it looks like, okay, 2 kills, this is over, until Morgan casts body slams, instantly blows up Showmaker, and even though Duckdom is in position to do damage here, he just hits another one. Like, he's going in. Morgan is popping off in this game, and even though Duckdom was in position to do damage at the outset of this fight, he's not able to follow through and chase because the team is cut in half. The fact that they came in slowly, piecemeal like this, as Fred Brion actually did wonders for them because it meant there was no big taunt opportunity. There was no really great angle to hit a Hextech ultimatum, nor was Canyon ever able to really press the R button in any scenario to get value. You can see Umpty is hyped.
Things just going really, really well for Fred Brion. I mean, in this first game, we didn't have a lot of action, but in the 2 fights that we had, Fred Brion took them better, and they are just the better team right now. It's just that straight up. Yeah. This isn't even like, oh, the Kingslayers are back. Like, no, Dam1 Kia are struggling, and Fred Brion are outplaying, you know, what we've known of them in the past. Morgan on the Gragas making some huge plays, and there's not really much else to say about that. So now Dam1 Kia have to dig themselves out of this hole. Fred Brion, you know, as you mentioned before, they're as tight as a drum. Like, this team, if they get a lead, you're not coming back from what we've seen.
That's the scariest part. And even a team like Damwon, who's so famous for coming back in crazy deficits, so famous for team fighting extremely well in late game. I mean, for those who watched the Gen G series last Sunday, remember that first game where Damwon was massively behind, their comp was struggling, and they fought perfectly every time with this Diana? Even a team like Gen G gave Dam1 Kia opportunities to slide back into that winning position in that first game. I don't know if I could say the same about Fred Brion here. And we're talking about Gen G. Okay, Morgan is alone, no flash.
There is teleport for Lava, not sure. Okay, he's actually going to get in there. The hook comes in. Morgan with a really nice cast because Victor now here for the cleanup. But as you can see, Showmaker also teleports in and will save his low health teammates. And the gank will actually pay off.
Yeah, it's a big win here for Dam1 Kia because they're able to get a pick here as well as absorb teleport from Lava, who now has to kind of awkwardly sit here in the side lane. You did have to commit one of your own there, but at the end of the day, they didn't get anything else cross-map. Well, they were down on players. Sure, Hannah was able to push mid, but this was still a great time buy for Morgan. After the Death Sentence comes through, he has that perfectly placed follow-up cast. Canyon has to use that early stopwatch here, which is a huge tool, actually, broken now for Diana. That's one of her strongest points in the mid-game before she has Zhonya's, is that stopwatch.
Oh, man. Doesn't look like Lava knew he was coming, but he actually gets stunned up. Not going to matter as Bertle extends the scissor leg, gets in there, gets the kill, and that's going to be a lot of gold into their pockets. Rift Herald as well, and Dam1 Kia, they're coming back.
Yeah, maybe the seatbelt wasn't clicked too tight there for, for Lava.
They didn't have enough time, you know.
Yeah.
It was one of those finicky seat belts.
I hate those.
Yeah.
Where you keep turning it upside down to see if it'll fit better the other way. Oh, the worst.
Yeah.
Morgan really buying a lot of time here for Henna to rotate up. I mean, the thing is, we talked about the fight going well for Frederick Brown, but we didn't really talk too much about how they still didn't get the Herald. Like, Damwon actually secured that before they lost the fight, which is what leads to a lot of this gold going over. But when you look at where the gold is here, sure, it's a big win for Damwon. This is a crazy move. Like, actually never going to happen in a million years. But it was, hey, look, if they didn't check, maybe you get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx was nearby, I suppose.
But a lot of gold goes in now to Damwon Kia's pockets.
Oh, Alcove Gaming.
Alcove Gaming, and also pretty egregious overextension into backplays. And look at all the control wards on the bottom side of this fight, or pick, I should say, in the river. Like, he had no idea where anyone was coming from at all angles there, besides from the red side of the map. So kind of greedy there, let's just say.
Yeah, just trying to push the wave. Didn't go back to his turret. Thought he was safe. Bit of a mistake and a nice play from Showmaker. As Umti's gotten himself into a nice little place, but not going to amount to anything. You see that Lava, by and far, the highest level here in the game. Actually 2 levels up on Showmaker, his mid opponent. So scaling up very nicely, you could say. Went for the Lichbane second as well.
Yeah, he's really trying to hit, hold that thought, Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan in a little bit of trouble here. He's quite tanky, and the cast does a lot, but oh man, he's actually maybe going to survive there, but not quite, as Bro say, okay, let's
take a Baron.
Yeah.
You'll take a Baron for that one 100% if you can get it. Now, Kellen is nearby. They do have Showmaker's ult. This might be too much, Fred Brion.
I don't know. I mean, there's teleport available for Bertle, but they're not really going for it, and Damwon Kia say, okay, take it. Flash, hook, not going to happen. Finally, the teleport does come in. Maybe a little bit too little too late, as Bertle's like, nope.
That hook shot,
never mind.
That hook shot there is like the quintessential, like, picturesque moment, the personification of that situation for Damwon Kia. Like, can we contest this? Can we contest this? Nope, actually no. So a lot of money given over to Canyon on the bottom side of the map, and that is where you want your money to be funneled right now, because the Phantom Dancer is already ready here for Doc Dom. He's hit 2 items. He's going to be able to coast through this mid-game, pick up as many minions as possible. Like, he's on track for being where he needs to be, but you need that Diana to really explode. Now she's got her Zhonya's. Zhonya's is the next step to that stopwatch that had to be burned earlier. And even though Damwon so far haven't had the perfect Wombo fight just yet, most of these kills are from picks onto Morgan on the top side of the map. They still have an incredible comp for piling on, like we talked about from the outset of the draft. Even though it hasn't happened yet, you still have to respect that now that Diana has a dash available, an additional one with that belt, plus the Zhonya's here, and the Void Staff is already halfway built. Like, Damwon here are on their way to some really good team fights. It needs to happen before Frederick Brion get one of the fastest souls we've seen so far this season, though, on this Cloud Soul in 2 minutes.
Yeah, a pretty free Cloud Soul at that, alongside of their free Baron. Just feels like Damwon Kia have not been as good at punishing macro plays so far this season. As now it's just all about bullying Morgan, I guess. Is this really fair? I mean, 5 against 1? Really? Damwon, though, I mean, it's a great play. They're just kind of calling the bluff of the Baron split push, and they're continuing.
Now, this is going to lead to an inhibitor for sure. There's no way that they can match this, unfortunately, as Frederick Brion. The problem, too, is that they didn't split the backs. Outside of Lava here, who will actually finish his back. If they split the backs, they might be able to get an inhibitor turret for themselves while defending this, but they're unable to do so. So now it's a massive play here for Damwon Kia, who just group up, grab Morgan, and get the inhibitor. As, you know, Morgan has been the punching bag in this game, let's say, but he's executed team fights so well that it almost doesn't feel like it matters. But in this case, this is the first real amount of actual permanent control Damwon Kia will gain from a pick on the Morgan.
Yeah, it was a really good call by Damwon Kia. They finally used that hard engage to get a big objective. And Frederick Brion did not quite respect the macro play of that. As now we do have this Cloud Soul coming up here in a minute. We'll see if Damwon Kia are confident to take that, as we're once again highlighting the gigantic level difference in the mid lane. Lava already level 16.
in such a fantastic spot in terms of his farm. Like, he is Flame Horizon Showmaker. Again, Victor versus Galio, so not the most impressive, but still, he's done quite well for himself, whereas Showmaker has unfortunately kind of been on the back foot this game. 30 seconds till Drake spawn. All ults up here, of course, for Dom1 Kia. They got a stopwatch for the Camille, so she can go deeper here as well. But it looks like Fred at Breon are a little bit timid to hard control this. I say that. There's a teleport back in. Dom1 Kia have to contest this. Fred at Breon do not. But because they don't have a side laning champion really here, because their Gragas is their top, they're going to stick around. And I think this is definitely the better call.
Might as well. I mean, Victor just went back, bought Void Staff, and teleported back to the fight. I mean, he is a juggernaut right now.
Canyon.
Like, Lava is going to be bursting people down, so you have hard engage, but if Lava survives and you don't get him in the engage, you're probably going to die.
Yeah, that's the Victor aspect of how this comp is going to work, is Canyon is trying super hard for a flank.
All right, Bertle is in there, and they're getting on top of Henna, but again, Lava is totally fine. Lots of room for Lava and Henna once again. Canyon gets the follow-up engage, though, as Delight gets pretty low, and the damage isn't really coming out here for the side of Fred and Breon, even with their carries staying alive, as Duckdom is going to flash forward and begin to execute a lot of these members. Canyon takes down that strong Victor, and it is an ace. Dom1 will go for the end.
Yeah, very, very much an anticlimactic end to this game, but it was such a beautiful team fight for Dom1 Kia. The flank there from Camille comes in, has his stopwatch, buys it right before this critical moment. He can buy infinity amount of time essentially there on the other side for Canyon to get the perfect follow-up set. They split the team in half with that pincer play. And it's a winning move here. Rough start for Dom1 Kia at the beginning of this game, but the finish is strong.
They get the win in the end. As we say, a win is a win, a W is a W. They get it done. Even though, as you mentioned, it was not the easiest game for them. As Fred and Breon, not as we said, you know, they didn't quite click the seatbelt in. Right after they got the lead, it felt like, you know, one thing led to another, and some unfortunate picks happened multiple times. I think Dom1 Kia saw some of the weaknesses in their play, and Morgan was left alone a couple, you know, one too many times.
The reason
they were able to just get so far ahead.
And the reason why Canyon was able to have that insane flank angle while Camille engages from the bottom side, like that split between Bertle and Canyon, is because they had mid-prio, because they killed the inhibitor off of that really great macro exchange where they killed Morgan, forced backs there. And even if we had seen Fred at Breon stay and maybe get their own inhibitor bottom, which would have cost them a lot of time, and it wouldn't have necessarily been, you know, realistic. But even if they got it, it wouldn't have changed that fact that the mid-prio goes to Dom1 Kia. They had it faster. Their tempo was better, and the game started off slow, but actually it ramped up to be one of the fastest objective-paced games that we've had in the LCK, like including last year, like since I started casting, because we had 4 Drakes insanely early in that game. One of the fastest Barons that you could see taken as an objective trade. A lot of action. And I think we're in for a good best of 3 here, Valdez.
Yeah, felt pretty good. I think Dom1 eventually hit a tipping point, and they said, okay, we're ready to fight. They had their scaling, hit some big break points of their own, and they got the job done. Not the cleanest game, but it's done in the end with a couple of team fights. And the fact that they opened up that mid lane just allowed them to TP and end the game so early. Not exactly what we're used to seeing, as obviously Dom has already won. Nice. Like it. Lots of fans here for the side of Dom1 Kia.
Lava had a fantastic performance. Now, obviously, these stats are not going to really tell the story of this game because Showmaker's playing Galio versus Victor, who just generally does a ton of damage. And in this comp, he was basically the solo damage dealer. But he laned really well. Morgan drew a lot of the aggro. It looked very winnable for Fred and Breon, who had a massive lead to start. If they could tighten up where Lava is positioned, if they make sure they put Umpty on more defensive mode to help Morgan out when he is going to be dove like that, I think Fred and Breon could have walked away with the win there in that first game. Absolutely had a better chance than those stats will show you.
Yeah, well, that was game number 1, a pretty close back and forth. Fred and Breon holding their own. We're going to go to a break and come back with the analyst carpet space. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
볼게.
아.
떠줘. 애매하긴 하다.
나좀
나
멀다.
거기
랜턴
한번
천천히
천천히 할게. 나 랜턴 받고 빠질게 한번.
앞라인 돼.
되면서.
나 한번 볼게.
표식에다.
나 잡았어 한 명.
앞라인 있어. 앞라인 있어. 앞라인 있어.
볼게.
도발. 쌈바.
삼바. 앞에. 미드탑 끝나겠다 이거.
아.
잡았어
미드 갈래? 미드 갈래?
미드
가면 끝날 듯.
어.
나이스. 나이스.
랜턴 놔줘.
나 뛰어갈게.
나 랜턴 주면 끝날 듯.
야 태현이 잘 들어갔다.
잘했어.
소리 이거 내가 빨리 들어왔어.
잘했어.
너 최고였어.
그냥 쌈 뽑는 게 좋았다.
야 이거 빨리 밀자. 내가 잘 부셔야 돼.
가야 돼. 하자.
아래 거부터 부술게.
레오나
레오나 빨라 어차피.
랜턴 몇 초야?
레온턴 있어.
아. 멀리 가서 줘.
끝났어. 제스 먹어야지. 나 딜량 조작 좀 하고 싶은데.
아.
안 해준다.
네.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing So when we rise, we run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. Valdez forgot the chairs. They are the most important part because that's what keeps us elevated so that we can observe the game of League of Legends that we just saw. It was actually absolutely fantastic. And I want to tell a bit of a story as we bring up the draft. Going into this, I was like, oh man, it's going to be Camille Gallio. I actually thought that Camille Gallio was going to come in right after the Diana. I was like, oh man.
He called it.
Damwon Kia, they're going to do it. They're going to do their Camille Gallio thing, and it's just all going to be over. I like the Jinx Thresh being picked up. I thought then that something about the Camille Gallio would then be banned away, but the Gragas came through, makes Camille a little bit more difficult to pick. Then Damwon do it anyway, and as we get into the game, Chronicler, you explained as to why Fred Brian probably just let it through.
Yeah, it was a really interesting dynamic. Obviously, Fred Brian, they're going to draft a team composition that can fight, disengage, and play front to back, right? They do this every time, and I think it very much works for them. What we saw in the first two fights that we're going to look at later as well is that it actually did work very well, because between the amount of disengage available and two extremely dangerous carries, Damwon Kia actually have a pretty hard time with choosing who to engage on.
Yeah, exactly. And you actually saw that Lava picked up an incredibly greedy high damage build as well, because he just felt like he was going to be safe in the backline. They had Jarvan, they had Gragas, as far as peel duty is concerned, plus the Leona that was there for some of the game and disappeared for another portion. Let's get into the highlight to see exactly where Delight went.
Because this is the early phase of what Damwon Kia showed. And
Take a moment. Delight disappears.
And there he is.
And then comes back. Okay.
And what for me the key thing is here is that Damwon Kia goes in incredibly hard on Umti. And you can look at Umti's damage numbers by the end of the game and kind of make fun of him. But the key thing was that those fights were won because Damwon Kia used 3 ultimates on a Jarvan and then Lava came in.
Yeah, exactly right. And then Lava was able to do so much damage. We actually saw he did the most in the game in that last damage graph. So we can take some of the hate off Umti and we can allow us to just really appreciate the fact that Lava was able to dish out a lot. The other story was 80 carries as well. We saw that actually Henna on his Aphelios was able to get a lot of work done throughout that mid game. And while we were watching, I was thinking, I don't know how Damwon are really supposed to be able to go into this composition. Even if they are catching Morgan in side lanes, he's still going to have that explosive cast, which is such a problem for the Damwon comp.
Yeah, because one of the key things of the Damwon comp, and what we've seen the Camille be used so many times, is that Hextech Ultimatum can't really be countered. Outside of Stopwatch, there is no way for you to get out, barring displacement. And the displacement was enough to kind of save that backline.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get into our second highlight as well. We can really see how well Fred Brian were able to play around it, because once again, Engage starts onto Umti.
Everything goes onto Umti, and then this time it's Morgan that buys time. But Lava and Henna are untouched. And as long as one, or in this case both of those two, are alive, it's really hard for Damwon to win the fight. And I think Damwon also realized this, because this is the second time that they lose a fight in exactly the same manner. And for a team that we have given so much credit over the years for how crisp their target selection in the team fighting was, this was kind of surprising.
Yeah, it definitely was. The thing that I absolutely love about this is that as we get ready for our next highlight, which we should put on as soon as possible, because I imagine that we've got a POG coming through. Yes, here it is. This is that Damwon that we learned to know and love. And the way they play around exactly how they're supposed to win this team fight is just beautiful.
It's so well done, and there you see, if they do get the flanks, if they actually do get on top of Henna and Lava, those two are not enabled, then it becomes a completely different equation. I think if Morgan holds that explosive cost a little bit longer there, if Lava and Henna can get off a single rotation, then they're fine, but incredibly double flank coming through from Damwon.
Yeah.
And they execute and end that team fight perfectly.
It's really, really nicely done. It's the engage, disengage, engage, disengage. And we are going to bring up the player of the game. I'm not entirely sure who's going to grab it, but Canyon will pick it up, 400 points for him. I think that this is sort of like the easy no-brain choice, right? Because he often drives the bus and was making a lot of these calls, especially when they gave over a Baron and then Canyon's there destroying the bot lane turret. They take more around the map, things like this. But Canyon definitely did have, once again, a very, very good game on the Diana.
And even with some, as I pointed out, the target selection, very proactive ultimates, maybe even thrown into targets that didn't really need it, you also have moments like this. You also have, as you highlighted, that Baron play, the presence of mind to say, we're going to let that slide. And they didn't actually get anything out of the Baron, because as you pointed out, all the lanes were shoved. Then they got a single pick, I think, on Morgan, and then all the tempo was taken out of that play. They got basically nothing, and I would have been happy with a split vote here. Like,
Yeah, I mean-
would have been completely fine, because I think there was a lot of great work. I think Bertel deserved a shout out. I think that Kellen had a good game. Very much a team effort, but as you pointed out, like, Canyon is kind of the front runner.
Yep, it's definitely the easy way to go. But thankfully, it is a best of 3, so we get to see another one of these games. Hopefully, it's just as close, and we're going to throw it back to our casters to get into it.
Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler on the analyst carpet space for that breakdown. It was Dalmakia. They just piloted their easy-to-play composition, and they were able to win that last fight, and that was basically what ended up winning them, so I suppose Canyon got a lot of points for that fantastic follow-up engage.
Which was set up by Bertel on the flank there. I mean, it's a tough call to make. I thought both players played very well. I think, you know, it wasn't just me. I think we had one of our observers, might have been Jonah, and I think actually Conqui, who ended up voting for me, voting with me on the analyst.
Voting for Wolf.
Voting with me, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Kingslayer, Fred at Breon. That is the...
Is that a Fred at Breon?
No.
Oh, okay.
But Fred at
I thought
Breon
it
is
was.
apparently like a very oddly shaped mask or something like that. I don't know what
I
that.
see.
Well, I don't know what that logo is. I'm not. I haven't really thought
It's
about
a
it.
Fredit.
It's a Fredit.
Yeah, makes sense.
As we go into the second game, Valdez, I expect that drafts will look similar, and I wouldn't be shocked if they choose red side actually for the Breon. But let's see what they end up going with here. I don't think we've been shown just yet, but I'd love to see the same type of draft because it's both of what these two teams' strengths are, and we saw it collide so beautifully in that early game. As actually they will choose blue side here, but I hope for some, you know, not a run back per se, but a very similar style of drafting. It's not going to be with the it's not going to be with the Diana this time though.
Yeah, no Diana, but if you really wanted to, you could replace that with a Jarvan or even a Xin Zhao. Wouldn't be as, I suppose, reliable, but we're also going to see the Xin Zhao ban. No Xin Zhao for to play.
Yep.
And these are the types of bans you would expect against Dalmakia, right? or rather Diana and Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I think that depending on what Fred Breon want to take for their pick, like if they wanted to go for a Karma, for example, they might just ban out an 80 carry here in this third slot. It really just depends on what their plan is going to be. Like this third blue side ban is kind of tricky right now in this meta, especially after Kia showed such a very, very one-dimensional style of play in that last game and through most of their games so far in the LCK, as will be the Caitlyn 80 carry ban I was kind of talking about. See, if, I mean, because now you have the Karma or Yuumi options here as Fred at Breon. Like you will have one of the two to pick from. I think it's a good pick for Delight here and suits Fred at Breon's more slow, late-game oriented playstyle. So, you know, you have to make a tough call here as Dalmakia. Now you could ban neither, of course, and then take the second. And then we get a really slow game.
I love Showmaker putting some deep thought into this, and they ban Victor, so they leave both open.
Renekton's up.
And Renekton!
First time here in the LCK, and it's Morgan. This is one of his best champions. Earlier on, spring last year, he popped off on this champion early on. It was one of his best. It was one of those moments where people were starting to go, oh, this guy can play some good top lane. You know, it was definitely one of the more refreshing champions for him to play. So we've talked a lot about there's some players you shouldn't give Renekton to. You know, Rascal is the big one we talk about, but I think Morgan is definitely up at the top of that list. This will, of course, give over that karma I was talking about with an Aphelios to Damwon Kia.
Umpty's got a big smile on his face. It seems like Fred Brion is very happy with the way that this draft has gone and the fact that they pick up the Renekton.
Oh man, what if we just see Jin Nidalee here and it's like all coming together? It's all coming together here for Fred Brion. They'll take the Yuumi first, of course. That's going to be something that you really want to grab in this draft because they already do have the Karma. You want to be able to match those speed ups. Plus, she's great with the Renekton and the Jin. But I think if Nidalee is left open, it might be something we see here because it's obviously so strong with the Renekton, and they already have good front line plus decent poke. Jarvan being hovered here can definitely put a damper on Renekton's ability to front line. And it's also difficult to get into where you need to be as Jarvan into a comp like this.
Yeah, Jarvan comes in, and once again, you can definitely build a very similar comp from game one with the pieces that you have right now, as long as Fred Brion don't ban it away. You know, if they take away the Camille or a Galio or something like that, it's going to be much more difficult to try to build that kind of comp.
See the Lava ban on the LeBlanc here in a blind mid-matchup scenario. Definitely one of the ones you don't want to deal with because it really is high variance, and you don't want to have to try to pick a counter to that. You don't want to necessarily play Vex in this composition either. So there's the Galio ban you mentioned, which really does kind of put an end to that style of play we saw from Damwon last game. And what's really interesting is we haven't seen Renekton yet in the LCK, so we also don't know what most teams are trying to respond to this matchup with. We've seen a lot of Gangplank in the past, which was hovered earlier in the draft. We've also seen Jace play decently into this. Not the easiest matchup to play, but can lead into much more relevance in the late game just because of how he's going to scale up with that poke. Just trying to put all of Lava's best champions down the Corki too.
They're just not happy with Lava getting any comfort. And I mean, I don't think that's a bad call. The guy has been playing extremely well, and Showmaker obviously matchup related, but he had a bunch of trouble with him in game number one. Akali's going to be taken off the board, so they don't want to have Akali coming in here for either Showmaker or Brittle. And that does leave some options to handle this Renekton. You know, you're mentioning the Jace, even the Gragas is left available. If that's something you wanted to go into. Gives you a great front line for the Aphelios, fantastic disengage, stuff like this. I think it's just the right choice.
It's definitely the safest way to not get an out-of-control Renekton on the other side of the map. It's not going to be punishing towards the Renekton, but it will just weather the storm so beautifully. And that's kind of the name of the game for Gragas right now. He's a little bit boring in that regard. I think for a lot of people love those crazy top matchups. What I love about this Akali ban, too, is that it's basically saying, I don't want Lava to be in a situation where on a less comfortable champion for him, Showmaker has the opportunity to just dunk on him, get a huge lead, and then just the game kind of becomes about Showmaker and not about the other 9 players. So, you know, it's going to be hard pressed here for Damwon Kia to find another champion like that for Showmaker.
Yeah, Renekton is going mid into the hands of Lava. Gwen should be going top, and Umpty is going back to his Lilia. So I think that's the first pick.
Well, now there's a lot of other opportunities here too. It is the first pick here in LCK Spring for the Lilia, but it could be something even crazier, like Gwen goes in the jungle, Lilia ends up being in a side lane based on what this Showmaker pick does become. And it will be the Azir. So not a happy scenario for anyone who's trying to lane into
what?
The Rise, though. Okay, well this makes it a lot more compelling of an argument to do something unusual here, but I think we will still end up having the Gwen topside, Lilia jungle, Renekton mid. It's very uncomfortable, though, this Renekton pick. And now, because they've locked in this Gwen here, they kind of gave Damwon Kia this really awesome opportunity to have a champion who could just sit there and spam abilities at a Renekton. And Renekton's power is so muted, actually, throughout the early game because of this. And the Lilia pick into all of this is going to be very difficult to pull off. Not because Damwon Kia have great ways to blow her up, but because her damage is so slow, into what Damwon and Kia have and very difficult to actually make happen consistently. I don't know. It's not a good meta for squishy junglers. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Like, even though like there's a way in which she can die early if she's caught out and stuff like that, I'm not worried about how she's going to jungle and how much of a threat she can be, especially when you have a Renekton and a Gwen to help frontline for this. But in team fights, her functionality will be to try to set up a sleep, but to get into position to do so in a meta like this. Against a Ryze who can root you, he's going to have his Everfrost, he's very tanky. That's one issue alone. Plus you have a Jarvan, plus you got body slams available here for the Gragas. I'm not super sold on this one, to be honest with you, Valdez.
Not to mention the Karma, which with the team-wide shield can mute a lot of that damage. Definitely a lot of dampers on the side of Damwon Kia's composition as we are moving into game number 2 of match 17 already.
I think there were a lot of different ways to play this one out as Fred Brion. Like, they could have put Lava, for example, on the Azir and just kept the Renekton top and then run any other jungler, right? I mean, the Nidalee was still an opportunity they could have gone for. When you put the Gwen here onto the board, it makes it super easy for Damwon Kia to counter the Renekton in the side lane. As a scary moment here. Everything's okay. I think that was really, as the Korean broadcast like to call it, the trap card here for Fred Brion was putting Morgan on the Gwen. It was where like it seemed like a good idea, but actually that's when the disaster happened, and now suddenly Damwon Kia, I think, draft gapped them super hard. Draft Kingdom here. That's my take on the lineups here. I'm not
Draft
confident.
Kingdom.
I'm not confident for Fred Brion's comp here, not even a little bit. Yep. And this is coming from the guy who thought maybe Fred Brion wins this series tonight.
Yeah. Always got to keep that in mind. I mean, one thing I will say is that the Lilia, much like the Nidalee, can do some funky stuff alongside of the Renekton, especially after level 6, but even before that. And it is Umpty. He has shown a lot of comfort on this pick, so he goes back to it. He gets to play it, I suppose, essentially because Renekton got to be played for the first time. And that's why the first time we were seeing... That's why this is the first time we're seeing Lilia as well. Obviously, Ryze not doing very well. 6-game losing streak. It is currently 0-6 for LCK Spring.
Yeah, you could see Showmaker obviously is very well versed on it, but most of our top mid laners have a great win rate on this champion, just simply because he's survived through so many metas and was very relevant last year too. Like, Showmaker came in as a top mid laner late on in League of Legends life cycle, so I don't want to call it a cycle. It's not going to end. It's just like late on in our League of Legends history, let's say.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have as many games played as Faker does, but in this particular game, after the 6-game losing streak, it's feeling like it might be time for Ryze to win. And in the lane, he certainly will. And not just right now, but for the foreseeable future, unless Umpty really tries to make some plays happen here. It's just so difficult to pull it off.
Take a look at the jungle. Canyon just went over the wall, and Umpty's checking for him, but Canyon's positioning is very nice. The timing of this to come around right now. Sees, okay, the red is still up. Immediately pings the Krugs. And he's going to sneak into the side brush because Lily is going to kite up. I love this positioning from Canyon.
Well, he's got so much vision here. They have warded the Raptors.
Oh, they could also just dive lava, I suppose.
He has 2 opportunities because if Lilia comes up expecting a gank here, he kills her. And if she does not, then there's an opportunity to kill Lava. The only opportunity cost here is the lost farm. Let's see if he can pull this off.
Okay, well, there it is. The route into the flash flag and drag. Super easy. And Umpty's like, where did he come from?
Now, notice Lava instantly grabs that Null Magic Mantle because he's like, this is going to be, you know, a bad time, and it's going to be even worse. It was already going to be bad to start, but now he's like, well, maybe I can try to survive better this way. But Showmaker is going to run away with this matchup now. Like, it was already rough for the early parts, but now even when Lava hits 6, you don't feel scared of Showmaker.
Yeah, it's very true. And I just love the way that Canyon plays every single jungler very differently and almost perfect in terms of, you know, what he knows he has to do for his team on the Jarvan. He gets so aggressive, always looking for the ganks. Even came down to the bottom side, just put down a ward. Says, okay, well, I'm not going to gank them, but He's just very present on the Jarvan is what I would say. As, okay, we're having a bit of a flash on in. They're trying to get onto Delight, who does not have the cooldown and will go down. As he's getting aggressive himself, puts up a very mean emote and pushes Canyon out of his jungle.
Yeah, that's a really nice lockdown there onto Delight. Not able to attach, as you mentioned, and really frustrating start to the game here. Yeah, it's not over yet here. Hannah in trouble. We'll get rooted. This is going to delay his back. I don't think he kills here.
He wants the flash. I mean, Kellen's still in there, but now with Yuumi coming back. And yeah, I mean, he's denying all this farm, and he's delaying the back. It's a huge win, and Canyon's, oh, not Canyon, Showmaker's here as well.
And Lava has to stay mid. He has no teleport, and he's got minions crashing into his turret. Showmaker's like, what's up? I don't need a level 6 to go all the way down to the inner turret bottom lane.
Oh boy, Duckdom's probably gonna die, yeah, a little bit too far. They weren't expecting and he's right there. They absolutely should have expected him, by the way. So definitely a bit of an overextension and mistake from Damwon.
At least Showmaker is going to be able to get back to lane here without too much of a hitch, and will be able to maintain that CS evenness that they have right now. It's obviously lost a little bit there, but this is kind of a... Okay, we'll watch this one more time. So Delight really far forward here. It's a flash Gravitum, and he's rooted, can't attach. Done.
That was really, really tricky.
Yeah. And then over here is where Duckdom is proxying minions extremely greedily against the Yuumi slow. And because Kellen is extremely low from that trade earlier, Umpty's going to pick up a double. He has Predator boots, so he can actually close the gap super fast. Lily are already very good at closing gaps and chasing down players, but with the Predator on top of it all, that's rough. And because Canyon has spent so much time out of the jungle, 2 kills on this Lilia, plus the advantage he has in farm, like, Umpty's sitting pretty for the next few minutes here.
Yeah, he's really enjoying his life right now. Predator, Lilia with the Yuumi on your back. I think that, you know, Duckdom and Kellen, maybe they just thought that Showmaker would just sit there and stay, but definitely an oversight, as now Umpty is up in the top side, but I think Bertle should be just fine.
He won't have 6, I don't think, from these Krugs, even though he does have a farm lead on Canyon. I think he's just, unfortunately, outside of that, so won't be able to set up for a big sleep play. And even still, against a Gragas who's just now hitting 6-2, it's pretty tough to pull that one off. And as you can see, he does not hit 6. Will steal the Raptor camp away, and Canyon is very far behind now in terms of farm. As this is Duckdom just maximizing value on the Aphelios, as you do, as Duckdom do.
As Duck do.
As Duck do. And, you know, suddenly Fred Breon back in this game a little bit because of that bot side play. They have an extremely strong team fight here at the...
Oh, this is a bit of a problem. Level 6 here for Duckdom, and Henna nearly dies. Not to mention that Canyon is here. No flash just yet. It was about 3 to 5 seconds away for Canyon.
Crazy. Just comes up right as you say that. Insane.
Yeah.
He barely survives. Doesn't even have to use cleanse.
Yeah.
Now, the big problem here is, like, yes, he survives, and yes, it looks like Morgan is going to get 1 plate on the top side. Now Damwon Kia have a timing because they forced that back there to just rotate over and get Herald. Plus Duckdom gets a full turret worth of plates and then can lane swap to the top side of the map.
At 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not supposed to happen. Just straight up, like, you're not supposed to get a turret this early on in the game.
And if Chronicler cast in, he would say, as he always does, and he's very correct, don't give this guy Aphelios. And it just keeps happening. Oh, this is really, really tough stuff here because... as you can see, that negatives are futures market, I suppose, here for Umpty, who's trying to really maximize his lead right now. Damwon Kia are in a position where they can dictate this upcoming fight now so easily. And look at this lane swap I talked about for Duckdom. He's just going straight to the top lane.
Yeah.
So they already have an incentive to put Aphelios up here faster. There's no gain from leaving a bottom side. You need an amazing sleep as Umpty here to really change the trajectory this game is on right now after the insane value that Duckdom got bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, there's just really no way for Fred Breon to match it. There's so much gold right now into the pockets of Duckdom specifically. Like, take a look at the difference. Even of an Oblivion Orb on the Karma already means that, you know, Yuumi healing in the next fight, not going to be as good. We have a lot more items for Duckdom compared to the Jhin, who has 2 longswords.
Yeah,
That's it.
It is very much like a you're up the creek without a paddle, as they say, like as Frederick Brion, because if you decide to try to fight this, like I think that's your best bet. But Damwon Kia can either avoid this, as they do, and then put Showmaker in the bottom lane and get more value there, or like if you do end up fighting and losing it also, then the game is over. And I think that's why Damwon Kia are also going like, well, if they win this fight, they're back in the game. It's going to be very difficult for them to do so. We could win the game right here if we contest. We had the better setup, but let's not flip a coin on this game. Let's actually just try to side lane a little bit and be obnoxious and try to get more gold up to Duckdom, who waited it out. As soon as the Herald's taken, he goes back to the top side of the map, where they do have Canyon up there. It's really tough, because I think the strongest point of Frederick Brion's comp right now is that Lilia R button, and they just kind of avoid this fight and continue to get stronger.
It's definitely an interesting macro concept to just give away the Rift Herald there, especially when you are ahead. But, you know, because they had the time to go back, Duckdom picks up Gale Force. So instead of getting the Rift Herald and using that to get plates, they just continue to bully even harder, essentially, onto Henna and Delight, who have not been having any fun at all. Canyon just camps the lane again, and you're always going to win that 3v3 when Duckdom has Gale Force. So
I really do feel like we've seen a big evolution of Canyon this season so far compared to the last 2 years of his play, where he's playing so much less selfishly. Like, he's so selfless. He is willing to give up farm a lot of the time this season to make sure that Duckdom can pop off.
Well, especially on the Jarvan, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's just always there.
He's a camper, man. It's like...
Someone report this camper.
If you have Duckdom on your team, like, that's what changes with this roster. Duckdom is your carry. Ghost was your, okay, I'm going to do fine, and then I will do my job later. Duckdom is like, all the eggs are in the Duckdom basket in this game. So Canyon's like, I will literally give the jungle to Umpty to make sure that he can farm plates, because I want Duckdom to be so ahead. And on that third Drake fight, Frederick Brion don't even show up.
He's still here.
Yeah, no,
Like,
he is literally just going to give up the jungle to Umpty for this.
You see what he does? He puts down his flag. I may need to hold that thought, because, of course, Bertle is getting ganked here. Has a really nice cast, but Umpty should be able to finish that off. So very excellently played. That's going to be a third kill over to Umpty. But Canyon goes up to the top side and he drops his flag for extra attack speed for Duckdom.
Yes.
And then he leaves. And then he waits in the brush, and then he comes back and drops the flag again for extra attack speed.
He's a second support in this game.
It's ridiculous.
Duckdom has 2 supports in this game. It's not fair. Now, a lot of extra gold going to go to Frederick Brion here, outside of, you know, the plates going down the top side. Like, Damwon Kia are well and truly ahead here, 2,000 up, and look like they're going to get this second Drake. But at least they're able to make a cross-map play here, and the money goes over to Umpty. And he is very far ahead of where Lilia should be in a game like this. But in order to get value out of that, they need to force a team fight. And because Damwon Kia have 2 critical turrets down on the map for them, it's so difficult to actually make this happen. Now, he went Crown in this game instead of going for the Leandries that you often see. And I think, considering that he's kind of the carry right now, it's the right call to make. It's going to cost you a lot of damage in terms of that burn, but it will give you maybe 2 extra Qs in a fight, and maybe that's what's worth it in this case.
Yeah, I mean, you consider the old build of Lilia used to be, you know, Leandries, which had health, and then you go into, like, Demonic Embrace, and that has a lot of health and a lot of burn as well. You're essentially trying to survive for as long as possible. I feel like the Crown is the perfect item to slot in there as well, and he might just go straight into Demonic Embrace anyway.
I think
even more tanky, right? And as you mentioned, like, Lilia is as good as long as she can survive, which is why we used to see, like, rushed Zhonya's and stuff like that, or double Zhonya's, right, with the stopwatch. So definitely a good point to make on his build here.
She really wants to get into the fight as soon as possible, set up a sleep, and then live long enough to do multiple Qs worth of damage, regardless of how that's going to get set up. As Duckdom will have to Gale Force out of this one.
Good choice, by the way, the Gale Force.
Yes.
Against this team.
You know, I'm looking at the situation here for Frederick Brion, and Umti really is at the helm of this. Now, at the same time, Morgan has had a great start to this game, too. Doesn't have any kills, but was able to pick up a lot of that plate gold bottom side, is up a lot of farm here onto Birdall. And he can, with Lava, make Umti's life so much easier. My question is, like, how does Umti survive everything? Like, how long can he live? Because he's still a Lilia, crown or no. Because Henna, unfortunately, in this game has very little function. He's a Jhin who will curtain call, which will slow down the advance of some of these players trying to kill Umti. But his damage output at this stage is so low, and later on, I mean, the front line is protecting Umti. They're not protecting you, Henna, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Henna, I kind of like the Jhin in this composition because everybody else is just going forward 100%, and he's essentially like the turret in the back. He's like the artillery, right? So he fulfills that role.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, you know, he is not going to be the brunt force damage here for Fredabreon.
And Jhin is a champion that has a lot of utility with all of the slows that he provides. And, you know, it may be a case where you see Renekton, Gwen go in with Curtain Call, and those slows help set up the perfect sleep. And then there's enough follow-up damage there to pull it all off. It sounds like a lot of ifs right now, though. Because Damwon Kia's comp is super well-rounded, front to back perfectly. The one thing it's missing is, of course, a strong side lane, and that's where Morgan comes in. The fact that they have 2 Drakes the lead right now is so important, too, because it means that Damwon Kia have a lot of freedom to avoid taking some of those awkward fights that could bring Fredit back into the game. As we are looking for setting up for the second Herald here, and I don't think Damwon Kia need to fight for this.
Yeah, they don't seem to care. As Canyon's here helping the split push again. He put down his little traffic cone or whatever that thing is with this skin. He's doing a very nice job. Duck Dom and Kellen just, you know, pushing the turrets. And Dom don't care about these Rift Heralds. They're like, whatever. We have a lead in Drakes. We're just helping the side lane push, and Rise is going to be very good about that against this Renekton. And, you know, even though Rise hasn't been having a lot of success against the Renekton, as you pointed out in the draft, he's going to be having a lot of fun, especially with that early gank. So he just gets to sit here and push and, you know, just do his thing.
I think the call to pull the Gwen in here was really dangerous for Fredabreon. They're really feeling the consequences of that now. Because we haven't talked about Showmaker in this game as much until you kind of brought this up of how easy it is for him to side lane, which gives this comp, even though it doesn't have a traditional top split pusher in this Gragas, but it does have a Rise that can push very deep. And that's why they don't care about the Rift Herald. They already got the important turrets and more plates than you could ever ask for. So, like, yeah, I mean, you could have that Rift Herald. What if I actually almost kill a turret with one champion?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, they have so much map control, too, that for Fredabreon to even place this Rift Herald somewhere that will be useful is so difficult. It's probably just going to have to be straight up in mid, and even then, I don't think they necessarily get the turret.
Yeah. And you see the next item choice here for Duckdom. He picks up the Collector, and getting the Collector this early on is actually huge because, I mean, nobody's built any armor. There's no Zhonya's on the map, right? He is going to actually be collecting when you get it at 17 minutes into the game alongside of the Gale Force. So actually right now, Duckdom is super strong, which of course does make a lot of sense based off of all of those plates that he has picked up.
He has, yeah, and he has a lot of execution to blow up Umti, for example, who does not have a stopwatch. That's the one thing that he is really missing right now with how greedy he's been with this build. But with the Rift Herald, they're trying to rush this down. They had the fast track, but they're caught between a rock and a hard place now. Got to commit.
Canyon's in here. He's not going to get the smite, though. Cataclysm and out. And Damwon seems like they don't really want to fight at all. They're just like, no, nothing. Moonlight Vigil's going to go wide. They're just kind of playing with their food right now, as now Jhin is going to open up. The Realm Warp is going to essentially get Showmaker over to his team, and the fast track for Damwon will be in onto this mid turret. Fredabreon at least able to pick up that Drake.
It's not as flashy as the Diana, but the functionality of Umti in this comp is really similar to what Canyon was for Damwon Kia last game, which is why the roles have completely reversed here, and Damwon Kia are avoiding fights, because all it takes is one big explosive team fight where something goes wrong, and then suddenly Fredabreon are back on the map. They're going to get all that extra standing gold from those turrets that are still up. So just avoid the fight, look for the steal, don't get it, get out. You know, that's that 2 Drake buffer you've guaranteed yourself already. And when you're looking at how these champs stack up against each other later on, already the Aphelios scales better is massively ahead. The Rise is going to be way more relevant than a Renekton, and even though the Gwen is very strong in this game, she's not extremely fed, she's not out of control, and Gragas is still going to offer you a lot of peel. As Showmaker just casually walks away.
Lava saw the Rise. He's like, oh, no, I don't want to go that way. That's a very scary person. He's level 13 ahead of Lava's level 12, and he just picked up a massive wave as well, so he's probably well and truly ahead on the XP at this moment in time.
Hear me out on this plan. Okay, this is a great thing to do because you know that right now, Kellen is just too smart. Right now, for Frederick Breon, you are in a position where if you control Baron vision completely because you have this scuttle, you might actually start Baron like right at 20. Because that's the one way you can actually get Damwon Kia to come to you and actually take you on in a 5v5 fight before it's too late. And I think that's why we saw that group up there, because they know that Damwon Kia are going to be a little bit wary of this and trying to look for that, you know, vision control there. And teleport is up for Morgan. And they're hovering around the top side of the map. Like, I think that definitely was an opportunity that Frederick Brown were considering here. And still may be. Like, look at the group up. The 20-minute Baron. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You have to come to this 3-0 Lilia now. And if you don't, you know, they're going to get a free Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they control total vision. The only thing is that they have this Jhin, as Duck Dom is going to just Gale Force away. Again, fantastic item choice. Has helped him a lot to get out of dodge. And yeah, I mean, Frederick Breon would need to do it in total darkness, though. They don't have a lot of Baron damage outside of the Lilia and the Gwen, so Gwen would have to be there as well. Just with this Jhin, it makes it, you know, incredibly hard to take that down. But they do have total control over that entire area. And I like the idea of trying to, you know, force Damwon Kia into a fight.
They've lost it now, though, you know? Like, they went for that pick mid onto Duck Dom, who all he had to do was Gale Force. He has Cleanse, too. Like, I think that was not the right call. He has Flash, Cleanse, and a Gale Force. And they even committed Umpty's Sleep. Like, those are tools you now no longer have to scuffle over vision here on the Baron, so Damwon Kia wrestle it back. And that opportunity, that window to maybe try to force that to happen, is definitely not on the cards now.
Yeah, it's very true. And as Damwon Kia, I mean, you're sitting back, you're scaling up with Duck Dom. We've seen Duck Dom 1v9 before on the Aphelios, so I'm sure that Damwon Kia see that as their big win condition, especially if they can get, you know, any more of these Drakes. The Hextech Drakes are just going to be so good for Aphelios, of course. And yeah, they're just waiting it out. They're waiting for Renekton's timer to eventually go off, for Jin's timer to not be as good, essentially. Now, Frederick Breon still have a decent team fight comp with all the chase that they have, but, you know, we'll see if they can get on top of Duck Dom in these team fights.
Another option for Frederick Breon in terms of where their win condition sits, because forcing a fight into Damwon Kia was one of the ways I think they are very rapidly losing control of that opportunity to be a win condition, as they need to spot this out. I'll hold my thought on what I was going to think, because this is going to change the entirety of this game.
Yeah, Damwon Kia can absolutely do it because they have Crescendum Aphelios, right? They can just hit this thing and two-man it, essentially.
No vision even anywhere nearby.
Look at how fast it goes down. Two people.
Two-man Baron.
22 minutes in, and they just take it from under their noses.
It's the attack speed from the flag, too, that helps the Aphelios just really rip through that so fast. And now, like, Frederick Breon, they had full control over this. They went for a pick onto Duck Dom, and then they're like, well, I guess the whole map is yours, Damwon Kia, and almost like the flip of a switch. I was going to say the other way for Frederick Breon to maybe play this game is go to, like, late game, try to just hold on for 10 more minutes where the variance gets high, the death timers get high, and then maybe have some miracle fight. But it's extremely difficult now to control the map. You just kind of have to hunker down, even though Damwon Kia's comp is much better in that sort of neutral game. Frederick Breon are going to have to hope for a miracle here, as Damwon Kia will look for a third Drake.
Canyon, no flag here. He's actually in a bit of trouble, has to flash away, use the flag to check the Drake, and, you know, again, like you said, very early on, they have two Drakes, so they can just sit here and do things that are not wasting time taking objectives, such as pushing the mid lane.
Pushing the top lane. Not just this four-man here for Damwon Kia. Showmaker's pushing this top inner turret, and he will get it. And on the other side of the map, you can see Morgan is trying to do the same, but will, of course, be caught here as soon as he gets to that turret. He's not even going to walk all the way up to the turret because he knows that Damwon Kia is back and will threaten him. Just going to leave here, grab a Gromp. The build that we're seeing from this Lilia just continues to be as expected. The Demonic Embrace coming out second. And it may just be a Cosmic Drive third, but I think you might have to go Zonius here because, again, Lilia's the carry in this game now. And the fact that Umpty still hasn't gotten a stopwatch is like the modicum of greed. But they haven't taken a fight yet. They've had a few opportunities to force them, and I guess Umpty's just ahead of the curve. He's like, well, I don't think we're going to get that opportunity from Dom1, so I'm going to save that gold for now.
Yeah, just using all that extra gold to finish his Demonic Embrace first, which, you know, it's going to give him a lot of power, but at the same time, you know, the Zonias would be very nice, especially into the Fed Aphelios, just for giving you that much more survivability. The only thing is that Fred Brion, I mean, it was great until it wasn't. Feels like that's been the story for game number 1 and game number 2, because they've gotten some leads, they've done some nice things, and they've done nothing with it in both games. Like, we haven't seen one real 5v5 team fight out of them. We have 5 kills in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And Dom1 Kiev just been laughing their way to the bank.
It's really tough considering the Renekton hand that they dealt themselves, and then how much they were. I mean, look, the Renekton is not a problem at the beginning of the draft, but how they got the Gwen and then trapped themselves into a bad matchup for the Renekton in mid is really the issue. It's not the Renekton in isolation. I know there's a lot of Renekton haters out there, but it's how they built a draft around a Renekton that has no relevancy, means that they had a slow Jhin who was camped all game versus Duckdom just getting the ultimate amount of gold. Like 1 kill on this Aphelios, and yet he might be breaking records right now for what an Aphelios could do at 25 minutes.
Yeah. He has IE already. Like, that's 3 items, 25 minutes into the game. He even took a Baron. He even got that gold. Like, he's got pretty much everything. Okay, you found an opportunity, and they have a stun, and Showmaker's just not going to be able to get out of this. He is trying to do a lot of damage here to Umpty. The teleport is coming in, as he will survive for quite a while with that Force of Nature, but not sure why Bertle TP'd in here. Suppose that they do want to take this fight, but Bertle has to flash away.
Umpty used his sleep earlier too, so there's no follow-up or chase here. And I think at the end of the day here, Dom1 Key are not too upset with this. I mean, they end up losing Showmaker's flash. He dies, so a little bit of pressure is relieved, but it's not a ton of gold going over to the pockets of Fred Brion, nor are they able to turn this into an objective. So yeah, you don't feel great about it as Dom1 Kia, but you don't even wipe the sweat off of your brow, realistically, because the position you are in this game doesn't change much from this pick, sadly. If Fred Brion were able to threaten an inhibitor turret with this, with a comp that can push super hard, you feel very differently. And you mentioned how much time is bought here. I think Showmaker feels pretty happy to stay here because look at how long it takes him to die, because he has Fimbulvinter and the Force of Nature in that build you mentioned. Even with the sleep, another stun comes through. Dom1 Key are looking to turn. That's why Bertle teleports in here. They're actually thinking, I trap all of Fred Brion here, and we end the game after this if he buys enough time. And unfortunately, the calculation is a little bit off. Duckdom can't get there in time. But I think Dom1 Key are like, if they do 5-man Showmaker, I think we win. I think we win this exchange. After all of those CCs are used on Arise, including the Lilia sleep, that's what you want. You're like, oh, no Lilia sleep. I would like to take that 4v5.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're using everything into one of your tanks, essentially, which is basically what Rise is with this build, now he has a Frozen Heart.
Yeah. And Merc Tread's like...
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned all the farm of Duckdom, but take a look at the CS number of Showmaker. 350 at 27 minutes? Okay, like... He's really channeling his inner Chovy here, essentially. He's already hit 4 items. He's ahead of Duckdom in terms of farm. And he's feeling pretty good about himself. That's why it's going to take so long to kill him. And he's a huge front line alongside of Canyon and Bertle. So as long as Duckdom survives, I suppose that is one negative as well. You know, it's kind of all your eggs in one basket. Because Rise is going for such a tanky build, you don't have much damage outside of course, the Duckdom Aphelios. Like, yes, Rise will still do damage, don't get me wrong, but not as much as, you know, a full AP normal Rise build would give.
And that does give a little bit of extra weight to this Renekton, because it will be a lot more difficult to actually burn him down, as finally Fred Brion will do the I'm starting Baron, you have to come to Umpty. It's the come to Umpty moment. And let's see how good the sleep is and how long he survives in this fight. This is basically game deciding here for Dom1 Key. If they win this and wipe, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, Canyon's here. Is he even going to go for it? Yes, he will. He gets in, gets out. Dom1 don't want to fight. As Bertle's just here to frontline for Duckdom. And they do have a nice front to back at this moment in time, so that's why they are turning as the TP is coming in. And look at Canyon right through the teleporter, as they're not actually going to get on top of ㅣ2022. So ㅣ2022 will pick up this Baron.
Oh, Jin. Just barely going to get out with that empowered recall. Birdall thinks better of trying. He's like, ah, he's probably already out of there. Lava picks up Spirit Visage, which is a lesser seen item these days with the buffs to Force of Nature, but given this particular case, I actually really like it a lot. And this is kind of leading towards what I was talking about, where Fred at Breon play a 40-minute game and the variance level goes up, and suddenly your Ryze is super tanky, but then he also doesn't do damage, and everyone else on Fred at Breon, like the longer the games go of League of Legends, damage gets higher and higher and higher, and things like tanks actually start to fall off because you still die very quickly when everybody's at full build. And if this game goes like 10 more minutes, as it very well may, we might even see Showmaker sell off some items and actually change up his build here. I would not be surprised. It's going to take a lot, a lot more slow farming for that to happen, but I definitely think it's within the realm of possibility. Because now Fred and Breon are in a situation where Renekton's in a great spot, Gwen's damage is massive, you get a good sleep, and then Jin is actually relevant now. Like, Hannah actually does things. So, well, it's a bit of a seesaw here. Yeah, I mean, within reason, of course. Yeah. He's still a million miles behind Duckdom, but he has a function.
That is true, and it's not just to pass the salt. And yeah, I mean, we have the Drake coming up here in 3 minutes. I'm kind of impressed by how slow Dom1 have been playing this game. It feels like every objective that goes Fred at Breon's way, they just don't care. They're like, oh yeah, I mean, sure. Like, maybe Canyon can steal it, but whatever. Like, every other LCK game we watch, it's like, this 5-man unit is going to clash with the other one if they try to take Baron, with no exceptions. But Dom1 are just like, whatever. We'll just, I don't know, Showmaker will take the Drake, and that's good enough. Like, we can stop this push. Fine.
I think it's hilarious how both teams have they've both kind of realized their win conditions separately of each other, and I think the fact that there's still no Zonias or stopwatch in Umpty's inventory, like, is the perfect picturesque moment of this game, because he's like, well, they're not going to fight us, and we're just going to try to run around the map and avoid them, so why would I ever build that? Why would I ever care about that? I have a Crown of the Shattered Queen, so I feel pretty happy with that, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Because there are 6 kills in this 32-minute game right now where we are playing the ultimate skill. Like, this is this meta pumped full of, like, steroids. Like, It's like, how much can we scale? Like, how deep does the rabbit hole go? How many items can we get on every champion? Can every champion get full build this game? Let's find out.
It's no rush 20 at this point.
No rush 40, maybe.
Yeah, different game. Need some extra time to no rush. And yeah, that's basically where we're at right now.
We're about to find out if carriers or battle cruisers are stronger.
Yeah.
When you're maxed out.
Imagine if, like, once you go full build, you had an option to, like, spend gold on more powerful minions.
Or, like, elixirs and things like that.
Well, I mean, yeah. But you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, what if you could just, like, spend 2,000 gold to blow up a turret? Just, like, you tell
I'm so far ahead, like, this game is over.
You tell Boris, like, I'm going to need you to launch a missile.
Tactical nuke.
Can you make that for me? Yeah, we're going to bring nukes into League of Legends.
Yeah. Seems balanced and very interactive.
I'm paying you enough. Make it happen. Like, you could get all these expensive relics and stuff, but, like, let's advance, to the next era of technology here.
Yeah, let's just bring, like, RTS elements into it as well. You can only do it when you advance to the Empire Age or something.
Okay, well, that actually breaks Umpty's crown, that Q over the wall there from Showmaker. So that is, for the next few moments, an opportunity for Dom1 Kia to strike.
Will we fight over this Drake?
He's got a stopwatch now. Umpty knows this is the fight. This is the time.
I could still definitely see Dom1 just being like, you take this one. Like, we'll get the next one. It's fine.
Umpty's positioning here is everything. Look how far back he is. He wants to re-engage. He has flash. He has stopwatch. This is the quintessential moment for this champion. I'm going to go in. I'm going to set up the big sleep. And I'm going to press as many Qs and Ws as I can. Showmaker on the backside, looking to trap them into this choke point.
Yeah. Doesn't look like they see him. Now they know that he is behind them. As Canyon just going to stick next to this dragon, look for the steal as Bertle is tanking up a lot. And Jin, of all people, is going to get it. Bertle goes down, and it's a 4v5 in favor of Fred and Brion. But look at Showmaker on the back line just being a gigantic turret. Does so much damage, and the front line also falls apart. And that's finally the Fed Aphelios getting to do something. And by something, I mean 7,500 damage, because he's also going to kill Lava here, as Kellen should get the job done, should, I say, as he misses his Q. All he's got to do is stop the back, and maybe DK can just win the game.
Looks likely.
And eventually he'll hit a Q, right?
And there's the root. Lava going to live a little bit longer.
He hit that Q.
There you go. The minions are actually going to win this.
Game over.
Kellen's like, I hope nobody watched that on the stream, although we all watched that on the stream. But that is the game here. The taxman, Duckdom was the taxman. The collector procs in that fight. He's able to get those executions.
Oh, and they're just desperately trying to stop this. Will they actually?
No.
Just one more auto. They get a couple of kills, and the job is done. Takes quite a while to get there. Damwon Kia a little bit slow. Maybe Showmaker's going to have some words for his team after that one. He wanted to go home early, but they delayed it quite a bit.
I was a little bit worried about how the fight started there for Damwon Kia too, because they jumped onto Henna. I'm like, that's not the carry in this game. But they were able to force him to stopwatch, and Umpty couldn't do enough damage quickly enough. And we talked about how much the damage stacks up in late game, and Aphelios did all of it. He did all of it. Like, eventually the IRS is going to get you. The collector's coming. And that was Duckdom. Like, at the end, he was like, well, I will eventually be able to attack people in a 5v5 fight, and then you guys will all realize, like, the bubble of everything we talked about for that game finally burst. And it was bloody, and it was all of the members of Fred at Brion going down. This series was, you know, in a lot of ways, everything we expected it to be. Closer than most people would think, given Damwon's history. Closer than you would think, even if you've watched Fred at the beginning of the season, but it was slow. Damwon was the better team in the end. Game one, I thought, was one of the most impressive turns we've seen in a game here in the LCK. They knew they have this one win condition, push that inhibitor down, and then, okay, if we win one fight, we end the game at 26 minutes. Damwon Kia is the kind of team that will find one crack into the armor where the sun shines through and make it look like it's an inferno. Just rush into that opportunity, take the game out. Damwon Kia's late game, as passive as it was in this game, still so smart, so careful. Remember that time when Kellen almost walked into 2 when they were looking for Baron?
Yeah.
He's like, no, not going to do it. Not going to make too many mistakes. Both of these teams so vigilant in the late game.
Yeah, just like Fred at Brion are, you know, they hold on to their lead pretty tight. Damwon Kia were able to not give anything away for what felt like the longest time, but they did get it done in the end. Danny having a lot to say to Duckdom, probably saying, yeah, you shot your gun really well there. I really liked when you shot them and you did the big damage. But yeah, I like the rotations out of the bottom lane and what Damwon were able to do early on as well.
My favorite part of this game was, as you and I highlighted so much, Canyon just being Duckdom's second support, bodyguarding him on the top side, giving him all that plate gold. And part of why Fred at Brion, even though they had a lot of gold on the Lilia, weren't able to look for fights and actually punishes of the greedy play we were seeing from both Showmaker and Duckdom in side lanes in the mid game, was because Aphelios was so fed that he would actually just fountain laser, you know, at like 14 minutes in the game if they actually tried for it. It was insane. We don't see this much care given to the bot lane all too often. And Duckdom is the type of player that you really want to feed all the gold to. And like I said, it's a very different look from Canyon. Like, he often was more so focused on the solo lanes last year and getting fed himself and then carrying as the jungle player. But in this meta, you know, you could definitely play a little bit of bodyguard. You can play a little bit of extra support. Play utility Jarvan. He got my POG vote, spoilers, if you can figure it out.
So I think maybe because they saw the cleanse used on Henna, Canyon just said, okay, we're just going to
나 플로 뺄게.
Yeah, and it was very, very much, an insta blow up once he was down. Like, didn't even see
리바
like the health bar went from
뭐야.
100 to 0 very, very fast. This was just a bit of comedy here at the end.
랭크 죽지 이러면.
아, 오케이.
Alright, all eyes on Kellen's face cam here.
거리
Look at
조절해야
his
된다.
face.
너 피해 당한다.
가면 듯? 끝날 만한가?
이미 20초. 할만하지 않나?
Say a Ranger, he's gonna
아
life
이거
steal.
자르만 속박 그거 받으면
And Birdall is actually calling the whole thing.
내가 죽을까?
그냥 걔랑 놀고
Kellen
있어.
looks like he's
Am
actually
I
like,
gonna die?
뒤에 거부터 칠게.
yeah, he doesn't even say anything. He looks like he's actually about to fail his
No,
midterms
no,
or
no,
something. He's like, oh no, I don't think I say enough for this one.
그냥 쳐야 돼.
아, 잘해야겠다.
Kellen had a
잘해야
fantastic
되는데?
game, by the way. You know, as funny as it is to watch that final moment. It's a level 18 Renekton versus a support, so.
나이스.
Here's the post-game graphs. I want to see that duck down damage. Not as much, actually, as I thought it would be at the end, but I think it's because we had such a
Yeah.
fightless game.
Keep in mind that he did 7,500 damage in the last fight. So before that happened, he had 8,000 damage. He was just sitting there on 8,000 damage for 35 minutes, and he's like, oh yeah, I guess I should use my items. And then he shot.
It was,
That was it.
I mean, I don't have the stat for this, but I guarantee you it's probably one of the lowest damage games that you could hit at 35. If you do like damage per minute across 10 players, like
Kenyon
it was
had
low.
1,800 on the Jarvan, so it kind of tells you about his game as well. Kind of standing around, putting down a flag, and allowing your AD carry to attack faster. But guys, we do have the analysts' chairs and collaborative carpet space ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, Valdez, especially for getting the name right. The analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space is very happy to be here to celebrate some Doctarm League of Legends. There is one rule when it comes to Doctarm, and it is don't let him play Aphelios, and thankfully we have Chronicler here for a PSA.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go in some overly theatrical rant. I just stop giving him Aphelios. Like I have been an outspoken opponent of first picks Aphelios. I think the champion is counterable. I think there's a lot that you can pick into it. But if you are Doctarm and you get Aphelios, you win the game. And I just don't want to see it anymore. I want diversity. I want different things in life.
Yep. That's not a smart choice. And what he had this time around was catering in the top lane, a flag in the jungle, I guess you'd say cheerleader in the jungle, transportation or teleportation services in that mid lane, and a shield by his side on the bottom side of the map. And then he was there and he killed turrets, and it was just honestly watching Doctarm get more and more stuff until he had too much stuff and the game was over.
And unlike the first game, I think that this draft from Frederian had a lot more issues. I think the Lilia, while very clearly comfort for Amti, also didn't actually provide that much. And we saw, as I think Wolf already pointed out repeatedly during the cast, is that the point of Renekton is that he always has prio, and he's able to leverage the long lane, that he's able to fight, and by putting him into a rise, none of that actually came to fruition.
No, straight up did not work at all. And I think also denying Morgan his Renekton is just a weird thing to do if you're on like his team, because like that is his best champion, has been for a very long time. If you're confused about it, talk to Munchables. He'll tell you about it for about 600 years. In fact, the best advice is not to ask Munchables about it. Let's get into that first highlight though, ladies and gentlemen, as this is Doctarm.
What a highlight.
Turret on the bottom side of the map. That's all the plates. And
That's
we
the
can
highlight.
cut that, and we can get to the highlight of Doctarm taking the top turret as well. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know whether we have the highlight of Doctarm and his cheerleader taking the Baron, but that would be another one that is worth talking about, because that happened. Fred at Breon, they were there somewhere in the game.
While I think the first game, while low on action, did showcase a lot of development within the series, I think that both teams played much more according to their comp. In this one, it was all over the place. Damwon wasn't cohesive, there were multiple split calls, there were teleports that were too late, shouldn't have been channeled at all, people getting caught off left, right, and center. Just not overall a great game, but definitely an opportunity for, again, this lesson. And we didn't get to actually see it, but Doctarm also, together with Canyon, like two-man Baron.
We don't need to show that. I mean, it was just honestly a Baron falling down. You could go into the practice tool, kill a Baron, and then you've got basically that highlight. Thankfully, we also have the final fight as well. The only fight, it was the first fight and also the final fight, kind of is what it felt like. And this was, Showmaker getting a decent flank, but in the end, everybody buying space for Doctor.
Birdle was only there to soak cooldowns. He soaked the cooldowns.
He did.
And then this is something that I think Gumayushi also does expertly well, which is knowing when to flash in on the Aphelios, because the Aphelios have basically kind of become a pseudo-assassin, where they reach a certain point, then they flash Gale Force on top of someone, blow them up in a second, and then get rid of all the low health bars, right? And
Yeah.
Docdom just does it so well.
Yeah, they're
it's just insane.
Aphelios is a fantastic cleanup tool, right? And you need to, like Birdle was doing pretty expertly, get in there, get rid of all the cooldowns, and allow your Aphelios to just do ridiculous things. And I don't think that's necessarily a Docdom is better than other players thing. It's a Dom1 as a team is pretty good at drawing these out by having extra threats. That's why solo threat Aphelios team comps, we often see just fall flat, and he doesn't do very much damage because all of those cooldowns are still there to kill the Aphelios.
Yeah, and I think the main difference is when they pull the trigger, and that is really like, it's such a thin margin between flashing in and killing 3 people, like Docdom did here, do literally half of your damage in the entire game in one fight, or flashing in and dying immediately, and everyone points and laughs at you because you are the solo carry.
And thankfully now we have Docdom of the game ready for you. So let's bring that one up onto your screen. In fact, he was, yep, it had to be him. That was no spoiler, but I do have the script written on my shirt, but I can't decipher it just yet. If some of you guys at home can do that, just let me know. But yeah, Docdom was the only choice here.
That's a great picture.
It's really, really
Docdom
cool, isn't it?
looks really, really good. Kind of gives him a Aphelios vibes as well, I'd personally say.
Something regal about it, and I think it's kind of perfect for how he played this game as well as the king of the rift.
Because we saw that, that was great. What we cut off was that he then greeted for a wave and bottom got
that's a
killed
cut
for
the
no
video.
reason.
That's a cut the
No,
video.
no, no, we don't want to know about that. And then we got the only other highlight of this game, which is him flashing over the wall and infernoing some people.
He did 50% of the health bar of Yuumi with one auto.
Wait.
And Wolf gave it to the cheerleader?
Hey,
Interesting.
you know that Jarvan gives his allies attack speed with his flag, so that's
Yep. That must have been why they won.
No, I mean, I'm not. Canyon actually helped facilitate for Docdom a lot, right? It's a chicken and the egg. He played around the entire map, sacrificing basically all of his farm.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
exclusive to get to Docdom, so we're having a little bit of fun. But I feel like it was Docdom.
Yeah, it certainly was. But thankfully, we also have the interview ready. So here's Jason with some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the POG interview translation. We are here joined by the POGs on the side of Tam and Kia, Canyon, and Docdom. Congratulations! And you guys were able to stop the losing streak. How does that feel? I'm so happy that we were able to end the losing streak, and I think our performance was also alright. So it's a relief. What about you, Docdom? How are you feeling? Yeah, same. I'm so happy that we stopped our losing streak here. It feels great. Yeah, I mean, not many people would have expected this losing streak for Tam and Kia from the get-go. So what did you learn during that hard times? During that losing streak, you know, we realized that we are not good enough. We have to work harder. And we just wanted to play better next time. Then what was the focal point in terms of, you know, improvements for Tam and Kia? I think our teamwork was not the best, so we had a lot of communication around that. What about today then? It was decent, not bad. In fact, last year, you know, Freddy Brion took you guys down, and this time around as well, they had great momentum. So did you see this to a victory coming today? Well, in the previous Bro series, yeah, they looked so strong. So I was expecting a very close series, but I guess, you know, we played better today, so we were able to get a 2-0 victory, and it feels great. Game 1, Diana was let through, and you were able to lock that champion in. You have a great win rate on that champion so far, so what did you feel at that moment? Diana is so good. I mean, I'm pretty confident in Diana in terms of mid to the late game team fights. So as long as we don't have many accidents in the early game, I thought it would be a very, good ending for us. Yeah, and Kenyon, I think you were the one actually helping Tom and Kia turn the game around. So what did you focus on in order to turn the game around when Freddie Brion had the control? I just, follow my instincts and my feelings.
좋습니다. 자, 그러면 2세트에는 덕담 선수
And in
벤율
game
100%였던
two,
레넥톤을
Renekton
풀어줬습니다. 모건 선수가 잘하는
was
픽이기도
unbanned,
했는데
which
풀어준
was
이유가
banned
있을까요?
every single time. And Morgan is also really good at the champion. Why was that?
뭔가 할만할 것 같아요.
I thought it would be pretty, doable for us. We were pretty confident playing against Renekton.
예상했던 카드.
What about Lilia? Was that something you guys could predict? Yeah, because that's one of his comfort picks, and Renekton Lilia is really a popular duo, especially last year. So we saw that coming. But Lilia isn't that good in the current meta. So, we thought it could be possible, but it's not a good choice, to be honest.
좋습니다. 그리고 담원기아도 상당히 흥미로운 선택을 했습니다.
We also had some interesting picks from Damwon Kia. Rise, a champion that was winless so far, 6 games here in the LCK, but Showmaker decided to gift him a victory finally.
선수가 좀 자신 있어 해가지고.
He's really confident in that pick
쇼메이커의 라이즈라서.
because it's Showmaker's Rise.
그리고
Yes.
덕담 선수도 예전부터 아펠리오스를
And
굉장히
Tokdam, your Aphelios is also one of your signature picks.
별로다 이런 평가가 있기도
However,
했는데
yesterday someone
덕담 선수는
mentioned that
어떻게
Aphelios
평가하세요?
is not the best pick in the current meta. What do you think about that?
엄청 좋은지는 잘
I also
모르겠는데.
agree with him. I don't think that's
있을 정도로 나쁜 것
Aphelios
같다는
is a
생각을 하는
S
것
tier
같아요.
champion, but it's still viable.
덕담의 아펠리오스는 또 다르니까요.
And
그죠?
Dokdam's Aphelios is something different, right?
자,
Yes, of
그리고
course.
케냐 선수가 좀 안 좋다고 생각했던 릴리아가 초반에
Kenyon,
2킬을
even though you said
성장하기
Lilia
시작했는데
A
이때
meta pick
덕담
right now,
선수 좀
she was
위협되지
able to pick up
않았나요?
many kills and she was getting fed.
그냥
Weren't you
실수한
feel a little bit worried about it?
상관은 없는데.
No, because that was mainly because of our own mistakes. So I was just feeling sorry for
케냐
Kenyon.
선수 이때 어땠나요?
Kenyon, what did you feel at that moment? To be honest, I was like, oh, this is bad. But
네.
딜러만 시팅하는 그런 챔피언이니까
still,
묵묵하게 할 거였어요.
my champion
서로서로의
had a specific
이제
role
든든한
supporting
모습을
my
보여주는
carries,
것
so I wasn't too
같습니다.
worried.
이어서 다음에 만날 상대는 하나생명입니다.
Your next opponent will
다음
be
경기
Hana
연승을
Life
위해서 꼭
Esports,
잡아야 할
and
경기이기도 한데요.
this
바로
is a
들어보겠습니다.
very
김현
important
선수.
match for you guys to continue this momentum.
충분히 잘하는
Hana Life
팀이고
is a very
그
strong
잘한다고
team, especially
생각해서
on Flick. I think he's a really strong
잘해야
jungler
될
as
것
well,
같고,
so I think we have to
제가 또
prepare
잘해서
thoroughly
이겨보도록
in order to
하겠습니다.
get another win.
덕담 선수도 각오 들어볼게요.
What about you,
저도
Dokdam?
연승을 하려면 무조건 이겨야 돼서.
In order to start a
꼭
winning
이겨보도록
streak, we
하겠습니다.
really have to win that match, so I will
연승의
make
길을
that
한번
happen.
응원하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the win, and this is gonna be the end for Dokdam, Kenya, from the POG interview, and back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation of the interview. We were having a bit of a discussion about this, but Canyon's low-key flame about picks that aren't necessarily as good in the current meta. And as we bring up the standings, we'll have a chat about exactly how the state of the LCK is in. Would you have been able to predict this, Chronicler?
Not particularly. I think KT is a little bit higher. I think Damwon is where I would place them. I think their third, fourth spot is actually where they're going to end up. Yes, they lost, but it was to Nongshim and Genji, right? I don't think anyone can hold those losses against them. Fred Brian, I think, should be a little bit higher up, but they face a lot of strong opponents. DRX, obviously, I think the big surprise here.
Absolutely. Huge surprise. And they're not going to be able to play again this week, unfortunately, as our next matchup... Oh, actually, no, they will. They'll play tomorrow. There is still one more day. We've been here for quite a long time. The next one will be Genji versus Harmful Life Esports. A big test for Harmful Life. Genji with Chovy now in the mid lane, him getting some revenge. Well, Hen's also a former Harmful Life Esports player, getting his revenge on his former organization. Certainly a lot of storylines, and we'll see you for that game after the break.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 본격 원샷 3킬 콘텐츠. 아 엄마 난 게임만 하는 거 아니고 영어 공부하는 거야 라고 말할 수 있게 되는 그날까지 울프쌤의 레이어 클래스 지금 시작합니다. 매주 LCK 중계에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 스프링 시즌 개막 주 KT 대 담원 기업 경기에선 어떤 이야기 나왔을까요?
As well, Dom gets out of the way. There's the ace in the hole. Arya takes a lot of damage. Shockwave punches 3 members of Showmakers. That was insane. The Akali's.
That was insane. 오리아나의 완벽한 3인 충격파를 보고 해설자가 이렇게 말했죠. That was insane! insane. 이상한, 미친 이런 단어인데요. 말 그대로 미쳤다는 뜻입니다. insane이라는 단어는 좋은 뜻으로 쓸 수도 있고 나쁜 뜻으로 쓸 수도 있어요. Wow, that game was insane. 와, 진짜 미쳤다. 끝내줬다. 엄청났다. 이런 경우엔 amazing과 뜻이 비슷하고요. I'm sorry. I must have been insane. 미안, 내가 미쳤었나 봐. 이렇게 쓸 수도 있어요. 좀 더 쉬운 단어인 crazy도 insane이랑 같은 뜻으로 쓸 수 있어요. That was insane. That was crazy. 둘 다 똑같은 문장입니다. 미쳤다라는 insane이었습니다. 협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. mid에서 열심히 라인전을 하고 있는데 갑자기 상대편 라이너가 안 보여요. 이유는 모르겠는데 상대방이 들어오지 않을 때 미아라고 채팅 치잖아요. 그런데 이 미아가 영어에서 나왔던 사실 알고 계신가요? 바로 MIA, Missing in Action 이란 뜻입니다. Missing, 없어진, 실종된, 빠진, 그리고 Action, 동작, 행동이 합쳐져서 동작이 없다는 뜻인가 라고 생각할 수 있지만 미아에서 액션은 작전, 전투, 사건 이런 뜻으로 쓰입니다. 채팅방에서 미아 볼 때 이런 의미예요. 여러분들이 영어 인출 잘 물었던 표현 Missing in Action이었습니다. 미드 대신 롤 챔피언 대사로 영어 배워보는 챔피언 Says. 첫 번째 주인공은 사람들 진짜 사랑하는 야수오입니다. 요네와 야수오는 형제 사이죠. 오만함을 버리라는 요네, 충고를 듣지 않은 야수오는 협곡에서 다시 만난 요네에게 야수오가 이렇게 말합니다.
Yone, I learned your lessons too late.
I learned your lessons too late. 형의 가르침을 너무 늦게 깨달았어. 라는 뜻인데요. 레슨은 보통 수업으로 많이 쓰이지만 learn your lesson에서 lesson은 안 좋은 경험이나 실수, 실패로 얻은 교훈이에요. 팀원이 나한테 적정거 위험하니까 가지 말라고 합니다. 근데 내가 욕심 부려서 들어갔어요. 그러다가 죽었어요. I'm sorry. I learned my lessons now. 미안. 난 이제 교훈을 얻었어. He must have learned his lesson. 쟤 분명히 교훈을 얻었을 거야. 다음에 안 가겠지. I learned your lessons too late. 야수오의 대사였습니다. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는 울프쌤의 레이어 클래스. 오늘은 insane, 미아, learn your lesson을 배워봤어요. 자, 그럼 다음 시간에 또 만나요. See you next time.
뭐야 뭔 소리야? 뭔 소리야?
민석이가 많이 힘들어하는데?
또
히트테이크를 벗어. 여기서
나
벗어.
더워 죽겠어. 야 스포츠맨십 한번 보여주자.
그대로 던져 벗고. 유미 녹음.
천천히. 나쁘지 않아.
너무 좋은데?
얘 묶였어. 위에 이겼고. 신드라 잡았어. 가자. 쉴드 줘.
라인 박아봐 이거. 나이스.
2타 깨자 2타매. 라티포. 뭐야? 너무 깊은 것 같기도 하고. 나 이거 뒤로 돌게. 천천히 해봐. 천천히. 나 좋아. 신드라 퀴 없어. 퀴 없어 확인. 빠르게 이거. 신드라 본다. 신드라 잡았어. 얘 돌공 없어. 확인. 지금 볼게. 왼쪽에 잡았어. 아래 이겼어. 탑으로 가자. 탑으로.
탑 오케이.
그쪽에서 탑갈게. 야 펜타. 펜타 줘봐. 소리. 펜타 줘봐. 소리. 그런 건 없고요. 에바지. 아니까 나는 못 봤어. 나는 죄송합니다.
끝나.
2명밖에 안 나와.
나 캐리야.
캐리? 디디.
야 우리 용호나 긴장 많이 할 텐데 귀환할 때마다 심호흡 한번 하자고 어필 해주고.
용호야 화이팅 크게 한번 해주면 안 돼?
파이팅!
야
얘들아 지면 배우면 되고 이기면 좋은 거니까 부담 갖지 말고 해. 오케이. 파이팅!
너 탱해줘. 내가 딜할게.
딜 안 되지 않을까?
네네네네.
아니야 좀 쉬어야 돼.
맞아. 죽어 3. 이거 3 얘네 2명 잡으면 끝나. 천천히 해.
이기는 거?
다 잡으면 안 돼?
뭐야?
내가 공이 좀 잘 들어가긴 했다.
이거 다이애나 공이 너무
진작 쏠걸.
3일 타고 해볼래?
오케이. 조엔 넘어가고 타볼게.
3일 탔다.
뒤에 카밀.
나 출기했어.
다이애나 공 있어. 천천히.
나 터졌다.
나이스. 좋다.
나이스. 이렇게 했는데 이긴다.
괜찮아요? 다친 데 없어요? 많이 놀랬죠? 까비. 괜찮아. 어차피 우리 두 경기 이기려고 왔어. 그렇고 여기 볼게. 솔직히 뭐 오늘 잡았어. 볼만해. 궁잘 맞췄고. 해볼래. 근데 코르키 높을. 그라가스 더 밟았다.
알아?
와 카드 깍질인데? 너무 달아. 너무 안 좋았다. 됐다. 어쨌든 다음 거 생각하고 우리 레드 30초. 나 죽었다. 들어오면 그냥 안에서 먹으면서 쌈 보면 안 되나? 먹으면서 봐. 얘들아 먹으면서 쌈 봐. 아까 쌈 봐왔고. 카사딘 높을. 카사딘. 오케이. 카사딘 잡았고. 나이스 얘들아 역전 다 했으니까. 너무 잘했고. 잘해보자.
현준아 잘했다.
파이팅!
얘네 변수가 그냥 그라 이플밖에 없어서 그것만 조심하면 되겠다. 다음 턴에.
그래 빠졌다.
이거 안무빙 쳐줘.
아칼리 얘들아 아칼리 봐. 아칼리 잡자. 아칼리 잡았고 나 죽긴 했고.
막을만해.
막아. 그라.
그라 높을.
맞게.
야 이거 앞에 잡아야 돼.
앞에.
아래서.
타워 치면 끝나. 자르만 잡고 쌈 봐도 돼.
타워 봐야 돼. 카드 나와.
야 타워. 그렇게 볼게.
안 끝난다.
이거 근데 쌈 보는 게 맞았다. 가볼까 형들? 맞다.
나 텔 없는데?
가비.
끝내는 생각 안 한다.
안 끝내면 됐다.
너무 재밌어.
싸우자. 야 앞라인 공 쓸게.
그라부터.
끝나 터진다.
그라 잡았어.
그냥 스마스 할래 어떡할래?
스마스 하자. 공 맞추게 해서 일단. 자르만 날렸어. 먹어봐봐.
아이고. 날라갔다.
먹자. 지커스 공 맞췄고. 먹었어. 이거 정비하고 그냥 미드 가면 끝나. 박아야 돼.
밖에.
그냥 박아. 자, 징크스 지켜야 돼, 얘들아. 지켜.
끝났어.
지키자, 카사딘. 카사딘 몇 거? 타워. 나이스! 오케이!
자 우리 오늘 쟤네 좀 가늠했잖아.
재밌어요, 그냥. 맛있어요, 룰러 형.
이게 돼야지.
이미 먹었다.
그거 할 거야?
너 자신 있어?
뭐 할 수 있어.
난 좋아.
진짜. 와 진짜네. 와.
가보자! 이겨줄게요. 얘들아, 바텀 잡은 것 같아. 이거 무조건 죽긴 죽네. 어쩔 수 없네. 와라, 이놈아! 이게 진지드다. 당해봤어야지.
얘네가 쳐야 돼. 소개시켜. 천천히.
어른. 야, 빅토르! 야, 끝내. 나이스!
끝내. 너무 고맙다. 시우야지 닥쳐.
맛있긴 하다.
막대긴 하네.
끝났어.
we need to talk about just the state of League of Legends in the game right now. It's about the same as it was at Worlds. Thanks so much for watching, guys. We'll see you next time. No, never mind.
Top lane is even more relevant, and you just gank bot. Just don't overthink it. Get your red buff and run bot every game. That's
Pretty
it.
much. I mean, like, junglers are saying they don't like this meta because when you dive top, like, if you actually have the fast track and you have a minion wave, like, it's 2v1, and a lot of top laners don't have CC, for example. But if you dive bottom, there's always a support there. There's 2 players trying to kill you while you're trying to go in. It's, like, way less fun to dive bot. It's way more difficult to pull it off.
It's also
top, you mean,
and also junglers went from being the focal point of the meta to like, no, you're not gonna farm. You're Jarvan. Sit in our brush.
Yeah,
you're just gonna sit there.
Or you're Lee Sin, or you're Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and you're gonna sit in the brush, and when they go in, you're there. Like even Canyon, who I think has been our archetype of like the best, like give him resources and he'll 1v9, he'll smash ever. He's just sitting in a brush for like 30 seconds.
He's really good at that, though.
He is
very good. Honestly, he's great. It's too bad we sent Malrong to the LEC because this would have been his time.
And also, like, remember who like came up with basically building a tent and a campsite? That was Skull, one of our most celebrated junglers of all time, right? And he was a man that would set up. He was glamping in the bottom lane.
He had like that's actually in Singles Inferno as well. There's like they have these really nice tents, and like there's there.
Okay, let's talk about. I want to mix it up. So like that's a slightly stale thing. Is the jungle meta situation slightly good thing? Hextech Drake, really fun. Loving the teleporting around the map. Really loving the static shiv being back in the game. That makes me very happy. What do you guys take on the one good new Drake?
I just like that there's another Drake that people are always willing to fight over, unless they're Guangdong freaks.
They're not willing to fight over anything. Though.
Yeah,
they're already down.
They're not willing to fight. Yeah. As we were able to see. Yeah, it feels to me like the slightly worse Infernal, but also very good. And the Rift is more fun than the Infernal Rift. So, yeah, big fan.
Love it. In addition to, I actually think that barring, obviously, Chemtank, every edition has been good. I think that objective bounds initially were like full, but I think that it is good that League has a little bit less snowballing going on, because I do feel like it was too much over the past 2, arguably even 3 years. And then I think that the teleport change is exactly the type of change that I'd like to see over the seasons, right?
Because we're already seeing the kind of change. I don't know whether it's necessarily worked as far as making top lane a better place.
It's not about top lane, it's about bot lane, right? Because now you can actually play punishing bot lanes and not get double TP'd on.
Yeah, I mean, like, but like what I'm saying is like what it's done to top lane. Is it enough to make it worth it and things like that as well? I mean, top lane is a people too. Just because there's only two people on the bottom side.
This is what they love. It's just the 1v1. There's never anyone. You just have Ghost and Flash or Ignite and Flash or like there's no outs. There's only you and the other top laner.
Yeah. Okay. It does strangely feel more like pure League of Legends, though. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it's like, okay, this lane against this lane, that lane against that lane, and only the jungler really is the one that's like getting involved with the ganks. It's like that pure idea of
LoL classic.
Yeah, it does. We're like going back to like a harkening 10 years,
to,
10-year anniversary. We go back to this, and I don't know. Like I got to see more. I feel like the objective bounties in solo queue, I feel them, but in pro play, I haven't really felt it at all.
The bounties, like, I was really worried about the bounties in pro play, to be honest.
Me too, actually.
I was like,
and then nothing.
Because, you know, sometimes there's a lot of situations where one team is significantly behind in gold, but they're actually ahead because their comp is stronger later on, and then they get all that extra free gold, and it's not fair. It didn't really end up happening that way yet so far, so I'm like kind of cautiously optimistic about where we are with bounties at the moment.
I think we had one game where it actually did happen, even though it didn't matter, and it was the Guangdong game yesterday at the time of filming, right? Because that was actually a game where we were sitting on desk and like Guangdong is only like 2K gold behind because they
were
kept
like even.
Because even though they were like very far behind into the maps, because they did actually keep up getting objectives. Didn't matter because they didn't know or do anything. But I do think that, especially once better teams get like their feeling of how far behind they are recalibrated, because of course the teams can't see the gold, I think it could lead to some really cool situations and a bit more equilibrium, as opposed to you win the early game and now you win the game.
Yeah, I think it's actually a really cool idea.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures. for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures.
Welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. Gen G up against Homolife Esports. And so far, talking about what it looks like on the paper, Gen G might just be the strongest team in the LCK for spring. And Hama Life, they have a big challenge ahead of them tonight.
They really do, and after what was a match that is somewhat lived up to our expectations but wasn't really as close as we thought it would be, this second series might be even more one-sided. So 2 of our top 3 teams here are big 3 in the LCK playing tonight. We still don't know what Gen G is going to look like when they clash against T1. I think that's their final challenge. But at the moment, they stand on top, and a win here would definitely help solidify their position.
It absolutely would. We're going to take a look at the points of the match and break down further what this match might look like. 3-match hot streak versus 2 losses after the first win. Hama Life, of course, did take that win over Nongshim. A lot of people felt like it was a bit of a fluke. You know, Nongshim kind of struggling to get their footing and maybe taking them too easy in game 2 and getting a little bit tilted. So Hama Life, I still feel like they need to prove themselves.
Yeah. Also, Gen G have all 5 of their players have actually won at least 1 POG, which is pretty impressive, which just goes to show this super team really does spread its strengths around. As Chovy is currently 12-1 against his former team since he left. Griffin was 4-0 versus Griffin, then 8-1 last year against DRX. So it's a pretty good record he has against his old teams. A lot of that is because the teams he leaves collapse in a lot of ways, and I think that is definitely true, unfortunately, here for Hana Life Esports. So the streak may continue. That's the expectation here. Is we'll see how much rookie passion Karis has up against him.
How much rookie passion is enough to beat Chovy is another question. Ruler to Samdi from Gen G Academy. I will stomp him. 7 games, 7 unique picks. Will Ruler pull out another new pick against the rookie? Yeah, Ruler showing a much deeper pool and showing that he can play awesome dudes as well. Mage is down in the bottom side playing the Ziggs one time. Very interesting to see how it will go up against Samdi. Of course, based on the matchup, we are favoring Ruler here.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how many times we can say it. You know, I feel like we've really pushed it pretty hard, but Samdi has a lot of respect from a lot of the AD carries in Korea right now, and I think we're still waiting for this player to blossom to his full potential. He has looked pretty solid overall, and this is definitely one of the key matchups for the evening. But yeah, the favor definitely goes to Ruler here and Gen G, who now walk out on stage. This is one of the biggest super teams we've seen since that 2018 KT Rolster roster, and it didn't look to me like on paper this team was going to come out of the gate swinging. I thought it was going to take some time for this team to figure it out. We talked about the gold share percentages for what these players had on their teams before, but the more they play, the more I feel like they're already a solid, extremely powerful team, and I still think the point that they're going to get stronger stands. And when you think about that, like when you think about how this team is already the most dominant team in LCK, and yet they haven't even reached their full potential, the sky really is the limit, and this is one of their easiest opponents they've had so far in Hana Life Esports. I think anything other than a 2-0 says more about Hana Life Esports than anything else in this series. That's where expectations lie heading into this best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely does. As here is the lineup. This is the super team that everybody was touting as the strongest team in the LCK even before we began. And, I mean, they've already overcome one of their biggest opponents in Damwon Kia, so at the moment, it's hard to argue with that fact. As here is Hama Life. They do have some pretty interesting mask, lanyards?
Yeah, I guess a lanyard might be the right way to call it.
Only some of the players are using them.
Yeah. And they're not all the same either. Some orange ones there on the left side, but you can see Vista's got the white one there. This team is one of the hardest teams to appraise currently, I would say. Like, if you want to really describe where Hana Life Esports is right now, there's been a lot of ups and downs. There's definitely some really good moments for this team. I think the bot duo does look great. Vista's experience, I think, shines through a lot. Samdi is very mechanically gifted. And then, obviously, Karis is a player who is up and coming right now. There's a lot of focus on him. I think the story of Hana Life Esports last season and this season, the problem and the area most people will zoom in on a lot is the same, right? It's the top duo. Last year it was Morgan and Willer and, you know, Johan at times. This year it's Dudu and On Fleek, where these players are the most experienced on this team and have played together a lot, and yet still coming up a little bit empty. And it's tough against Doran and Peanut, you know, their opponents in this matchup.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Not to mention just them. This is what happens with the super team, is that you end up winning a lot and your stats look fantastic. You can take a look down at the bottom, the picks there for Ruler. It's kind of funny that the one loss he has is actually on Ezreal, and he has won on 6 other champions, whereas Samdi has mostly gone to the Jhin to find his luck.
Yeah. That Ezreal loss was in that Damwon Kia series in Game 1, and it was a pick where he was actually very far ahead, and it looked like they were going to win it, and Damwon Kia stole it away. If they had won that game, he would be 7-0 on 7 unique champions. I mean,
well, 6-0 actually,
yeah,
because they would have ended it 2-0.
That's true. That's a good point. As soon as the words are coming out of my mouth, I was like, oh, I knew this would happen.
Never do math on stream.
Yep, never do it. Brendan sees the game and timelines and different like spheres than I do. He's just that
got
much
that whole
ahead of me.
multiverse thing going on over here. Whatever it takes. And yeah, I mean that would leave all of Gen G undefeated had they not dropped that one game to Damwon Kia. And they were very close to it. As you said, they were ahead in that game that they lost. So I want to sit back and wait and see what Hanwha Life have prepared for this matchup. I would like to see simple stuff. Don't get too far off the grid. Maybe go back to what has worked in the past. You know, maybe try to get Karus and Akali, something like that. You know, put on Fleek onto Xin Zhao and just play a straight-up game and try to draft for comfort. I don't want to see like any new picks and any weird stuff and then losing in 20 minutes.
Yeah, nobody wants to see this team flounder with a crazy idea. And to be totally honest, I think Kesman has really led us down that path so far here for Hanwha Life Esports. That's part of the reason why it's so hard to gauge the strength of this team, because we have seen some pretty puzzling drafts from them so far this season. As Genji will, of course, pick blue side. Score, one of the members of that super team I was referencing earlier, where he picked up his title, now leading the 2022 Genji roster up against Kesman.
Yeah. And one of the things we actually had, I was listening to the mic check with Gen G in their match against Damwon Kia, and I believe it was Score that was kind of telling the team, like, hey guys, it's early spring, like, take this as a learning opportunity. Even if you don't win, don't feel too bad. Like, it's just a match, try to learn from it, and just do your best. And that is, like, a really awesome coaching point, especially very early on in spring. I mean, this is a super team, but you don't want them to get super stressed out trying to, you know, outdo themselves and really overachieve. Just play your game and play relaxed.
And that is certainly the name of the game for them in this series, you'd have to imagine. See the Tryndamere ban, followed by a Jarvan. Nothing shocking here. Dudu has played 2 games of Tryndamere already. The Jarvan pick, of course, has risen up to the top of the meta. As Renekton's not going to happen in this series. Not happening this time. So we could have a Yuumi game on our hands here. And we could also just see first pick of Aphelios for Ruler, which I wouldn't love just because of the weaknesses that it brings, but I wouldn't also worry either, as we're not going to see Chovy's Corki this game, which would have been cool to see. I enjoyed it the few times we did see it, but it'll be a Xin Zhao priority actually over AD carry. They're going to respond to the bot picks here for Hanwha Life Esports, which may just be Caitlyn Lux.
Definitely an option here. Caitlyn Lux as a duo in the lane, extremely strong. You have lockdown for basically, I think it's 4 seconds. It's a really long time, and in that time, you can get burst down by Lux and Caitlyn very easily. So, especially once they hit 6, it can be oppressive. Although we have seen a lot of teams move away from Caitlyn Lux and just pick up the Caitlyn.
Yes.
Even saw Caitlyn Alistair with Peter popping off yesterday.
Yeah, last time Samdi played the Caitlyn, it was not with the Lux. I can't remember which champion it was. It might have been Rakan even, but On Fleek on the Viego is an old favorite of his, and I think that I'd much rather see it than the Lee Sin, but looks like it's not about what I want tonight, Valdez. Lee Sin will get locked in here. Now, this could, of course, be a flex pick for Dudu, but considering Lee Sin's win rate and where he stands in the meta right now, neither of these sound great from the outset, unfortunately, for the weaker two players here for Hanwha Life.
It's kind of what we said yesterday. It's like if you're not Rascal, you don't really get to pick Lee Sin at the moment. Of course,
Ezreal Yumi, by the way.
they can do whatever they want, but like in terms of our opinion, it's kind of where we stand. Ezreal Yumi, as you said, is coming out here, and that is incredibly strong, especially because they already have Xin Zhao. So keep in mind that they 4 wins taking Yumi and denying it to get Lee Sin, a pick that has shown not a lot of success.
Yeah. The Lux is still a strong pairing here, and you can be very annoying and oppressive because she has pretty good sustained range damage. There is that lockdown. Now, that shouldn't happen to an Ezreal Yumi lane. You should never really get hit by a binding because you have so much movement there. But, you know, it's not going to be Ezreal and Yumi having a lot of agency early on. Might be a lot of farming under turret if Caitlyn is playing this correctly. Akali band, you know, you mentioned that as being a great pick, a great opportunity for Karis to just kind of sit on something he does well. But it's removed here, unfortunately. The ban on the Camille is really nice, and I think that we might see a follow-up Gwen ban here just to prevent Doran from side laning and dominating that top lane against Dudu here. Because that's one way that you can really slow the game down by side laning and give Ezreal that extra power. That's, it smells like LeBlanc in here. Anyone else feel that?
Yeah, I can kind of see some magic tricks off in the distance. It's a little bit distorted, though, you know. I don't really.
Ooh, I like that. Now, this feels like a bait. Almost like we have no intention of playing LeBlanc. I want you to ban LeBlanc instead of what we're actually going to pick.
Yeah. But at the same time, if I'm Genji, I'm like, okay, I'll ban LeBlanc.
Yeah, I mean, why play into it in this case? So we'll be the victor. I really wonder what Chovy will want to play into this, because I wouldn't have put it past him to play the Orianna here and just look for better engage tools and look for late game fighting. But if you really want to have that sturdy front line and just play the Chovy CS game and suck up all the minions on the map, the Ryze is your path here. And they did leave open the Gwen. There's also a potential for, you know, I mean, any top laner that can be very aggressive and oppressive with that Ryze Realm Warp is something that you are going to be kind of focused in on here. Now, we're going to find out if this Lee Sin is ever going to want to play into this comp in top lane, which I very much discourage, or if they'll just pick Gragas and sit up there and hope for the late game scaling to pull through on the Victor, and hopefully Caitlyn gets those items online. I think that is more likely where Hanwha Esports is thinking, because I can't think of another jungle pick here you'd want to grab to push Lee Sin into the top side. It'll be the Graves, though, instead of the Gragas. Considering the magic damage on this team already, you will gain a lot more damage profile with this. However, there is the trade-off that you lose a really consistent engage tool. Yeah. And also, Graves can be fragile and can just end up getting stomped on up here by Doran, Peanut, and Chovy if they want to.
Yeah, especially up alone there. I mean, there's, you said engage. It's very important to note that their engage right now is a Lux Binding or a Lee Sin Insec. That's not generally enough engage. It's like, it's not really our engage profile.
Yeah.
We're not usually satisfied with that amount. They have a whole bunch of damage, but can you really do damage if there's no front line and no engage?
Speaking of front lines, this is actually an incredibly good point you bring up, because when this Genji draft comes up on your screens, let's break it down for a second, because if you're trying to engage with only a Lux and try to blow people up with damage, how many tanks we got here on Genji, okay? Yumi's attached to somebody, so she's just amplifying tanks. She doesn't count. Ezreal, probably not going to get caught by any of the engage they have. He's extremely mobile, might have a cat attached. Chovy, tank build. Peanut, going to be playing tanky. Doran will build damage, but is extremely sustainable with his lifesteal, his Omnivamp he's going to have. Like, this feels like a bit of an issue. Now, the long-term damage, though, on Hanwha Esports in terms of front to back is fantastic. You have Karas on the Victor. Dudu's damage output's going to be high. Vista will help out in those longer fights with the Caitlyn, but there's no real engage and no real front line here.
Well, let's see how it goes as we enter the Rift on for game number 1. You mentioned, so many of these picks on Genji, they're all so...
They're sturdy,
They're also slippery. Like, everybody is going to be able to get away or sustain and not essentially get burst down unless they're really locked down and alone. Like, the Xin Zhao and Yumi, that's it explains itself.
Self-explanatory.
Yeah, self-explanatory. Ruler has really jumps around. You're not going to get him. Chovy is tanky, and Doran is life-sustaining. So, you know, if they get any kind of lead, you know, I don't care how much scaling you have on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, you're just not going to be winning team fights.
Yeah.
And it's not like you have like a huge side lane split-pushing threat. If anything, Gen G has that.
It's almost as if Hanwha Life Esports' power will bounce off of Gen G in the late game. Almost like it would just be completely deflected, as On Fleek has no vision of this invade.
Hello. He's going to take W first, so that will help him actually get away without having to flash. It's still very annoying for him, as it's a lot of damage here on the Lehens, but he's totally fine to just stand there and trade. This is also Lehens on Yuumi. This isn't just any old Yuumi player, like...
Yeah.
And they gave it over to him.
Well, you know what's funny is Lehens right now is trading his health, which is practically irrelevant because he can attach at any point for trades onto the enemy duo. And so every time they use abilities onto him, Ruler can actually trade back and keep this wave pushed. And what can normally be a fairly oppressive matchup.
Wow, they're getting in there. The Ignite comes out. Do they have enough damage? No attachability here for Lehens, and he will go down as the heal comes out onto Vista. Flash is going to miss with the Q, but Ruler will pick up the kill. Now, can Samdi follow up with his own kill? One more auto would do it.
Doesn't
he
have
is
the Q.
going to get away.
Level 1 on the Q, doesn't have the cooldown, can't hit that one there, just barely not having it in time. They call the bluff on Lehens here. They're like, okay, well, you could do this 1 or 2 more times, but then eventually your health is going to be low enough to where when you detach, we can actually go for the kill. They pull the trigger there. The other binding connects for Vista, and that's a really fantastic start because what looked like it was Ruler and Lehens kind of playing with them a little bit and making sure that lane push and that prio doesn't happen actually finally gets punished here. Flash forward binding into the Ignite. Lehens unable to attach. He's on cooldown, and they just push him away. Now, Ruler does trade back, but is shoved out of lane. There's a lot of minions here, so it's definitely a huge win here for Hanwha Life Esports because this is already a high-range, frustrating duo to lane against. If Ruler dies here, the situation is even dicier. Well, he's able to get out just barely.
Yeah, you know, I was just explaining how great of a Yuumi player Lehens is and how well he's been performing, so I just had to, you know, throw a little curse in there, give Hanwha Life a chance. In seriousness, though, Vista with a very nice play. And he will set that up. But again, now you're in a lane with no cooldown except cleanse for Ruler. So they should be very happy with this, you know? Like, Lehens didn't have flash before. He's going to get his summoners up before the flashes come off cooldown. And I think at the end of it all, should benefit Ruler and Lehens, actually.
Yeah, you know, looking at it in a second light, it does look that way. The other thing to talk about that we you know, basically glanced over because it happened so early is On Fleek taking his W first and then losing control of his jungle a little bit. Lee Sin has been, as Dudu is going to take a lot of damage here, turns around. But Lee Sin has been criticized a lot because of his win rate, but a lot of pros have said the main issue with him right now is his low clear time. It gets really hard for him to actually keep up with a lot of the meta junglers right now. And in this particular case where he lost his red buff and had to start W, like, yeah, it's really tough. I mean, he's down already 10 farm and is desperately trying to now steal some of Peanuts away. Another binding.
Cleanse comes in. The threat of the trap too much. Having a bit of fun in the bottom side, as you're one to do. Ghost is going to come out here. There's no mana for Dudu. I don't think he's going to be able to dash away from this one. He has to flash this early on in the 1v1. And that's going to give even more power to Doran in that top lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of kill pressure here now, in fact. Doran will just go back here, and we'll be able to catch the wave when Dudu pushes it in. Has just enough time to get back with his upgraded boots now, so he can push even harder with the Doran shield and the plated steel caps here. He can trade for days against this, you know, level 5 Braves. Even with 6, he's feeling pretty nice when that does come through. I'm going to keep an eye on Fleek's CS here because he's trying desperately to rush up to 6 so he can be relevant in that mid matchup, which is part of why he picked this champion in the first place, is to have kill pressure in the solo lanes so that hopefully he can scale Victor up faster than what he would normally like to be, and maybe help Graves out there controlling the top side of the map. But because he's so far behind, his 6 is delayed, he doesn't have as much gold as he'd like to. And in fact, right now, Peanut's coming over to disrupt him again.
No. I mean, he's going to face check the jungle as over the wall he will go. And it's important he ward hopped because had he not, Peanut could have just followed Flash. But now OnFleek is trying to do his Krugs, and that's not going to fly. Peanut will take that immediately.
And this is bad news for Dudu, too. Now he's under a lot of pressure up here, where he's already blown his Flash. I mean, all these small things, all these small advantages for Gen.G from the outset of invading Fleek's red is just what's added up to such a massive lead here for Gen.G so far in this early game. Now the gold graph is 300 for Hanwha, but...
Okay, the trap is going to come in, and unfortunately, Ruler gets himself in an awful position, and that is the power of this duo. As even the ultimate is going to be used up on the top side. They're trying to push as fast as possible, but OnFleek is here.
Level 4, but he is here.
Yeah, Chovy, though, coming in as well. OnFleek doing a really nice job, though, trying to get on top of Chovy and get that damage in, but Chovy will flash to his team as the Lee Sin will get the kill, but he pays for it with his life. A double kill into the hands of a Gwen.
And that means less time for OnFleek in the jungle here, and Peanut can just continue to go through. That's the biggest loser, unfortunately, right now, is the Lee Sin, because he stayed here. He went all the way to the top side of the map because he knew that, you know, of course, his top laner is under pressure, doesn't have Flash. He knows that Peanut's in the area because he was able to shove him out. So you have to come up here to protect Dudu. Otherwise, Dudu dies here for free. The problem is that OnFleek is unable to actually turn this into a winning trade or survive himself because he went so deep to actually collapse onto Chovy here. Now you have to get the kill, but because it's one jungler versus none now on the map, that gap widens even further.
Yeah, it's a great point. Allows Peanut to stay active on the map, get some stuff going. Now, How Life are doing very well in this bottom lane. Just able to find a couple of bindings. I think that Ruler has not been able to shift out of multiple routes that are coming out from that duo. And so just getting ahead in farm a bit. Very nice, actually. A decent amount, not just a bit. 23 CS in the lead is SomD right now. So hopefully your Caitlyn can get online and they can get some big money. As you see, all these turret plates are basically gone already.
Yep, we'll get the last one here with 1 or 2 more autos. He's got so much range, he could just do it even though Ruler and a Wave are here. This is not, it's not just them down here on the bottom side of the map. They'll clear this vision. Peanut was nearby. But yeah, SomD has had so much extra ability to be annoying down here and get those plates because of Vista's really proactive plays. Rift Herald has spawned now, and it's a faster group up here for Hanwha Life Esports, but they don't feel comfortable to actually hold on to this one. So now, given enough time, even Lehens is up here now. And it's a really rough call to make because this game can really, I mean, I don't want to say we're on a knife's edge, but we're about to tip the marbles, as I said last week, for Hanwha Life Esports if you end up getting wiped here.
The marble tip. It's scary. And, of course, the AD carries are not going to move because SomD wants the turret. And, oh, that is... that's not what you want to see from your Yuumi. Gets caught in mid-attach and has to blow the ultimate there. So won't have that for this fight. OnFleek is coming all the way around. He's got double buff as well. Although he has fallen behind, Lee Sin at any point in the game with a kick can make some waves.
A rotation up here too from Chovy. It's an all-out brawl.
They're trying to kite them down again. No Yuumi ultimate will come in. They try to get inside the shroud of the Gwen, but they're finally able to take them down. But here's Chovy just doing a ton of damage from range. Not quite enough, though. As you can see, a snipe on a Ruler, he will barely survive. That's why you use your potions,
That's
guys.
why you use your potions, guys, for sure. Is able to just trickle in enough health to survive there. But this means SomD has free reign on that last plate. And Chovy, at this stage of the game, with no real, aggressive offensive items here, isn't able to get those last few health bars down. Nor is he able to continue to chase there because he's Ryze. He's very fragile at this stage. So even though this fight looks like he can actually basically 1v3 at the end, he cannot. As he's on the edge here with the Yuumi. And look at all the damage that comes through. Lehens goes low. Peanut just barely survives here. And Chovy is pushed out of this fight by On Fleek. It just cannot get in there to kill Karis or continue that fight against the Lee Sin. So it's a numbers war. They can't win. They lose out on the bottom side of the map too. And suddenly, you know, Hanwha Life Esports in a really nice position this game so far.
Yeah, they're actually, you know, this comp that has a ton of scaling, they're definitely going to get a head start on that facet. You know, they're still lacking the stuff that we talked about in the draft, but if you get enough of a lead, you can kind of win with any composition, right? So they're on track to do that already, as they are above 1,000 gold in the lead, even at this point in the game.
On Fleek does have flash, does not have kick yet. Used it on Chovy earlier, but still a very deadly force down here if they decide to commit. Peanuts nearby, he's just going to clear vision and look for the first Drake of the game. Love that path for observers.
Yeah,
Next level.
strong shout out. And it's important to note that because Victor's getting the push, right? So it's just a free Drake. You have Prio and mid, Prio and bot. It's the freest Drake, actually.
Now you can put your Caitlyn topside. As long as you can defend these plates, you're really winning everywhere, basically. I mean, Dudu is only slightly behind right now in terms of CS, even though there was a bit of a rough start there, the early flash taken away. And also, you know, we showed it up on screen a few moments ago, On Fleek actually taking a pretty significant lead in terms of gold in the jungle with those 3 kills, despite having a really rough and muted start to this game. Everything is starting to go Hanwha Life Esports' way, but we do have to remember Gen.G have a comp that can side lane very well, does have good engage. Chovy is going to start, you know, being more relevant in this game as he finally gets items online. This game is not over yet by any means, but still a big turnaround considering how this game started. The question is now, where do you put your Rift Herald gold? I think putting it onto Karis, considering the lead Caitlyn has already, is nice. But if you can push Samdi all the way to this top turret, he might secure 2 turrets worth of plates. We saw that happen with Duck Dom in the previous series, and it looks like that's what they're playing for. They've only got a minute to pull it off. No Gromp there.
Yeah, and On Fleek is just going to back out of there. He's still up in the top side, so he can still drop this down. More than enough time if he would like to. Bit of a rotation coming in from Gen.G, and it looks like Hanwha Life are backing out of the top lane, so maybe just going to throw it down in the mid lane. Not 100% sure, as they're still trying to make up their minds.
If enough time is bought here, at least they can deny the plate gold.
Yeah. That,
massive.
That laser gives vision, of course, so Vista just checking over the wall.
What's really cool about this threat of the plates going over to Samdi is that it's given Dudu a free amount of control bottom side. They have a control ward in the river, and they're able to put, you know, a lot of pressure down here on the bottom side of the map, which is so far unmatched. They're kind of playing tennis with Gen.G right now, as this Rift Herald will finally be dropped mid, just to make sure it crashes into plates right before that timer expires in 10 seconds here. Karis is just going to be the recipient of all that gold.
Wow.
Bam.
160 apiece. And
right before it expires.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, right? You get that gold, you get that 320, and you're feeling pretty good about yourselves. Hanwha Life playing this early game very nicely. They came prepared for today.
It's crazy, too, considering, you know, how things started with the Lee Sin gold being taken away. And how much it looked like Ruler was bouncing back in that lane after all the summoners were burned, but...
Yeah, that ended up not mattering at all. I was, like, totally wrong. They just absolutely started to dumpster them. All it took was one route onto Ruler, and then all of a sudden the lane was over.
Well, I fell into the same kind of trap after you mentioned it. I was like, yeah, I think you're right, because of how they played it right afterwards. It looked like they also believed they were in such a position, but they were wrong, and they were punished again. And now the whole map is opened up, and... This is another one of those examples of where do you put Hanwha Life Esports on a scale of 1 to 10 when the performances are so inconsistent like this? And I think in some ways, this particular game is Gen.G showing a lack of respect throughout this early game. But even still, Hanwha Life Esports taking a small lead and ballooning it here into this extremely fed Caitlyn, as Samdi is looking for another turret. Won't be able to get it on this wave.
Yeah. Ruler did push him back that time around, but it's fine because it feels very, you know, inevitable. It will eventually fall to Samdi on the Caitlyn. And, I mean, they're getting wins in the top side at the same time. Now, they've got this lead of about 2,000. Hasn't grown too much in the last 5 minutes, but I still feel like Hanwha Life are playing well with the lead that they have. Haven't really been making many mistakes in this one.
Yeah, and really just not leaving a whole lot of room for Gen G to punish. They were able to get the bottom turret and get a little bit of push there on the bottom side, but not at a timing to where they could secure Drake vision for this upcoming Drake fight, for example. Nor do they realistically have too much control over the second Rift Herald, which has lost a lot of its potency in this game because of the lack of plates. And realistically, the lack of damage they've done to any turrets on the map, so nothing is really under threat. Bottom side turret already gone, as they'll use this spark to check the Rift Herald, see nobody's there. 30 seconds until this second Drake spawns. I think Hanwha Life Esports.
Oh, that was clean. And Vista takes the kill. Doesn't matter. If you kill's a kill, you're going to take the Yuumi off the back, and now they can get that turret for the Rift Herald, whatever they want.
Punishing the greed of Lehens 3 times this game now. There's the turret, as you mentioned. It's going to be Herald. And even if you grab the Drake here, it's just the lone ocean. Chovy in trouble.
He is so far down the lane, too, as there is no kick, and he does have his flash. He will dodge also the root, so he will be okay, but he has to flash to get out of dodge there. That does mean that Peanut will pick up the Drake, actually.
Yeah. Small consolation prize considering everything, but it will slow down Hanwha Life Esports' ability to threaten that Soul point later on. We'll see what Soul we get, because that is going to be very important here too. The Mountain in particular would be very strong, I think, for both of these squads. And it is going to be the Mountain because of all the range damage that Caitlyn can put off, but also, you know, Ezreal is going to be doing a lot of poke and chip in these team fights in the neutral. Will just barely get the smite, but will not, or I don't know if it was a smite or not, but will get the secure, but not the eye.
Yeah, they've still got time. Looks like they're wrapping around. The Crescent Guard has to come out here, and the Yuumi jumps onto Peanut just to save him. Also uses that final chapter. So they are going to deny the eye. Pretty nice job by Gen G, trying to, you know, find any little angle they can to come back in this game.
You know, one of the points you raised earlier as we watched this on Fleek, insect moment, bam, on the other side of Lehens. By the way, Lehens, arguably our most famous Yuumi player here in the LCK, just really getting greedy here. He went to ward, right? He was like, I don't know what's in there, so I'm going to put a ward there. Not knowing what was in there was his downfall. But I want to go back to something you said earlier about, you know, Score telling Gen G to kind of play slow, don't have too many expectations, kind of like, let's take each game as it comes and play through early. Because
try to learn.
Yeah, but if you do have such a dominant early season as Gen G has, like, you're going to get a little cocky. You might get a little bit aggressive in a game like this. You might be a little bit greedy. You might not respect your opponents, as I think Lehens in this particular game, 3 deaths, has been a little bit aggressive in terms of where he's trying to ward, where he's trying to stand, how much he's trying to trade, and that can be where you get checked by a team like Hanwha Life Esports, or last season a team like Reddit Brion will creep up on you and take that upset win potentially. This game is far from over. Hanwha Life Esports still in great control.
Yeah, they're doing very well with the control they have. The one thing I would say is that Drake probably should have been theirs. You know, with the objective coming up, I don't know if rotating 3 people up to the top side just to kill Chovy was a good idea. I mean, he's going to have his flash up again by the time the next Drake comes up, so what did you really achieve? Even if you got the kill, I mean, it's 1 kill at this point in the game, whereas you could have been 1 step closer to a Dragon Soul. But other than that, I mean, it's been pretty good, right? Like, they've been putting a lot of pressure down. I love the vision play so far, a lot of it around the Baron here. And, I mean, they can threaten that. They don't have a lot of guys who can tank the Baron. I guess the Lee Sin would do the best with some of the lifesteal on this W, but yeah, they have a lot of damage to take down that objective.
Graves, too, not going to, you know, be too bad at kind of getting in there and tanking it up. They'll be able to heal through a decent amount of that. But we're not at a position where they have enough control outside of that Baron pit vision to actually start it. And because they don't have a strong side laner, like, don't get me wrong, Graves can side lane and can be a pain, but against a Gwen who's actually ahead, Dudu is the one who's behind and actually kind of catching waves right now, so he can't pull Gen G into one direction to where Hanwha Life Esports would be able to start a Baron, but we are getting closer to that point. I mean, you're absolutely right, and 2,400 gold the lead is Samdi in this game. And people have called this an 80 carry meta, not because 80 carries are like suddenly stronger, as this will be a back interrupt. And maybe more now. but because the AD carries often are watched so hard in a scaling meta like this and given so much plate gold and given so much power and babysat so much, like we saw with Duckdom earlier and Samdi now in this game, that it just becomes so AD carry focused. And I mean, in this particular case, I want to give credit to Vista for making it all happen, right? He was the one who set up all those bindings and played aggressively, punished Lehens.
Yeah, really was a bit of a support div to start off. And I thought they played the Caitlyn Lex excellently. Little play on the Doran, but then they remember, okay, I mean, he's still got needles and I barely did any damage and Yumi's right there, so no point in chasing that deeply into the jungle. So definitely a good look from OnFleek after he originally made the play. And again, Homalife have total control of the map. They're clearing all the vision around the Drake now, which is very important with the Drake coming up. And this is what they should be going for. Fights where they are ahead as interesting binding. Kind of going wayward, maybe expecting a shift in that direction.
One of the cool things about Lux, too, outside of the lane, is that she can use Final Spark to guarantee prio. And when you have a split objective control like this, where you already have Baron set up for vision, and you can just get this prio and group on Drake, it's so powerful. One Lux ultimate, and then suddenly you got that Baron prio. Now, Chovy is flanking here. They didn't catch that one.
Yeah, this is actually a really good setup from Gen G, although Peanut a little bit left all alone, has to Crescent Guard before the fight truly begins. And that's going to be to the benefit of Homalife, of course. They've got a nice amount of poke, too. The range of Caitlyn, the lasers that come out from Victor, the Lux, obviously. A lot of ways to catch targets and kind of just sit back as long as the positioning is good. And I thought they handled that perfectly. Like, attack one side and then back away after you get the ult, and then you can re-attack it after Gen G back away.
Yeah, it was definitely kind of a death ball scenario where they're like, we're stronger together than you are apart like this, and they just focused the top side of that. And you could see there was a moment where the light bulbs turned on for Gen G, and they were like, we can't get this. Let's walk away. It's not Soul Point.
Karius might be in a little bit of trouble here against the Gwen, as he's just going to stand in that one, but he's still got the chase here, and the needles potentially is going to miss that, and he's still going, and the shield come out, and Vista is there again.
Vista with the shield, with the Final Spark, coming in there, helping get that kill. What a big support he has been in this game. Absolutely insane. And that was a teleport used by Doran, by the way. He teleported top after the Drake. He was open. Okay, we lost the Drake. I'm going to push down this turret. I'm going up here. Now I'm putting the kill pressure onto this Victor. Gets a flash, but dies for it. Both summoners down now for Doran. And we talked about how he's going to be one of the ways Gen G can pull Homalife Esports around the map, but it's so much harder to pull that off now. Wow.
Yeah, and I think it took longer for Doran to get the kill than he expected it to, because he was chasing very deeply there. And, you know, if no one's there, he gets the kill, he backs away, yes, but he was still taking a risk by following for that long. Kars doing a nice job with some of the side steps as well. And as you mentioned, I mean, that's going to take a lot of pressure away from what Gen G had going, at least with the Gwen. Yeah. We're going to take another look here.
This is from the perspective of Karius, of course. Gets the stun, and Karius says, come. And then boom, there's the shield. Very nicely done. It was super sick to see how quickly they coordinated that defense after he got the stun.
Yeah.
Very well played.
Everybody just running up there to support him. And Gen G in a little bit of a bind, again, because they do have a lot of damage up at this Baron, but Gen G really don't have much vision up there, so you're going to be in this constant struggle where if Homalife ever leave vision and they don't know where they are, Gen G is going to have to scramble, try to get some kind of vision, and try to, you know, make sure that they're not doing the Baron. Now, there is one ward right next to the Scuttle Crab that was just over the wall.
Vista just missed it there, too, with his sweeper, looks like, so they just don't know that's there. That's actually a ton of extra information here for Gen G. Dudu has Unleashed Teleport, so he's just going to sit pretty on the side lane here, hiding where he is wrapping around. Kick onto Chovy. Wow. That's not who you want, though.
Yeah, they're pretty far in there. I think they are saying, okay, no split pushing for you. We're just going to push mid and find someone. So Gen G able to pick up a nice, juicy turret at this point in the game.
That was actually really well played by them. Grouping up there, getting the kick out of On Fleek, pushing him back, because he's not that tanky. He has Death Dance, but he will die if they collapse onto him. And Chovy's in a place where he's starting to become extremely tanky. I mean, look at his items. Actually not going Force of Nature in this particular case, understanding the real threats here are going to be getting kicked by Lee Sin, and then, you know, of course, having to deal with that Caitlyn damage and the Greaves damage. So we'll go Force of Nature probably after this this third tank guy on the Frozen Heart. As right now, Gen G really just trying their best, as you mentioned, to make sure that Hanwha Life Esports can't start a Baron, because they're still putting all their eggs in the Doran basket this game, knowing that Doran will eventually win out in that side lane and pull Hanwha Life Esports away. They just do not want Hanwha to have that first Baron play quickly enough to where like they just can't get in there and stop it. They don't want to get pulled out of those choke or pulled into those choke points. But Hanwha Life Esports push them out, wards in the chokes, and then the whole thing starts over again until that Mountain Soul point fight that will happen here in about 45.
Yeah, and one of the things that I love about support Lux as well is that every one of her abilities actually give vision in the fog. I'm not sure if her shield does, but
no, I don't think
I know everything else does. And so Vista's just able to run forward with Caitlyn and just throw an ability in. They're all on very low cooldowns. Check a brush, get a ward down. Check a brush, get a ward down. Clear out the vision, and it's just really difficult for Gen G to get much vision at all of the objectives. Now, there is one thing. I think that Hanwha Life are falling into a little bit of, you know, a little bit of a lull that some of our lower teams will get into where they struggle to end games with a lead, because we're getting later and later in this game, and that 2,000 gold lead has stayed the same since 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And you're ahead, but, I mean, now Chovy's got some items. Doran's scary. Peanut's very tanky. I mean, it's not a guaranteed win anymore.
It's certainly not, and you don't have great cryo anymore either. Chovy teleported bot. And now you're just kind of grouping up as 5, hoping for an engage, but Chovy's so tanky.
All right, I mean, On Fleek is going to go in, and he has to flash away. It's just a little bit too little, too late. Nobody follows him there. It's not a full team engage. Hanwha Life very apprehensive to take a fight now.
You have to go for Baron here. You either have to chase and try to get kills, which they missed their opportunity on, or you have to go straight to Baron. The problem is Gen G read this immediately. They're just getting out-macroed right now super hard. I think Hanwha Life Esports, given their Drake lead, had the opportunity to actually trade for Baron, and they would have gotten a lot of map control for it, but they slowly just grouped up as 5 and then surrendered, which means that Gen G have so much agency now.
Yeah.
Especially with On Fleek having no ult, no flash. Like, what can he even hope to accomplish here? He's dead weight right now.
Chovy just checking the pit, making sure they haven't started it yet, because there are no wards actually in the pit right now. They're going to see it as another True Shot Barrage is going to come out to check it. As Doran is right over the wall, and Hanwha Life say, you know, basically what you said, Wolf, we got to do the Baron or nothing. We have to get some value out of this, or I won't be happy. As On Fleek is right in there, and he gets Peanut into that back line. Peanut just melts, and Doran is not enough of a front line. He's going to go down, and look at this damage now coming out from the Lux, and the front lining of Dudu. Karis is able to run in there, so is Samdi, and they're able to win this fight in a big way. They're trying to get Chovy as well, and they will, as the shutdown comes in into the hands of Samdi, and they get the ace with the cat.
Very well played here from Hanwha Life Esports. They wait until the exact moment On Fleek's kick comes up. He starts the fight off, and he plays it so brilliantly. And then Gen G, who are trying to actually get Doran into position to threaten the back line here, are way out of position. These 2 stopwatches here for On Fleek and Karis buy enough time for the rest of Hanwha Life Esports to pull off of Baron and control a choke with, by the way, as you mentioned, big Lux damage and a Victor. In a choke point like this, you never want to be where Gen G were, but they were kind of forced into it when that kick came through from Karis. The double stopwatch usage was perfect. And this is just going to be extra gold going over to the Graves and the Caitlyn. They'll grab a turret. They should be able to grab the Baron, as you can see. And this is going to be more map control, whether they like it or not, whether they want to use it or not. It comes by default with this one. Now, the game is still not over, but Hanwha Life Esports have ballooned their lead massively. And I think the biggest winner of all of these last few fights is really Dudu, because he actually finally has real items. Like, he's on his 3rd now. He's got his Infinity Edge. He is a real threat. He's an actual carry in this game. And he needs to shore up some of the lack of damage that On Fleek has. You know, On Fleek is really just an initiator in this game. but the Graves damage is going to help break through those final hit point bars on the Gwen on this Rise, as they're just going to pull another turret off of the map here and start to threaten this inhibitor turret.
And you know, one thing we talked about in the draft is that on Fleek, or rather, Homalife in general, they don't have a lot of engage. But if you're ahead and you can force the enemy team to come into you, as this is interesting, they're right into the back of it is Gen G, as Doran desperately tries to get that damage down. Now Peanut is in there for the follow-up. And look at Dudu just making sure nobody else joins the fight. Plays bodyguard, and that desperate dive does not work. Homalife might just be able to push an end.
I don't want to read what the fans are going to say about Chovy for that one after this. We've definitely had some LCK realm warps these past 2 years. This might be one of them, as Ruler's just shoved out of the fight here, and that very likely just going to be the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the Baron. They could just target the Nexus, but again, having trouble with ending, I suppose. Ruler is pretty scary with the cat on his back and red buff, but yeah, they can just regroup back up and attack the Nexus, and that is exactly what they are going to do. Homalife Esports take an upset victory over Gen G in game number 1.
Second loss of the season here for Gen G in terms of single games of League of Legends, and it was a bit of a bot difference, I think, for the majority of that game. So much of Gen G throughout this game was desperate play attempts. Sometimes greedy from Lehens in the early game, sometimes in the mid to late game, like that Realm Warp, the fight we saw attempted on Baron, the rotation over to the Drake, where your risk is so much higher than the potential reward. I think for really one time, or for the first time, we saw Gen G push to the brink in a game. Like, almost all of their games so far have been really one-sided, especially from the early game. Remember the one game they did lose to Damwon? They had a massive lead in the early game as well. This is the first of all games they've played this season where they were on the back foot. They had to approach a mid-game where they weren't 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 gold ahead. They were behind. They had to figure out how to deal with this Lee Sin that was roaming around the map, and this Lux, who just set up so many of these plays. You and I were like, I don't know, Lee Sin and Lux, is it good enough? In this case, the answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, the early lead and the fact that they forced Gen G into fights means that sometimes you don't need the engage, right? And OnFleek was able to get a bunch of really important kicks in that game that led to some big setups and even just pickoffs in general, one by one, throughout that mid-game. So very well played by Homalife. Not exactly what we were expecting.
Karis made some really good decisions this game too. Like, he was exactly where he needed to be. Did not really overextend in side lanes. Samdi was fed so much plate gold. This was a really high-level game for Homalife Esports. There were, as you mentioned, and I think we do have to mention again, some mid to late game moments where they could have been more decisive, but the early game and getting that lead is what led to their victory, and I'm going to say it. I was impressed. I was a little bit impressed that game.
Well, there you have it, guys. That was game number 1. Homalife starting off with one step forward in the right direction. Really got to hand it to them for an excellent performance. We'll go to a break and come back with the analyst desk.
치고 얘들아. 이거 들어오는 거 찾을게. 들어오는 거 찾을게. 던져.
나 봐줘. 이거 봐줘야 돼.
뒤에.
나 봐줘.
네, 캐트. 나 방어 1초, 진짜.
딜 못해. 잡아 그냥. 뚫자 가자. 오케이
나 바로 끝내.
얘들아 천천히. 진정해. 들어가지 말고 미니언 봐.
앞에서 빅토르랑 캐트 걷어내줘.
네, 라인클도 안 돼.
앞에서 빅토르랑 캐트 걷어내줘.
야 연막 뿌릴게.
응. 나이스 너플.
타워.
라이즈가 라인 못 지우게.
타워부터.
뽑기 맞지 말고. 라인 속박.
타워 치면 돼. 우리 타워 치면 돼.
아직 20초 남았어. 라인 지우고.
라인부터.
라인 지우고 다시 천천히. 이번에 나 공 18초, 15초.
가자.
이번에 쳐봐 다시.
가자.
라이즈.
내꺼. 타워.
맞아. 나이스 얘들아.
나이스.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing So when we rise, we run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler to break down that Hanwha Life Esports victory. I think it started in the draft. I think Hanwha Life drafted extraordinarily well. Even there, I was like, oh no, Gen G are going to win with a bad draft because they're just a better team. Well, absolutely not the case.
They did not. They got punished, and I think ever so appropriately, because if you leave open that Caitlyn and you know that Lux is still out there and you pick Yasuo Yumi, I think this is a justifiable response, or a justifiable result rather, where you cannot do that. If this was a Karma, completely different story, but you know you're going to get shoved in, and I think a really, really big part of this series, in addition to the Rise, which again, please, no more. I don't want to, the pick just doesn't provide that much, even with Chovy playing it better than we've seen, going around the map, using his realm mob aggressively, it doesn't matter. This was a disrespectful draft and it got punished appropriately.
Yeah, and I also think that, like, even though Chovy, yes, did have some moments on the Rise, you're picking it into Caitlyn, Lux, which already just completely outrange you. Victor completely outranges you. Lee Sin can then find you at any point and remove you if he wants to. Probably doesn't, because he's not even going to bother half of the time. Like, I think that, like, a lot of what Gen G were trying to do, it fit what they, I guess, were trying to put together, which is this 1-3-1 composition that could then allow Ruler to chill out in the mid lane and to take control. But that involves a whole lot of other things going right. Let's get into some of the highlights here and watch Hanwha Life really tear apart Gen G. This, you even mentioned it. You're like, well, now they can't go in for the Herald, but then they went in for the Herald.
And they did, and they were down in ultimate. Lahens, previous to this, had used one of the most powerful ultimates in these early fights, that Yumi ult, and then also they stand on top of everything. Like, it's really hard to see because it's kind of messy, but they were just standing there on top of a Victor ultimate, and none of their damage hit, and then they just got boomed.
Yep, they did indeed. I think the next replay that we have as well is around that Baron fight that happened. Very similar part of the map, and as you can see right here, this was Gen G again. I mean, I think they managed to secure the Drake at this point, but then just overextending one more time right into Hanwha Life Esports open arm.
And a lot of what we're seeing, right, well, we're not seeing here, but we're seeing the result of it, is that that bot lane was just decimated, right, by Lahens, or by Vista, right, Lahens got decimated by Vista and Samdi. They got the early plates, they got the early turret, and here you see the payoff of that. The entire team is fed. They've been able to rotate that Caitlyn around the map since the beginning, and even level 1, Lahens went in repeatedly and, like, just got killed. It's not good.
Yeah, and even though Ruler was able to fight back heroically in that level 1, the damage had been done, right? Because he was pushed out of lane. Caitlyn got all of that control and never relinquished it. Samdi had a fantastic game, and it was all about protect the Samdi, and this is the final fight. One of my favorite moments, because of course, all of his teammates are like, Samdi, just come with us. We'll keep you safe.
Get him out.
That's absolutely what happened.
Keep him safe. And ironically, like, if somebody dies, it doesn't even matter because Karas is still there. Didn't die a single time this game.
Like 4 members stacked on top of him. Oh, it's just adorable.
It's as Gen G, you go into this draft expecting Hanwha Life not to be good enough to come out with a lead. Because if that comp is behind from Hanwha, it's not good.
Oh, like, yeah, of course.
It's very, very hard to play out. But Hanwha Life, you know, we might not think of them as one of our strongest teams, but they're still an LCK team, and you can't play like this and expect them not to get punished.
No, exactly right. And I think it's an absolutely fantastic representation of the fact that we just have good teams here in the LCK. Yeah. It's actually working out really, really nicely. There are a lot of teams that we underestimated and have come out as much stronger than we initially thought. And this is a Hanwha Life that was able to debut with a victory over Nongshim that we weren't expecting whatsoever. Now Nongshim have taken down Damwon. Like, it's all over the place as far as these results are concerned, and Harmor Life, they have already demonstrated that they will come for you if you give them an angle, and Gen.G unfortunately just did. Even if they do have a whole plethora of amazing players, you have to play up to that level. And Harmor Life Esports, I guess, nothing to lose, right? Like they were probably going into this one thinking, well, let's just see what we can do. And there are a few options when it comes to POG, On Fleek or Vista. I think Vista deserves it, but let's see who it's going to be. So we bring it onto your screen. Here he is, beautiful.
Oh, that means we get a POG interview with Vista, man with one of the best voices in the entirety.
That is true, and he gets to like have a chat with us about playing with Chovy, then playing against Chovy, which is kind of cool too.
If they win the series, which I think after this game, Gen.G is gonna go back into the booth and say, guys, let's play a little bit more respectful. And Vista's impact over the entirety of the map was very, very pivotal. Look at here, the flash to ensure the Guardian proc coming through, keeping his teammate alive, being just in the right place at the right time. A lot of bindings with huge impact, constant ultimates coming through as well. And again, like we're not even going through all the clips of him hitting bindings and punishing the bot lane because we would be here for a good amount of time.
And he started the game with a flash Q. And that flash Q started the whole ball rolling, right? That bottom lane for Gen.G never really got back on the rails. And it was Sandy with all of the protection in the world, able to do his job. Get around the map, get all of these plates, and get the work done. But the work is not finished just yet. There is still at least one more game this evening, and let's see whether it's Harmor Life that can follow through after their first win. Let's throw it over to Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Analyst Carpet people, for that amazing breakdown. As it is me, Valdez, with Wolf here for game number 2, Harmor Life. They get an early lead, and they absolutely roll with it. I love what they were saying about how there's no bad teams here in the LCK. Same thing happened last year where, you know, Dom1 took some losses, and everybody said, oh, did Dom1 fall off? Are they gone? They went to the World Final and nearly won, right? It's just that the LCK is really well-rounded. We have a ton of strong teams. Everybody's good.
Yeah.
And it's hard, you know. You can't have even one off day. And we saw that Gen.G, you know, they're on the first step of having an off day. They're going to have to try to turn it around.
Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, and we've talked about this a lot. We talked about it in this series and the Dom1 series. Teams like Breon and Harmor Life Esports will, you know, prep check you. They will draft check you. They will punish you if you do not play to LCK level. And I think in this particular game, there were some small errors early that led to Harmor Life Esports just getting out of control. And it was interesting to me to see the other side of the opinions too, because, you know, both Atlas and Chronicler really felt like Gen.G had the inferior draft, whereas I, before the game, really was leaning towards they had a much better one. It was more well-rounded. Maybe I was looking through the Gen.G only one loss of the season so far goggles there, because Harmor Life Esports definitely made it look like they had by far the better draft. The execution was better.
I think it really comes down to the execution. I heavily agree with the Rise. I think that was disrespectful. I think there are ways to get that bottom lane through. We saw what happens when they're left alone and, you know, Peanut's trying to put out fires elsewhere and they get zero help and your Rise can't do anything. And, you know, I think it's a little bit of both. Just the play and the draft. Some things that need to change here. Gen.G are going to take blue side once again, so we'll get a second look at how a draft might appear from this side.
Yeah. The Caitlyn definitely is something to look at here for sure. Might end up seeing it banned here on blue side, as, you know, it wasn't the Caitlyn that was the strongest part of this. It was really the Lux that led into the Caitlyn getting fed. And, you know, we've seen a lot of AD carries killing turret plates today, shall we say, but Yuumi is banned here on blue side with Karma too, so the priority here is probably once again going to be on Jin Zhao or Jarvan for Gen.G.
Karma banned out just like game number 1. That's why it wasn't an option for the Ezreal Karma. But they're leaving it open again. So that's one thing, you know, like, even if you were considering Ezreal Yuumi again, yes, they're going to go ahead and take it instead as their first pick.
Now, if you want to go for, I mean, it's really tough to pick a strong AD carry matchup. Jin is fine to pick up here. Might even see the Leona come through here before that second phase. as something that can really be annoying to deal with as Caitlyn and can be very punishing if Vista can have another pop-off game here on the bottom side. As Lehens might want to wield his own Lux here because the pairing is strong, and it does allow him to make a bit of a statement after that loss there. We'll see the lock-in here, and the question becomes, what is the jungle pick going to be here for Gen G? Do they just pull out the Jarvan and say, well, we're going to trade in terms of what's meta? Because the Lee Sin doesn't feel like, even though it's one of Peanut's stronger champions here, something that Gen G want to play stylistically. And in fact, it will be the Poppy instead, which is really, really rising up right now. So frustrating to play against, so tanky, could turn a 5v5 into a 5v4, and limits your options now as Life Esports as to what champions you want to play into this.
Yeah, it's really difficult to engage into a Poppy because there's so many things she can do to stop dashes that generally happen on engages with very popular champions right now. You think about Gragas, even Aliona, who's really trying to get in there. Now they're going to take the Victor again. Karis did look pretty good on this pick. He was able to, he fell behind in the CS, as everybody does against Chovy. But also his jungler wasn't really helping out too much in the mid lane, so I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the Victor here.
I definitely trust in it after his performance last game, and it's a champion that does feel somewhat quintessentially Karis in a meta like this where the focus is elsewhere. You can just sit there, get some CS even if it's less than Chovy, but then Victor will end up being valuable later on. Once again, seeing the ban onto the Camille here. Would not be surprised to see Gwen again here targeted towards Doran's.
A Gwen?
A Gwen. One more time. I don't know, I'm out of puns here, but...
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
That's it. That's all we got.
Yep.
Call it a night. I think it's the easiest call to make here, unless you have something really unusual planned and you want to ban the Gragas, which... After this Graves ban, you know that Gen G are definitely going down a different path. Actually banned the LeBlanc away, this time directly.
What do you think the chances are that Chovy just plays Ryze again?
I'd say pretty high, actually. Because it's a pick that he can control the macro game with quite a bit. He can suck up a lot of the CS and then be a really, really nice front line. I think part of the reason why they were struggling so much last game is the range of the Caitlyn, plus all those engages, the choke points that were controlled made it impossible for him to have an impact. I'm not a huge fan of Ryze, especially with the builds right now, because it splits Ryze into two different functionalities. He's not strong at tanking, nor is he strong at damage, as the Fiora here would be really fun to see. Blind Malphite, I don't know about that one.
Blind Malphite, no, but Response Malphite.
Yeah.
That's a good one. But instead they're going to go for the Gwen.
Yeah.
A Gwen.
A Gwen.
Yep.
I could see a world where we just see the Jace and Ryze here. The Ryze isn't going to be able to put on a lot of pressure in the top side of the map, per se, with this matchup, but he won't necessarily need to.
Just play Orianna. I don't know.
Okay,
I just
well
don't
now,
want to see the Ryze, please.
If it's Gragas Ryze, then I'm really not feeling it at all. Because I think that you're really putting, you're basically saying if you go for the Ryze here, you're saying we have one source of damage, and it's a Caitlyn, whereas Life Esports can now respond with a strong support for Jhin. This is much better, yes.
Hey, they listened, oh my god.
Yes.
It happened.
A lot of magic damage here, which means the Trundle pick here is going to be pretty sick, because he can build very, very tanky, and this will be the support pick for the Jhin down on the bottom side. Can steal away a lot of those Poppy stats in a team fight and then suddenly become so difficult to deal with when you're trying to front to back here as Gen G. I think Gen G's engage is going to be so important. The casts, the Poppy engages, Orianna shockwaves, like these things need to be on point, because if you don't win the fight very quickly as Gen G, Life's comp kind of outlasts you as long as they're not too far behind. I really like this Trundle pick. It's pretty cool. Now, in the lane, it's going to be a hard time. In the lane, he's not going to have a lot of agency. He's going to be babysat. Lux is just going to be chucking out E's. You're going to have Caitlyn poking.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a hard time. But if you can weather the storm in the lane, the Trundle will be pretty awesome to see, I think, in 5v5 fights.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think this might be, episode 2 Ruler's Revenge. And Lehens, I should say, because he was really the one that got dunked on pretty hard. Left Ruler out to dry. And yeah, I mean, they're going to get their hand at one of the most dominant bottom lanes. And this is what happens, you know. They had to ban Chovy's Corki away, so it leaves the Caitlyn available, and Genji were not going to make the same mistake twice of leaving the Caitlyn available for the enemy team.
Yeah, I do really like this second variation here of the Victor comp as well, though, for Hanwha Life Esports. On fleek on the Xin Zhao, strong champion for him.
Here we go, game number 2. Brought in with the applause of the audience. Chovy has a really nice Orianna. Feels like Orianna is one of those mid laners that I feel like all of our mid lane players are just like, but it's not that fun. You know, I've played her a billion times, but she's just so stable.
Yeah.
And she just does everything decently well.
Yeah, she's like your starter champion, you know? Like, in a lot of ways, it feels like she can do... She's too well-rounded. She is very easy to lane most matchups. Like, there's very few matchups where she sits in lane and goes, oh, I'm just going to have a really hard time and I'm going to struggle. She doesn't body people either. She's very skill-based in terms of the laning phase. You can get solo kills if you play it perfectly, if your opponent makes a small mistake. The boring part of Orianna, I suppose, is that in later on team fights, your damage throughput is not that high. Like, you do an ultimate, and you press a Q, and then you're waiting on cooldowns.
And a W.
And a W, of course. But in Karus' case, like, he's going to be shooting out lasers the whole team fight. Like, his damage number is going to go up real high if he survives. So I guess a lot of people like that, especially in this meta where Victor is able to be annoying with relative impunity.
Yeah, it's higher scaling damage for sure on the Victor, and you see that a lot. It's kind of funny how Syndra just totally fell off. Like, we just don't really see Syndra all that much. I think she's seen like maybe 3 or 4 games so far. I'm trying to see here if I can find it.
Yeah, it's very low.
Oh, okay, 6 games, more than I expected, but 2 and 4.
None this week after what we had her obviously in week 1 a little bit. I think the problem with Syndra is that she serves a very similar role in terms of what she does. This is a win streak, 5-0 compared to the Rise. But what an Orianna does better than a Syndra is just more guaranteed setups. And you know, Syndra, obviously, if you play perfectly and have all those opportunities, can make a longer impact in a fight. But Orianna also, I think, a lot safer in lane. You don't have to hit a Scour of the Week perfectly. You can just ult out of a lot of situations.
Yeah, Scour of the Week cooldown is pretty long. I think it's like, I don't know, 11 seconds, something like that. So if that's on cooldown, it leaves a pretty wide gap for, you know, the enemy 2v2 to try to collapse onto you if you do not have your flash. You don't have the same speed up. You don't have the shield that an Orianna does have.
Yeah. What we're watching on screen here is exactly what we expected to happen with this Trundle Jhin lane, is just CS and under turret, dealing with some abuse, a little bit of lane freeze here, just out of range. Zombie's like, give me that experience, please, give me those CSs, let me bounce those in, and he's doing a great job, actually, of keeping the CS even, but you are under a lot of pressure now, and the jungles will hover this lane because as Gen G's bot duo, you need Peanut's help in case the jungle comes down. And Peanut actually is the jump on fleek down here. He's completely zoned out. And we'll be able to get this scuttle away.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Start off with a scuttle win against a Xin Zhao. On fleek so far, just clearing a little bit slower. Does appear, has fallen behind a bit on the CS down there, and the Poppy can easily just now run to the top side, take the other scuttle, feel very happy about herself.
Now, he is, you know, taking the long way around here to avoid that scuttle vision. Will ward on his way down. I think you got to Scryers that, yeah. I was thinking for just a moment there, he is expecting the double scuttle, and so going to make a risky play to punish. Peanut's up here.
There's the flash, and Dudu is no flash. He only has his ghost, and able to get that first blood into the hands of Doran, who very nicely sets up that play.
Yeah. Ruler and Lehens back off, as they know Peanut is top. They didn't know where On Fleek was, but On Fleek didn't take an opportunity to gank here, nor did he go top side until very late. is on his Krugs at the moment, but fortunately Peanut with another huge start with a lead. Remember, this happened last game when he was able to steal the red away, and he had a really, really nice advantage in terms of jungle clear. This time around is able to pick up an assist here, even on first blood. We'll watch this from Peanut's perspective here. Yikes. Just knocking him away from the turret. Nice.
나좀 떨었어.
And he's like, I was a little shaky on that. Said he's like literally said he was shaking. Didn't look like it though. I couldn't tell.
I actually watched. I was talking about this before, the mic check of Gen G in that match against ㅅ2022, and they actually highlighted the fact that Peanut does a lot of shaking, a lot of leg shaking and stuff like this. So maybe that's just his thing. But he's still a fantastic player. Doesn't seem to matter all too much.
Hey, I mean, if shaking is what gets it for you,
So level 6 is hit, and Dudu's just like, yeah, do it. I dare you. Doran's like, okay.
I don't think he should push this any further, but he's going to try. We'll only eat one turret shot here. He's trying to deny CS, but Dudu's got the cannon wave, so he doesn't care at all. Not the end of the world here, but...
Ooh, ult's on the wave. Just trying to get out, get it back in.
You feel pretty okay to do that because you know Gragas ulted already too, so it's not like you're going to come back to lane and be in a really, really disadvantageous spot. As Lehens is like farming Spell Thief's Edge up here in front of a Trundle with no fear. He is really trying to style on him a little bit. They'll clear this vision before Peanut comes around. And this actually might lead to a really early Drake play because they have Prio. They have vision locked down here in that brush, as well as, like, look at the 3 control wards. 1 in mid, 1 in the entry point to the Drake, and then 1, of course, here in the bot brush. So there's no way that Hunter Life Esports could respond to this without their bot duo. And even if they could see this, which they can't, it would give ample time for Peanut to get out with his Hex Flash if need be. Like, no risk, early Drake, now you reset, 1 minute, till Rift Herald. Clean macro here from Gen G.
Yeah, very nicely done. I think maybe they got a little bit rattled with that first loss against Hunter Life Esports. We know how competitive it can get at the top, the tippy top of the standings, so even one game can make the difference, as there is the combo. They found him. I mean, it's as simple as that. You know, Trundle's not that tanky at this point in time. If you get hit by a binding, you're dead.
Once again, by the way, no vision here whatsoever for Hunter Life Esports. Peanut is going in. And he's going out because they're not actually there to follow up, but it's going to cost him a lot of plates and a whole lot of farm. Trying to farm this out is actually somewhat scary, but at least he warded the tri-brush, knows he can kind of get into experience safely. Like, I don't want to say safe because who knows what Lehens is going to hit here. But this is starting to really stack up. This is why Caitlyn, one of the many reasons why, but one of the big reasons in the early game why Caitlyn is so feared, because she will just shove you out of the lane. And why, as much as I love the Trundle pick for team fights, the laning phase, he has no real power or agency to do anything about this range problem.
Didn't you see him pillar the Caitlyn a couple of times?
Yeah, I certainly did. Is Hunter Life Esports looking for this Herald?
They should get it. Gen G are like, we're not really in position to get on this, even though it was a pretty straight up 3v3. And I think they could have. Seems like Doran is a bit low on mana, so maybe they just say, we're a bit behind, let him have it.
Yeah, he's low on mana and not in a really, he's not in a spot where he can really wrap around easily. But they did have 3 flashes there as well as the Orianna ult. I think most LCK teams would have actually gone in on that, but Gen G showing a lot of restraint with the lead they already have.
It's funny, you know? Two of the big 3 here at the LCK, Gen G and ㅅ2022, showing a lot of restraint around the Rift Herald. I wonder if that will start any kind of
a big trend
pattern.
Maybe? Yeah.
We'll have to see.
I do think that if you're ahead like this, you don't have to, as people love to say, burger flip a lead away.
Is
Peanut's going in. Karis.
Peanut was like so fast, he was like, no, I'm out of here, and Jovi's ult just totally misses.
Jovi's like, man, you had one job.
Yeah, I mean, he had already flashed. Like, could have potentially been a play as the pillar comes in, and now Chovy has to flash.
Right now, Gingy are like, all right, we'll give you a Herald. Let's see how many plates you get with that. And then meanwhile, without a Herald, let's see how many plates we can get. With 2 plates bottom, plate mid now, top plate down. So we're looking at already right now 4 plates for Genji across the board, Heraldless to 0. So, you know, you don't really need to give a team fight over to Hanwha Life Esports and all that extra gold back. As long as you can continue the control you have, getting that Herald gold itself will be quite a challenge for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, definitely will be. I mean, no root here means that, okay, they're actually going to open up here. The subjugate was used, and you can see this isn't going to do much damage, especially with the shield that does come in. Also, Peanuts here again. So, you know, they had their one shot, one opportunity.
Just gotta love, too, like how uncaring Ruler was. He's like, oh, I don't think you guys can actually pull this off. And Lehens is very far away, but I'm not afraid at all. Because vision control, Poppy's coming down, Lehens is coming down. It's a very quiet lead here for Genji. As deep vision being pointed out by the observers here, 2 deep wards tracking when on fleek is going to go top here. And so they have a lot of information right now. And when they see on fleek here, they can go clear away that Drake vision. With the bot control, they will wrestle back away. And then they're on track to get a 2 Drake lead here as they continue to use Caitlyn to abuse Jhin in the bottom side of the map. We're already talking 20 CS diff, might get higher. Oh, it's about 15.
I wasn't going to say anything, but, you know.
We're getting closer, right?
A round up.
See how many of those SOMD hits, okay? Look, there you go, 18.
We're getting there.
And 20.
Okay, nicely done.
Like I said, Valdez, 20 CS lead.
True. And Peanut's been so oppressive, too. It's so annoying to deal with the Poppy. Thankfully he's got Cleanse.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
He had Cleanse, you say.
Guess who doesn't have Cleanse is the Trundle, so not allowed to get hit by any more bindings is Vista. A little bit tanky, more tanky now.
Peanut.
As here we go again, the knockup comes in, that ultimate just... What?
Look.
Well, at least he's good at farming CS, okay?
They haven't worked out the Poppy-Orianna synergy yet, clearly, but there's still time, okay? Chovy is only 31 CS up right now. I know it's not as good as Reddit wants, but, like, he's getting there, okay? And this is, by the way, not a knock on Chovy nor Peanut. It's kind of difficult to pull off, and Karis' respectful position there. I mean, how much safer could Karis have been? We'll grab this extra plate gold here, and it's funny how this Herald doesn't actually give you Drake Prio as Hanwha Life Esports, and yet, with the back timing of the bot lane there, they are just going to give this one up for free here to Hanwha Life Esports.
It's fine.
Interesting turn of events after that failed gank mid, because that took the wind out of their sails, and
yeah,
there's a bit of an opportunity cost here.
That should have, though, 100% been a kill. Like, Karis doesn't have flash, he's a Victor. And your Orianna Poppy, like, you gotta make that happen. I don't know what else to say.
I'm trying to be a little half full tonight, Valdez, okay?
I'm kind of taking your role today. I'm the negative guy.
I have said some slightly negative things about Chovy before in the past. This is not a moment I will do that. I think he's playing well. It was a sad moment, but it cost them a lot of gold on a Victor plus a Drake. So if you have those ultimates for the Drake fight, then you win the Drake fight. Then even get dropped the Herald. It's not even a conversation. They still walk away with a 4,000 gold lead nearly here. So still in a pretty good spot.
I wanna pose a question. What's better, one Infernal Drake or Cloud Soul?
You really put me on the spot here. I think I'm gonna go with Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul?
With the changes, The old Cloud Soul, like, really, really hard question to answer, but since they made it so it's not, you know, just old cooldowns, actually the slow resist and stuff like that, pretty nice. Pretty good for every champion now in the game.
Slow resist is nice. You get really fast as well. And also when you use your ultimate, you get that burst of speed. So it can be good on some champions. Like if you think about a Victor, right? You throw out the Chaos Storm at the beginning of a fight, you're gonna be able to run away from basically anything. You think about like even a Poppy, I don't know. Everybody can kind of use that. But at the same time, just the pure stats of Infernal Drake. Always feels good.
Question is, will Life Esports ever be able to get that Cloud Soul versus this solo Infernal Drake?
Yeah.
It might be a solo Infernal Drake plus Cloud Soul. I know that's not what your question was, but I'm just talking about what might happen here. And
Life are very much down to fight. They're like, you know, we don't care about the current state of the game. We will fight this. The Chemtech Drake is actually pretty nice against, you know, Gragas Poppy, when you consider that. So in terms of value from other Drakes, that is one thing to think about. They decide at the end of the day not to fight. And although they're not getting kills on Dakaris, he's still been out of lane for a lot of the farm, to the point where he's 1,100 gold behind and more than 50 CS behind. So memes aside, the ganks are doing the job.
Yeah, this is okay. The other. Is there any? There's nobody else even nearby though. So like, Fleek is like, can you just stop annoying me?
Yeah.
He's like, what, are you gonna flash on me too? Like,
it's got refillable and red buff. Like, you're not gonna kill him. He's Xin Zhao. Anyway.
I was gonna mention like, Chovy. Hold on, Doo-Doo.
And just get in there. Really got in the mist. Just land a binding. And then lose half his health.
I wanted to go further in on your point, but we've had a bit of a scuffle the whole time.
Bit of a kerfuffle here as well, as Chovy is taking a lot of damage, slowed down, and the last shot will nearly kill him. The Cast Storm will almost able to take him down, so Chovy will take his turn having to leave the lane.
There's something special about the mid of the Rift in this game. It's just nobody's going to die there. We're going to get very close to death and then actually narrowly escape. But going back to your point about how much CS has been lost here and how much of an advantage Chovy has just from those ganks in mid. Part of the reason why those ganks were even attempted was because Chovy was so hard gapping Karis in lane and pushing him back and actually trading with him so aggressively that he was just stuck in between turrets and losing farm. Even though he did survive because his positioning was good, there's a cost for that. And Chovy does survive that last scenario, does lose his flash for it, won't be up for the next Drake fight here. But you mentioned Life very willing to fight here, but I don't think they should be as excited about it at this stage in the game. I think Karis needs a little bit more gold, needs to get some more items online, the same to be said of Doo-Doo, before you can really hope to sustain through what is a very upfront and explosive damage comp here for Gen.G that has both damage and engage at this stage of the game in spades. Like if a body slam hits and Orianna ult goes off, somebody's dead. Whoever is in that, they're dead. It's over. Or they're out of the fight, which is as good as dead. You need to be able to survive longer to do more damage as Life, and we're not there yet.
Yeah, they definitely need some more time, get their Victor online, get their Gwen a little bit more fed. And imagine if they had a Jinx as well. That would feel nice. But you were talking about getting excited. I don't know. That reminded me of Jinx, which we seem to only see into Aphelios. Seems like the only time that LCK teams want to play Jinx.
I would have been down for a Jinx in this comp for sure.
Yeah. I think, you know, you've also got some decent range. Might be a little bit weaker earlier on, but I think it offers you a lot more later on.
If we got to like mulligan out the Jhin Trundle for Jinx Thresh, I'd be all about it.
Let's get some caster mulligans in there. That sounds fair. Pillar, very annoying. But at the end of the day, not going to do too much. Samdi takes some damage before we even begin, as Doran is really getting in there. As, on fleek. Okay, he decides he does not want to use his Crescent Guard, as that is a massive body slam into 3 people. This fight is over, as someone would say. Although, maybe Doo-Doo has something else to say about this, as he nearly kills Peanut. So now the ultimate is going to come out here. Peanut will be surviving, as they do line up.
The pillar.
I love it.
Vista's like, can I knock him into the right spot? No, you cannot.
Good try, good try.
Good hustle. Yeah, that fight was over, as I often say. But what did I say right before that fight? Suddenly a cask hits and somebody dies. I said a cask and a shockwave, but one cask and on fleek is like...
I think you said body slam.
Body slam.
Still counts.
Whatever, okay? One engage tool. Root hits fleek, boom, he's knocked in with the cask. Fight's over. And then it's a triple, and it's even worse. But even without this sick triple here from Doran, you don't win this fight as Life Esports. You don't walk away with an objective. You don't walk away with smiles. You go back to your base with your tail between your legs. They're like, maybe we get Peanut here. No. And that's why taking fights like this It's just out of the question at this stage in the game. You will not beat Gen G's comp, especially with the players that are on this roster, in a 5v5 fight until you farm it up later. Now you've given Gen G such a lead that I don't know if it ever happens anymore, sadly. And because it was a one-to-one Drake scenario, this is not sole point, I don't think you really, as Hanwha Life Esports here, really needed to force that. I don't think you really needed to try to look for a very awkward fight where you don't have positional advantage. I mean, it was a really good binding into a cask, and then triple body slam. But
why didn't he crescent guard? I still don't get it. Like, why did he just not press that button?
Look, half empty Valdez over here tonight.
Yeah. Negative Valdez tonight. Sorry, guys. Because, like, it's a root, right? The binding, so you can still do actions. But, yeah, it's maybe a little bit of a mistake there. It's okay. We all make them.
It was a full moon for him, all right? He couldn't press it.
Yeah. Okay, well, Doran is pretty tanky, but how tanky is he really?
Very tanky.
Tanky enough.
Tanky enough, indeed. This is another Gen...
Why be more tanky? It's tanky enough.
That's not a sponsor, Valdez. We can't talk about that. Look, this is another moment for Gen G where you're ahead, okay, but let's not push it too far, all right? 7,000 gold to lead. You know, it's pretty much unlosable, but you take a few too many more steps forward, and then suddenly Hanwha Life Esports have another way back into this game. Let's slow it down a little bit. Let's play some good macro. You know, we don't have to just walk down the red carpet and say, look, I'm 7,000 gold ahead, and you guys should probably just type /FF, which is basically Gen G's push there. But they're trying to maximize vision. Look at how Peanut is clearing up all that's left here.
Ooh.
On Fleek, sneaking in.
Yeah, Chovy in a bit of trouble. He does have his flash, but he gets knocked up and taken down. On Fleek a bit low, and they're not necessarily in a position to force Baron at 21.5 minutes. But I mean, Jin, so they'll just take the pick.
Chovy is like pushing an inner turret while Peanut is trying to make sure it's okay, basically. And this pocket that On Fleek finds, to be fair, if you look at the minimap here, with the rotation up of Peanut and the wards that were cleared and the vision they have also in River, it's kind of unfathomable, actually, that On Fleek was able to find that angle and kill Chovy. But once again, while your jungler is trying to secure that location, you're already way ahead of him. You're going to get punished. These are small overextensions that, if a few more happen, Hanwha Life Esports might be able to get back in.
Yeah, you know, Chovy, he's got to get that CS, so he's got to be in that position. But yeah,
by any means necessary.
Yeah, On Fleek just finding a really nice position. And we got a bit of a competition going on right now. Actually, Ruler has taken the lead in CS. So Chovy, after that death, you know, he misses some very valuable seconds. He will fall behind on the CS meter.
I thought you were going to say competition between Karis and Chovy for who did the right build, because you were a big hater of the Shadow Flame second. And we do have a big difference in build there. I thought that's where you were going to say.
In this case, it's pretty obvious for Karis that he has to go Void Staff when you're up against, you know, super tanky frontline. But I suppose in the case of Chovy, there are some squishy guys on the enemy team that do not have any magic resist, namely Victor and Jin.
Yeah.
And, you know, there is some treads there, but especially with the Ludens, you have some magic pen in there as well, so it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, I just
Shadow Flame.
Just had to poke the Valdez on that one for a second. Because I know how you feel, and we do have a difference of build here, but obviously, with a Poppy and a Gragas on the other side, both of which have built lots of magic resist already and will be heading towards further, you definitely need that Void Staff as Karis. That's like non-negotiable. But with Shadow Flame second here, I think you probably would have already mentioned it, but I'm just looking for things to talk about here as we wait for Gen G to overextend again. I mean, continue to macro well and control this Drake. That's what's happening.
Oh.
Look at the vision in this choke. Okay, you're just going to wait for 12 more seconds. You're not going to walk up to that inner turret, Peanut. You're just going to sit here on top of this vision, and Doran's going to push this wave, and you will get soul point. That is what's going to happen. I don't know if you think you have free will, but I'm pulling the strings right now, and Peanut is going to get this Drake, and they're just going to play it slow, and nobody's going to die.
Nobody gets hurt.
Nobody gets hurt. Look at Chovy, man. He's way back going topside. He's just going to catch a wave. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you win this game as Gen G.
And we had Doran TP to the bottom side just to make 100% sure they were going to get this Drake. And someone on the red team pinged him. Question mark ping. They're like, what is this guy doing? Okay, that is a Lux alone. We do have ㅣ2022 nearby as Lehens is walking the other way, and he will go down. Nice little solo kill there from OnFleek.
And OnFleek has really been quite impressive today.
Oh, that was a nice little sidestep from Peanut. Very fast on the Poppy. Will it matter? Flash comes in, and that's another pick. Although they just lost their jungler, so not like they can rush the Baron or anything like that. Doran is going 1v3. Having a little bit of fun here, are we? I see, as Ruler now flashing forward. Not gonna get the kill onto Karis, and now he's out of position. As we're waiting for the pillar to come in. Not quite going to come in on time, but Dudu's right on top of them. And how did this happen?
Happy gaming, Valdez. That's what happened. A little bit of happy gaming coming on here for Gen G.
Too happy.
Too happy. And when I say nobody dies, nobody overextends, nobody crosses the line here, and everybody wins, everybody's safe, everything is okay. I said I was pulling the strings. I lied. Of course I'm not. These players do have their own free will, and they made some overextensions again. And here we go. I mean, Lux getting caught there for Lehens, versus OnFleek. That was just really a nice proactive play from OnFleek. Lehens shows himself here sweeping, then goes over the wall, unfortunately right into the opening arms of OnFleek, who dodges the binding, and is able to easily get a 1v1 kill here. Pressing guards out, so ㅣ2022 can't do anything to assist. Then over here, I mean, we are really trying to get our ward score up today, aren't we, Peanut? Our vision score. Then Doran's over here.
Doran's like, oh, I'm going to get into the fight too.
And to be fair, he actually almost sets up this kill onto Karis, so I don't blame Doran as much because he is extremely tanky and so massively ahead. And then they just don't have vision for Ruler to secure the kill.
TP's coming in, and Ruler is netting the other way to try to kill Karis.
Yeah, the TP there, when the TP comes through, you've got to get out of there. This is so much gold given over to HLE Esports.
50 for one kill to Dudu.
And for what? To try to get a pick there when you already have control over the map? Bit of a question mark here. Gen G, happy gaming.
I was about to say, if ㅣ2022 also gets picked off, I mean, those times, okay, we might have something here, nice binding on Fleek. Hey,
he pressed R this time.
He pressed R. Nicely done on Fleek. Those games where it's like, oh, one team's so far in the lead, and we're like, oh, they're going to have to make a lot of mistakes for the other team to come back. This is the beginning of what we're talking about.
Yeah, usually when casters say that, they're just trying to be nice to the team that's really far behind and saying well, it's going to take a lot of unforced errors, et cetera, et cetera. But usually it doesn't happen. Usually we just say that, and then the team that's 7,000 gold ahead just wins, and we're like, oh, at least we got to buy some time in our caster dead air there for a second. But this time, actually, a lot of unforced errors here, and HLE Esports will punish. This kind of goes back to game one. You do not respect this team. It's an LCK team. They will punish.
Uh-oh. Samdi in a little bit of trouble here as he is going to get lasered and taken down. So that's Samdi being too far up the lane. He had some nice vision on the top side of him in the above jungle, but not below. And Peanut is able to capitalize. So nicely done that time around, as now they'll go for the Baron.
Yep, teleport coming through here to basically guarantee it. It's a Gragas, so he just can basically close the door here with some casks. Nobody's getting in here. He doesn't have his ultimate, but it just doesn't matter.
They have vision. OnFleek, though, with no flash means that doesn't look like anybody's giving him an option. Dudu is getting way too much damage with the Victor as well. Big Ori combo does come down as now the flash in from ㅣ2022. Not going to get the kill. Nice pillar here trying to save the lives of his teammate. Karis is still alive for so long as Gen G will eventually be able to chase them down. But I suppose the Baron at least was stopped.
Baron is stopped here critically. But Gen G is still getting a huge win in terms of the team fight. It was very close. Dudu basically almost 1v5 the enemy team and then was eventually shut down. Yeah, and Karis did a lot of that damage with him. And there was a bit of a split there for Gen G because Doran didn't have ult. He does have it now. And he was on the edge trying to make sure OnFleek couldn't come over for the steal. They're just going to group back up and look for the reset here on the Baron. And OnFleek has flash now and this blast cone. So he's going to try to steal this one away, it looks like here. And at this point, you're so desperate. There's the cone taken away by Doran.
They still, okay, the vision is cleared as Jin, maybe another Jim steal. We have another ward in there. No body slam for Doran as the slow does come down onto OnFleek. He's got that E onto roller, we're thinking about it, but the body slam does come in eventually, and Doran does his job. He will also get out alive. Peanut is able to throw the Trundle away as well. So Gen G finally do pick up the Baron.
You know that Lord of the Rings meme where it just keeps repeating, the guy's like, hold! Hold! That was Gen G right there. Like, okay, just get over the wall and push them away and don't actually get the Baron into range. Now you can just clear this wave easy peasy. Gen G, with a Baron buff now at this stage, with the lead that they have, they're not even that interested in this Drake. They'd rather reset buy items and actually push for inhibitors. This is just a consolation prize here for Hanwha Esports.
Hey, but an objective bounty.
Yes, that was something that did
gold.
not exist last year, but does exist now. So they're now, they were 8,000 gold behind, now they're 7,600 or so behind. But hey, a little bit of extra gold goes a long way, Valdez. Just try to adopt your cup half empty pessimism right now.
Look at the damage here from Hanwha.
It's pretty crazy how much Dudu and Karas are able to do here, but the shielding coming through from Lehens is enough to actually keep them alive enough to chase. And Doran's like, remember me? Like, I didn't do a whole lot before this, but I'm still full health and I'm still pushing this. Gen G say, you can have that Drake, but I'm looking for permanent damage.
Big flank is coming in here. Doran's going to be left to the Wolves as he's going to go down, and they're teleporting into this one. They want to fight it as on Fleek flashes to try to get the engage. Chovy now being hounded down by this Gwen, takes a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, on Fleek will be taken out. Just a lot of engages and happy gaming in this one.
Yeah,
sure.
I think so, Valdez. I think Gen G trying to make a point more than killing a Nexus right now, but now they might get both. They made the point and they're looking to kill a Nexus.
I mean, there's so much damage right now on Hanwha. Like, you cannot be making mistakes like this, you know? They just push in and they're like, we're going to take your inhibitor, and Hanwha say no.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, they actually almost just killed Peanut. Like, if Karas gets that kill onto Peanut, there's no objective for them to take, but there's a lot of bounties. Like, one bounty on that solo Drake, that's one thing, but then bounties on 3 turrets that are open here on the map for Hanwha Esports, suddenly the world changes. As Lehens down here gets zoned away, and at that point, you know, it's Ruler and Doran alone. There's nobody else here. Peanut's coming back up, the teleport comes through, and Hanwha Esports are like, yeah, but we're already on top of this comp. Like, what are you going to try to turn? It's a really nice Orianna ult, but you really, really, really have to be careful at going, okay, we push the inhibitor, because you only have one wave of minions here. And Karas does not even have his crown shattered until the end of this fight. Like, nobody's focusing him. He's walking up and taking names.
Yeah.
He's got his Zhonya's. Zhonya's on Dudu. If you make mistakes, because remember the comps, like, Gen G's comp wins a fight in 5 seconds, wins it early. The longer fights go to Hanwha Esports. Even with a gold deficit like this, they can win those.
Yeah, I mean, the Victor's online, right? I'm so glad we talked about the difference between Orianna and Victor, even though it felt like, you know, kind of repeating ourselves, because you really need some kind of enabling or the enemy to kind of walk into your ball in order to get a big shockwave and make the most of Ori's damage. But if all these fights are like 1 by 1, people getting picked off, the Victor's going to love that because he's doing omega damage over and over and over, very sustained, as you pointed out, and he's just getting a lot of benefits from the way these fights are playing out, and Karas is going to have a gigantic damage number. Now, it doesn't mean that Hanwha are going to win this game. It just means that, you know, the more this game goes on, and Gen G are struggling to even take one inhibitor at 33 minutes when they have a nearly 10,000 gold lead, it just raises questions.
It really does raise questions. Like, we walked into this best of 3 saying, Gen G are probably the best team in the LCK. Like, it seems very clear. We'll still have to wait until that T1 match. There's a few other questions that will have to be settled. And I don't think that's necessarily changed here, but you do have to raise your eyebrows at this one a little bit and be like, I hope they're just messing around, right, if you're a Gen G fan, because there are some serious questions here. And the way that these engages have been so sloppy as well, like that attempted cask and the ult there from Peanut just moments ago kind of going wide, makes it look like Gen G are really trying to put on a show rather than actually play good League of Legends here, and that's fine because they've played great League of Legends for 3 series in a row, including one where they defeated back-to-back defending champions in Damwon Kia. But the game still is in the state where if Gen G do just slow down a minute and stop feeding overkills to Hanwha Esports, they should be able to take these fights. They gave a Drake up to try to make that top play, got caught top. Now in 45 seconds, they can look for that actual soul, as they are really trying to push this vision deep, 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 deep away from the Drake.
And there's a marauding Gwen on the other side here. They have to respect that.
Yeah, Dudu will be fine. He's able to run away. Doran does teleport into the bottom lane to get on into this. And let's see how this fight is going to go. It seems like Gen G are grouped up as 5 this time around. There's a couple of things. You know, we have insane sustained damage from Victor and from Gwen. And we also have the subjugate. That's something you talked about way earlier on, but like you subjugate a Poppy or a Gragas, whoever's in the front, they can melt really, really fast.
Yeah, it's that thing we were talking about. Sucks in lane, you know, unfortunately with this Trundle, but in these fights, it is massive. And he's looking for Doran here potentially.
Kind of getting zoned out of this one with all the traps. We do have Dudu in the front line taking a lot of damage, but there is the melt. They get the tank down. Can they follow for more? As nope, that's going to be Dudu just disappearing immediately. As now here comes Gen G. They have a lot of damage in their arsenal as well. As the shockwave totally going to miss though. Peanut is getting in there all alone. The follow-up does come in though, as finally Ruler is able to group up with his team. As the Zhonya's will come in here from Karis. He's got a lot of damage, but he gets headshot for about 800 damage. And now it seems like Gen G have finally put the lid on this crazy game.
Yeah, there's a request ping there on the top side to defend the inhibitor, and that is where Samdi is going to run as fast as those little Jin legs can carry him up to the top side to defend. Teleport coming in from Chovy here, though, with this wave pushing and one to follow. Gen G should finally, at 36 minutes here, be able to push in for the win. 30 seconds till Karis, who's the main damage dealer here, realistically, for Honda Life Esports, respawns.
They're not ending.
Because they're going to go take Baron, I suppose. This is one of the games of League of Legends of our time.
Yes, this is one of those games. And, I mean, I guess it's just because there was only 5 seconds on Dudu respawning, but at the same time, I mean, you're adding seconds potentially onto this game to go later and later. But again, you know, it's pretty free. I mean, you get 2 inhibitors, you get the Baron, it's still good. It's just there was a chance to end the game. They decided not to go for it.
Gen G is trying to, like, get the biggest lead possible that we will all watch a game and go, well, they can't lose this, right? Like, how deep does the lead go? Like, how big is the wallet?
Yeah, this is, unfortunately, then Honda Life Esports way out here. Like you're trapped between a rock and a hard place. You have to win this fight or you don't go home. And guess what? Nobody's going home but Jin in this case. As Samdi walks home with, you know, one rifle between his legs. I don't know what he's carrying, what kind of gun that is exactly. It's a special League of Legends gun. We found out that Diana's sword is based on that old Egyptian sickle, so that's cool. Thanks for guys who tweeted us about that. But
yeah,
Gen G should be able to now, with a Baron buff and a 12,000 gold lead and all 5 members up, every single ultimate, a Cloud Soul.
2 inhibitors down.
2 inhibitors down, waves pushing into the game. Should is the word I use in this case.
All right, don't get ahead of yourself there, Wolf. As, you know, fighting back here. Nice try from OnFleek. Not much you can do from this far down. 12,000 gold the lead now. As here comes Gen G trying to break down the front door. Trying to get on top of Vista here. They are pretty split, though. Nice knockback as Pina is taking an insane amount of damage. As now Doran, once again, kind of left alone in the front. But it is okay. No Subjugate anymore.
Yeah, no more Subjugate. The thing is, if Ruler just gets on top of that Nexus, he could basically 3-shot it. He just needs to get on it.
Yeah, and he's getting close.
It's not quite 3, it's like about 8, but I mean, he's
close enough. He's rounding up, you know?
Yeah.
OnFlake, no more ult. He is just going to disappear. Tried his best to get the one final engage. Really nice stopwatch there from Dudu, but he is right on top of a trap. As you can see, the hits now coming in from Ruler. Looks like finally they'll put an end to this weird and wacky game. 38 minutes and a half. Gen G will take the win and force a game number 3.
That was I think that's the kind of game where not one of the 10 players is smiling at the end. I think it was a game where Gen G wanted to make a statement win, but then things went a little bit wrong and things went a little bit awkward. And for Honda Life Esports, I feel like you're feeling like no respect was shown to my team and my game there. No respect to the map, no respect to League of Legends. Like, you gotta be really frustrated, right? Right now, if you're Honda Life Esports, you're either dejected going into Game 3, or you're extremely angry and motivated, and you're like, I'm about to come into Game 3, and we're going to get an early lead again, and we're going to hold on tight. Because Gen.G did not respect my team in Game 1. We won that one. Game 2, they got a huge lead. Didn't respect us there either. And that was a tough game of League of Legends, I think, for all involved. It really was. I got to pick POG, okay? Like, imagine my predicament.
Yeah, I mean, it might be even tougher for you. Good luck with that one. I say the POG is the fans. That's my vote. All right, he did it. He voted.
I did it. It wasn't an easy call, and there might be memes in Twitch chat, but
Engcast, W, perhaps.
Let's take a look at some of those damage numbers in a second here, see how much damage Gen.G had in total. But like I said, it started off a little bit of happy gaming, and then it was very much like okay, we still win this, but
yeah,
the coach is going to be talking about this one all night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, they don't even spend a lot of time in the room there, like looking at replays. I feel like at the end of it, it's like, okay, you guys got the win, but like, come on, like let's calm it down a little bit. As let's be ambitious, they say. Ambition, the former Gen.G player. Samson.
I thought you were just going to end it with "Let's BM." It's 35.6k damage is the total for Ruler in this game, double that of Samdi's at a nearly 45-minute game, or rather nearly 40-minute mark here in this second game. Going to a Game 3. Who wins this one is anyone's guess at this point. Gen.G's still the favorites, but it's been a messy best of 3.
It definitely has been. We're going to take a break and bring it back with the analyst chairs. We'll be right back.
치고 캐틀한테 걸 테니까 그것만 역행해.
VM 싸울 뻔했다 얘들아.
다운 먼저. 야,
그냥 잡았어.
계속 지키기만 해 캐틀. 그럼 무조건 끝나. 자, 단판 집중해서 잘 끝내보자.
뭐야 뭔 소리야?
민석이가 많이 힘들어하는데? 히트테이크를 벗어. 여기서 벗어.
더워 죽겠어. 야 스포츠맨십 한번 보여주자.
그대로 던져 벗고. 유미 녹음.
천천히. 나쁘지 않아.
너무 좋은데?
얘 묶였어.
위에 이겼고.
신드라 잡았어.
가자. 쉴드 줘.
라인 박아봐 이거. 나이스.
2타 깨자 2타매. 라티포.
뭐야? 너무 깊은 것 같기도 하고. 나 이거 뒤로 돌게. 천천히 해봐. 천천히. 나 좋아.
신드라 킬이 없어.
퀴 없어 확인. 막을게 이거.
신드라 본다.
신드라 잡았어.
얘 돌공 없어.
확인. 지금 볼게.
왼쪽에
잡았어.
아래 이겼어. 탑으로 가자 탑으로.
탑 오케이.
그쪽 점에서 탁가 쪽
나 탁갈게.
야 펜타 펜타 줘봐.
소리.
펜타 줘봐.
소리. 그런 건 없고요.
얘가지.
그러니까 나는 못 봤어. 그러니까 나는 죄송합니다.
두 명밖에 안 나와.
나 캐텔이야.
캐리?
디디.
야 우리 용호나 긴장 많이 할 텐데 귀환할 때마다 심호흡 한번 하자고 어필 해주고.
용호야 화이팅 크게 한번 해주면 안 돼?
파이팅!
아.
야 얘들아 지면 배우면 되고 이기면 좋은 거니까 부담 갖지 말고 해.
오케이. 파이팅.
탱 해줘. 내가 딜할게.
딜안 되지 않을까?
네네네네.
아니야 좀 쳐야 돼. 좀 쳐야 돼.
맞아. 죽었삼. 이거 얘네 2명 잡으면 끝나. 천천히 해.
이길만 가?
다 잡으면 돼.
뭐야?
내가 공이 좀 잘 들어가긴 했다.
이거 다이애나 공이 너무
진작 쏠걸.
3일 타고 해볼래?
오케이. 조엔 넘어가고 타볼게.
3일 탔다.
뒤에 카밀.
나 출기했어.
다이애나 공 있어. 천천히.
나 서졌다.
나이스.
좋다.
나이스. 이렇게 했는데 이긴다. 괜찮아요?
다친 데 없어요?
많이 놀랬죠?
까비. 괜찮아. 어차피 우리 두 경기 이기려고 왔어. 그렇고 여기 볼게. 시계 한번 오늘 나왔어. 해볼래. 궁잘 맞췄고. 해볼래. 이긴데 코르키 높을. 그라가스 더 밟았다.
알아?
깍질인데? 너무 달아. 너무 안 좋았다. 됐다. 어쨌든 다음 거 생각하고 우리 레드 30초.
나 죽었다.
들어오면 그냥 안에서 먹으면서 쌈 보면 안 되나? 먹으면서 봐. 얘들아 먹으면서 쌈 봐. 아까 쌈 봐왔고. 카사딘 높을. 오케이. 카사딘 잡았고. 나이스 얘들아 역전 다 했으니까.
너무 잘했고.
잘해보자.
현준아 잘했다.
파이팅!
얘네 변수가 그냥 그라 이플밖에 없어서 그것만 조심하면 되겠다. 다음 턴에.
그래 빠졌다.
누가 안무빙 쳐줘. 아칼리.
아칼리 얘들아 아칼리 봐. 아칼리 잡자. 아칼리 잡았고 나 죽긴 했고.
막을만해.
막아.
그라 높을.
맞게.
야 이거 앞에 잡아야 돼.
앞에.
아래서.
타워 치면 끝난다. 자르만 잡고 쌈 봐도 돼.
타워 가야 돼. 사진 나와.
야 타워. 그렇게 볼게.
안 끝난다.
이거 근데 쌈 보는 게 맞았다. 가볼까 형들? 맞다.
나 텔 없는데?
가비.
7.
끝내는 생각 안 한다.
안 끝내면 됐다.
너무 재밌어.
싸우자. 야, 앞라인 공 줄게.
앞라인 그라부터.
stan다 터진다.
그라 잡았어.
그냥 스마스 할래 어떡할래?
스마스 하자. 공 맞추게 해서 일단. 자르만 날렸어. 먹어봐봐.
아이고, 날라갔다.
먹자. 지크스 공 맞췄고. 먹었어. 이거 정비하고 그냥 미드 가면 끝나. 막아야 돼.
막게.
그냥 봐. 자, 징크스 지켜야 돼, 얘들아. 지켜.
끝났어.
지키자, 카사딘. 하나님 벽고. 타워.
나이스.
오케이.
자 우리 오늘 쟤네 좀 가늠했잖아.
재밌어요, 그냥. 맛있어요, 룰러 형.
이게 돼야지.
유미 먹었다.
그거 할 거야?
저 자신 있어?
뭐 할 수 있어.
난 좋아.
진짜. 진짜네. 와.
가보자. 이겨줄게요. 얘들아, 바텀 잡은 것 같아. 이거 무조건 죽긴 죽네. 어쩔 수 없네. 와라 이놈아! 이게 시즌이다. 당해봤어야지.
얘네가 쳐야 돼. 소개시켜. 천천히.
오른. 야, 빅토르! 야, 끝내! 나이스!
끝내. 너무 고맙다. 씨발 좀 닥쳐.
맛있긴 하다.
막대긴 하네.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler to break down that Gen G victory. And honestly, started off pretty smooth in the draft. They saw what beat them. They picked it on the bottom side of the map. And the response from Harmalife was less than ideal, I'd like to say, as far as the laning phase was concerned. But there were some hiccups, Chronicler.
Yeah. There was a lot. And I personally, I think the Trundle was a risk that was taken with the Halo Blade Trundle. Traditionally, you're looking for a lot of pressure in lane. Was not found at all. Really, the one thing about this game is that it should have been a very smooth win for Gen G. And you know, if you didn't catch the game, you turned it off after the first 15 minutes, you came back and you saw Gen G killing the Nexus, you might be like, nice.
You'd wonder what happened in the interim,
So,
though, because
why
it
it
was
took so long.
36 or so minutes, was it not?
Yeah, that was where the issues kind of arose, and I don't think that specifically has to do with draft. I think everyone, you know, we all sometimes have a bad day at work, and I don't think it can be helped. And I think for Gen G, they're gonna look back to this one like, well, good enough.
Yeah, I don't even know whether they were having a bad day at work. I think they were having too much of a good time at work, you know, because sometimes you go to work and, you know, the boss isn't there and you're just having a good time. Not us. We never do that. Never, G-Sun, ever. First highlight. Let's get into that one. This was a demonstration of Doran just being pretty cool on his Gragas.
Doran to me was one of the very few consistencies that we saw, as that might be my play of the day, honestly. Like, it looked so effortless. Really nice redirection there. The flash body slam just very, very well done.
Seeing the maximum that he could get out of his champion in that moment.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then this really cute.
Yeah.
Doesn't ever actually do anything. And there you're like, this is gonna be fine.
Yeah.
This is looking clean, Gen G. Big greedy in draft number 1. They bounce back and they look dominant.
They absolutely did. And then we had our next highlight that comes in, and this was definitely a whole lot of partying. Lehens gets the bad news that there's an on-fleek here, but honestly, this kind of starts a chain reaction.
This is where the game devolves into solo queue map. This is where the timeline diverged.
Yes.
And where we went full chaos, because from this point on, it's a whole lot going on, and not a lot of it is clean. Doran randomly dying here for no reason, trying to maybe set up.
I think actually Doran survives here and then goes back in.
There we go. Yeah, and this is just the start of it, right? Because this basically starts a back and forth, a left and right, a plethora of mistakes, mishaps, ill-advised mechanical errors that were not forced in any way, shape, or form. And honestly, like, I think we can all look at this game and just take it as it is. Wasn't the greatest game. It's such a big contrast to what we saw from Gen G, and it's just an example of sometimes when your opponent drags you down into the chaos. DRX were an expert at this.
Yeah.
You can't help but go along. We literally just saw in the break the clip of Damwon getting beaten by Gen G so well. And, you know?
Yep. Let's get into our final clip. This was, of course, the business end of the game. And I just want to focus on the amount of damage Ruler does per auto attack and the fact that he chooses not to hit the Nexus until he's gotten rid of the members of Harmalife Esports without actually taking any damage at all.
Yeah. And watch Dudu's health. It's like, oh, he's out. No, never mind. That was an 810 crit.
Yeah.
Just doled out effortlessly, and that's, of course, what you can get once you get to that late laning point of the game.
Exactly, and let's see who picks up player of the game. This one is interesting. Could be divisive from our English analysts from both Caster Desk and this one, but no, it will be Doran that picks it up. I thought that maybe it'd just be, let's vote for Ruler. He did so much damage, but Doran, as Tank Gragas, was only a few thousand behind Ruler. He played out of his mind.
And don't let this KDA fool you. This is the perfect example of a game where
this is the perfect KDA.
It didn't matter at all. Because if we don't see it, but if we could look at the damage taken graph in this game, oh boy. Doran,
42% of the damage taken, apparently, is what he did, which is not bad.
Yeah, that doesn't scratch 42%.
Or 42%, yeah, and they had 2 tanks and 5 players. Yep.
Yes, he died a bunch of times, but his engages and the way that he split up team fights repeatedly were just exceptional, right? Like it's not
he was
just about
amazing.
Yeah, it was not just about the damage that he was able to dish out, but it was the space he bought, and that's why Ruler was as fat as he was. As yeah, not surprising there, but I'm happy. I think the Doran vote is the correct vote.
No, I absolutely agree, and it was the Ruler vote that came through from the LPL broadcast, and that is exactly what we wanted. Because if you're a bit confused, you just vote for the AD carry, and it's perfect. Let's throw it back to our casters to get into the deciding game.
Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, for breaking down that wild and wonderful game. We're just ready to get into game number 3 and see what happens. If Hanwha Life could potentially still upset Gen G, or will they actually continue or try to begin playing solid League of Legends on the Gen G side?
I want to feel the anger. I want to feel the rage of the Hanwha Life squad right now. I want to see them play another fantastic game like we saw in Game 1. I want to see some solid drafting. And, you know, the person that I always think of first when I think of Hanwha Life, I think a lot of people think of Chovy. I always think of Kezman, because he has been on this stage so many times in series that should have been won, in tough matchups like this one, like the ones he played all last year, where drafts were shaky. There were unforced errors. There were mid-game problems. He was playing with a jungle and a top laner who were struggling in several different metas, and he's in the same stage, and he's on the same spot now, and now scores on the other side of the rift, or on the other side of the stage, and on the other side of the rift. And I think Kezma is going to have to keep these young players in check. We're going to have to see a strong draft here. We're going to have to see Hanwha Life Esports see if they can be the first team, a 1-2 Hanwha, one that we've struggled to really assess the power level of. Can they do it again? Can they upset a Gen G that in Game 1 made some big errors, and in Game 2, I mean, made us question whether they were winning when they were 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, maybe they were questioning it themselves. Poppy gets banned first, 6-0 in the LCK so far. After that game, means that finally getting the respect that she deserves.
I'm always, on one hand, I'm happy to see a Poppy ban because she warrants it, but I just want to see more Poppy, so it's hard for me.
It's really fun to watch.
Corki will be banned actually from Gen G this time on red side once again, because it is definitely a pick that you can see Karis locking in. He's already played it once this season. If it was given up on blue side, and then we'll see the Caitlyn, so that one is not going to be traded this time. It's just right out of the pool. So this leaves a lot of different options open in terms of supports, right? We have the Yuumi, we have the Karma, we have, you know, all 80 carries besides the Caitlyn up, like the Aphelios pick. Jinx could be a response. The Karma, I think, is definitely the strongest option here, but this does, of course, leave open Lehenz's Yuumi. So we might just see, you know, the Ezreal rotation here into the Yuumi with a jungle pick for Peanut, notably the Xin Zhao, since it is open and the Poppy is not. So pretty easy call to make here for Gen G, I think.
Yeah, Xin Zhao Yuumi feels good. Pick your 80 carry next. You could also go Xin Zhao and 80 carry if that's what you wanted to go for. You could go for Jarvan instead if that's your flavor.
Yeah, I don't hate the Jin Yuumi either. I mean, it's definitely going to work better with certain junglers than others. And so we'll see what Peanut does end up with after Hanwha Life will show theirs first. As Lehenda's going to lock it in, dude.
Come on already.
As Xin Zhao will be taken away from them.
I mean, why not just pick the Xin Zhao? It seems like they want to go for something different in the jungle.
Yeah, that's where I'm feeling as well. We're headed here because Jarvan's going to be the choice here, but I think Xin Zhao gains even more power than Yuumi overall, or more power from Yuumi overall than the Jarvan will, who already has a decent amount of mobility himself. Interesting choice here. The Aphelios is going to have a bit of a range problem in terms of fighting against Jhin, setting up for team fights, but the late game damage is way better here. You have extremely mobile Xin Zhao now on Hanwha Life Esports side. And we'll see the continued bans here on red side of these top lane split pushers. The Gwen removed. Would be interesting to see if now Gen G also banned the Camille for Dudu here on red side.
There are a lot of Dudu fans here, actually.
Yeah.
in the audience, I saw multiple doo-doo fan signs. Of course, referring to, you know, Dudunga and stuff like that. There was one sign that just only had the Korean syllable for do, just all over it in different styles and stuff. Pretty cool.
Yeah. See the Vex ban here. Interesting, considering that LeBlanc is already removed. We haven't seen too much Vex outside of the counter pick. It's, besides some, you know, isolated incidents.
Victor?
Yeah, I think it's an easy Victor call here for Gen G if you want to be able to match the scaling.
As well?
Yeah, because it's insanely good for Hanwha Life Esports if they get their hands on it here. Alternatively, yeah, this is the other pick, because if you have a Kali, you can burst down, because you can no longer, of course, take something like a Talon with this Yuumi. It doesn't make sense. You already have the Jarvan, too. You could have taken Talon instead of Jarvan against this.
Mid. Bring it back.
The ability now for Hanwha Life Esports, though, to use this extreme late game comp, and they'll take the, it looks like they're taking the Azir over the Victor here, is well, they changed it at the last second. The difference is obviously being that Victor is going to be able to do a little bit more consistent damage, whereas Azir is going to give you a little bit more mid-game fighting power and a little bit more control of engage. Interesting, and then the blind Gragas is always the safest blind. It's still possible that it's a Kali top, but it seems likely that that will be in Chovy's hands right now. Still haven't really seen any Jace into this Gragas. We're not seeing that at all right now. Definitely something I wouldn't hate here, because you can chip away a lot at Hanwha Life Esports' comp, but with how mobile they are with the Karma, really hard to pull that one off. If you want a strong side lane here, you could go for the Camille still. Oh, they go for the Gnar. It's so Gnar dependent. You already have decent setup engage, but Gnar is not going to be able to last through this Aphelios Victor damage very long in the beginning of a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big question, you know. Can you CC the Aphelios? And if you can't, and you can't really get your Gnar onto the Aphelios, which is going to be very difficult, by the way, with the Karma right next to him, it's going to be, you're basically just going to melt. I mean, you can go full tank and all that, but Aphelios loves when these champions go straight into him. The only range that they really have is Jhin, and I suppose you need to help out with that. And you're not really looking at Mini Gnar when we're talking about setting up for a team fight, right? So I feel like this will be a pretty nice game for SomD to do some huge Aphelios damage. And if the game goes long, they have a lot of scaling to back it up.
Yeah, I agree. And considering, too, that this is also another composition that can punish very hard small mistakes and overextensions, like we saw from Gen G, especially in Game 2, a little bit in the early game of Game 1. Like, you have a Gragas who can cast somebody's out of position, you've got a Xin Zhao, and then you even have Karma to root and to help chase and to secure kills. Gen G's composition is on hard mode. Like, this is very difficult to pull off, very, very technical, extremely high risk, precision comp. You mess up one setup on a fight, you get picked, kiss your 5v5 goodbye.
Seems harsh, but we've seen it happen before. You could say, hey, I mean, Gen G are the better team, but they've already dropped a map here. A game to Hanwha Life Esports. I'm learning from you now about these maps.
There you go. There you go. Map it in.
Yeah, and then you look at Hanwha Life's comp. It's such a like clean meta composition right now. Like, every champion is top 2 in their roles, top 3. It just feels so good. It works well together. It can perform on many different levels. Like, they don't have heavy split push, but their team fighting is really insane.
It checks all the boxes.
Yeah.
You never have to look at it and go, well, I wonder how this is going to work out later on. We know exactly how it works out if it's played correctly and they get to a late game where they're not too far behind and they play around flanks from Chovy and Doran. If you could take the Men in Black like memory deleter, like the flashy pointer pen, and delete my memory of games 1 and 2, I think I'd still slightly favor Hanwha Life Esports' comp, but I'd be like, but it's Gen G, can they pull it off? But after watching what we've seen tonight and how volatile the players of Gen G look in this particular night of League of Legends, because on any given day, performances are different, bad day of work, as Chronicler put it, I do have
some questions about the performance here. As you can see, Ruler, pretty high win rate on this champion.
17-4. You look at 81 and it's like, oh, I mean, you know, we've seen like 83, but this is a very, you know, relatively high sample size as well. So Ruler definitely knows his way around the Jhin. We learned that his weapon is called Whisper.
Yes.
Jin's hand cannon.
Thanks, Ji-sun.
Yes. For that wonderful delegation of information, and for the translation later.
Yes. We're just preemptively doing it. We don't actually do the thank yous for the translation on the caster desk anymore.
Yeah, we got to get them in.
Yeah.
At a time.
I know it's going to be great. I already know. I have 100% faith.
We have a lot of evidence.
Yes. Proven history. You put is 16 and 14 and 6 rather for Chovy. You put Ji-sun's good translation rate up. It's like there's too many numbers to fit on the screen, and it says 100% next to it as well.
Can we get that graph next time on the analyst desk, maybe? Thank you.
Yeah, look up how many games you've translated. Good luck. Well, right now it's a pretty quiet early game. On Fleek paying a visit down here, but won't be able to pull anything off until Gravenum is up.
Imagine if he was in that brush waiting. Like, Ruler just stepped right up to that brush and nothing happened.
Yep.
Could have been big. Yeah.
But he didn't know, of course, where Peanut was at the time and had to drop that ward. As obviously Akali's going to have a bad time early. It's Chovy. Guarantee he'll be a Hup in CS more than he is by the one.
He's already.
Yeah. Later on, okay. He's doing a great job. As Peanut will take control of the top side of the jungle. Bit of an exchange here. And the, early game of the Aphelios Karma is extremely frustrating to deal with. It pushes super hard. With Caliber out, you can poke, you can be annoying. Then once Gravitum's out, they have to respect that a jungler might be nearby and end up getting rooted. That's the end of that. Vista is just going to continue to even AoE this minion wave as he tries to harass. And this is not going to be interesting for a while.
So, well, you were mentioning Men in Black. What percentage of our audience right now watching on Twitch have seen that movie? Do you think? Dudu might actually die here. Nope, he's going to be okay.
He's all right.
And missed cannon. Oof. Just got to point that out because we didn't get the zoom in from Jonas Strong.
I would put it, and I'd say conservatively, maybe 60% haven't seen it.
Wow.
I
think haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'd say 40% have seen it. I think audience is not that young yet, but I'm always just trying to size up Twitch chat. Like, I'm always like, who are you really out there?
Yeah, I was thinking similarly. I was gonna say like maybe 35% have seen it. So,
because I think it's a pretty recognizable thing. The memory flasher thing. I don't know what it's called. The memory pen, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But I think that is more recognizable than the movie to a lot of people now because it's been such a part of pop culture. Like I think maybe if you haven't seen the movie, you still know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think if you don't, I sound like a crazy person.
In a meme, some year in the internet. But yeah, people should know about it.
Well, I mean, in this early part of the game, we do see Gen G sneak away a Drake, actually, and there's no vision around the river here whatsoever. The timing of when On Fleek was down here was too early for that vision to remain, and then he wasn't able to make a second pass quickly enough. There's a very nice control ward there here from Vista, but too late to be effective. So really early objective for Gen G with no contest, no cross-map plays whatsoever. And they do this while Doran is pushing a top turret. So you're kind of winning on all regards right now.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Again, that initial Infernal Drake, we were talking about the value of that. No Cloud Soul in this game because Cloud Drake is up next. What do you think it's going to be? Chemtech Soul? Hextech Soul?
I'm kind of feeling Hextech Soul, actually, yeah.
Hextech? Okay.
Yeah, we had a Mountain earlier. We've had a Hextech today, too. You'll say Ocean?
Yeah, I feel like we were having a lot of Oceans in week 1, but a little bit underrepresented, I feel.
Yeah, I feel that,
week
actually.
2.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I still think it's going to be Hextech if I had to make my official prediction, but
okay.
I respect your
prediction on something that's completely based on probability, and we have no control over.
Yeah. I'll delegate. We'll say that Chronicler, of course, he goes for Chemtech because he loves that soul. And we'll say that Atlas goes for Mountain.
Not
because he's built like a mountain. There you go. It's perfect. It works perfectly.
There you go. Can't believe you did Chronicler dirty like that. You can't even respond.
Chronicler actually despises the Chemtech soul, for you guys who didn't catch that. But we'll still,
the only
still give it
person,
to him.
the only person in the world who dislikes it, of course.
Oh, yeah. He's the only one. We'll give it to him anyway because he's recognized by that soul and how much he hates it. Out.
I do want to point out the CS difference in the bottom lane. It's pretty big, and it's, you know, pretty standard as well to see a somewhat of a gap when it's just a 2v2 with no attention being given. But this is really starting to add up quite massively with this Karma just shoving minions in, and Samdi is constantly harassing the laners as well, so it's harder for them to CS. And, I mean, they're not at a plate yet, but Vista's just stacking up that Spelthius Edge gold off of the turret, and they're going to rotate up here right now. Well, it looked like they might because Chovu was missing and On Fleek was there, but I'm actually just going to take a little back timing. The Rift Herald is live, so everybody's trying to set up for this. With the pressure bot, it's pretty tough for Gen G to actually make the call to go for this. And they will keep Samdi bottom while Vista rotates in. It's the mid and top pressure that make it hard for Hanwha Life Esports to also start. That's why we're kind of at this lull where no one's on it at the moment. But you, as Hanwha Life Esports here, if you're going to rotate your Karma up, you have to make a play of some kind. And if you don't, you just give a free back to the bot laners, which may be the case, as Karis is just going to use Vista here to push the wave.
Yeah. Still, you know, send On Fleek up there and say, hey, I mean, we've got Karma up here. She's level 6. She's doing some stuff, getting vision for our team, and we're going to secure this objective. But, yeah, Hanwha Life still taking it a little bit slow. Nice Gnar into the wall, into the follow-up wallop. This is a lot of damage right now onto Dudu. He will have that cask available as the boomerang will even land. But still, this is part of why Gragas is just so reliable. He can absorb a lot of pressure and still stick around with the sustain.
He's also extremely sustainable, like you mentioned. Yeah, he even has one more refillable pot. Like, right now, Dudu's probably like, well, your Gnar bar is down, so like I think this is a win for me. Like my team is rotating over, and I think we might actually be able to make a contest. Now, with Yuumi up there, it's not actually going to be the case. His health bar is still sitting at 2/3. And Gen G are kind of very slowly grinding this one out. Now Dudu's ready to go over the wall. Doran's almost at another Gnar bar.
And yeah, I mean, Peanut goes over the wall and he says, okay, I'm out of there. I'm not tanking this. You guys can tank it up. Here come the 80 carries. Samdi's got red and white. And as Atlas likes to say, you don't fight when those are available, but he's ready to fight.
He's ready to fight. He's up here.
He's ready to get in there. Let's see. As Hanwha Life just really nicely done pulling it up to the north. And you see that Gen G not really confident enough to take the fight right now, and they say, okay, it's yours.
Doran's Gnar bar is fading away. Was there for a majority of that, you know, neutral fight there, but he's not able to actually set up for any engages. And even though Ruler had, okay, On Fleek's here.
Doesn't look like they saw him trying to dash onto Doran, and Doran just laughs at him, is able to get the kill, first blood, as it will be traded back. On Fleek does pick up the kill at least.
Yeah, and a little bit of bounty gold there as well. Actually, no, that was the assist gold on Dudu. I thought that was a bounty. How did he have a bounty already? Yeah, it was 150 there because he did it on top of Dudu's body. But the objective does go to Hanwha Life Esports here. It's held by the Jin Zhao, and he is going to be able to put it where he wants, as we're going to watch this one more time. On Fleek is able to see, able to identify there's no ward here. And unfortunately for Dudu, he did get that proc there of the Gnar autos, all three. Doran is able to burst him down. There's that 150 assist I was talking about. So picking up some money. And Gen G just a little bit timid on that exchange there of the Rift Herald itself. Find themselves 200 gold up for the moment, but I think that those plates are going to be put into either the bot or mid lane for those carries, as Victor already holding that Crown of the Shattered Queen against an Akali. Very nice for survivability, but very easy to shatter because of her shurikens.
Yeah. Sometimes she does have to use some cooldowns to get on in there, but is able to shatter that either way, and you can see that On Fleek comes into the middle and is able to get that down flash forced here onto Samdi. The root still comes down, but they are still okay to fight this. Our Humalife's bottom lane. Peanut is around, just waiting for Vista to face check this.
Yeah, Vista's got to be so careful about doing that. Meanwhile, Chovy overextending, but he's a Kali.
Should be fine. He has to ult to get out of this, though, as he is knocked up and ults and finally gets away.
Still going to be a turret here for Karis. He already picked up the plates. This is a lot of gold over to the Victor.
No Gnar here, but the boomerang is on point, and there is the solo kill. Doran able to pick up yet another one tonight.
He is really on fire here, and the Gnar pick is starting to really look like a great decision because he's played out so many of these topside fights very well. The question becomes now, will he be able to utilize his gold advantage? Because we often talk about when games are close like this in terms of gold, but it's still several kills and, you know, plates going down. Where is the gold for Genji? The gold for Genji is on this Gnar, and this is really well played by Doran. And Dudu, unfortunately, just been taking a bunch of abuse this game. Is able to proc that auto one more time in the mini Gnar. But the gold for Hanalife Esports is on an Aphelios, who's 20 CS up in the bot lane, was able to get a plate down there, and on a Victor, who was able to pick up the plates in mid lane. So arguably, right now, if you just snapshot this moment, you're liking the position of Hanalife Esports where that gold has gone, because it's on your critical carries versus the Gnar, which is, you know, still somewhat of an inconsistent picture, or piece of the picture.
I won. It was Ocean Soul.
Oh, you did it.
I got it. GG. So glad I won that.
Yeah, we will give you your prize later.
Yep, thank you very much.
It's all of the stats papers and stuff that we've got collected on the desk.
Oh, great! I get to carry them all.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You can put them wherever you want. But if you do, want to do the right thing, put it in the recycling bin.
There you go. And I mean, he was the one who actually started the fight the last time. This time around, feels like now Doran with the Gore Drinker already done. He's getting in there. He's trying to make all these fights happen as much as possible, and feels pretty good about that. And yeah, I mean, just to go off your point, I think that Hanalife are totally fine with their position right now. You know, like they're just sitting back. It's mostly even. I mean, it is even in terms of gold, and they're scaling.
Yeah.
Just waiting, you know. I think that Chovy can do some real damage later on in the game, especially because he's got a nice little farm lead. He's farming up well himself. And he can do a lot, but
nice
that was a pretty sick cleanse.
Yeah, nice cleanse there. Otherwise, he gets rooted and things get disastrous, especially because On Fleek is here. But yeah, I mean, everything you and I are saying right now seems to hold true, but we're still at a stage of this game where Genji have... As Chovy, is he going to get out of this one again?
He has his ultimate. He's waiting for that second charge. Just ready to get over the wall if necessary. He's just going to use that to last hit the cannon. And he should be fine. Might have some action down bot. See Xin Zhao about to face check.
Karis also has Unleashed Teleport. He's already on his way down regardless. Ruler.
A little bit of a lack of communication. I mean, they saw On Fleek coming in. The root not going to work. The flash comes in, and Ruler is just barely going to survive. Peanut's there right on time, and a double kill now for the Jarvan.
Calculated.
Absolutely, as now double teleporter coming in here. It is after 14 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, so you can do this once again. That old bot fight you know and love does come in, and Genji pick up 3 kills.
Yeah, really, really good turn there for Genji. I will not call it a bait, because I don't think that's actually what occurred, but it was a really nice turn from Peanut, who realized Roller had overextended, realized that Hanalife Esports were going to try to make that aggressive play there to punish, and then the teleports to match there from both solo laners meant that Genji were able to guarantee this ends up being a net gold exchange for them. Still, 2 teleports down does hurt, but it's absolutely worth it in this case. Look at how far away Peanut is when this all breaks down. The Yuumi ultimate here is the real MVP to start off because it gives Peanut the opportunity to actually Cataclysm in here and look for that kill. He's super tanky at this point, and then you're locked in here now as Hanalife. There's 2 teleports plus Curtain Call, so On Fleek is slowed. He cannot get out. There's no way. And he's also flashless, so just no realistic options for him there.
And Chovy was able to pick up the kill too, so that's more gold where you want it if you are Genji. You really need Chovy to be big so that the threat of him just assassinating your entire backline is there. It's not going to be super easy because you still got to deal with Karma, you know, getting those shields up and maybe even on fleek or due to peeling for them. But you're a Kali, you're really slippery, and if you're big, you can do what Karis did.
Yeah.
Actually, his last time out and basically 1v5. So
I also think that the build that Chovy is going for this game, which is not the tank variation that we've seen from Doinby and Showmaker and others going around solo queue, etc. That build in this particular case could give you a little bit more longevity, and there are a lot of squishy targets on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, so you could still end up executing the backline. But I think going full explosive and actually having a little bit more mobility here with that dash to actually set up for big kills is what you want. Not going to be helpful in this particular case, but he'll slither his way out.
it helped him get that CS.
Yeah.
That's important.
That's what Chovy wants.
Yeah. Protobelt is just another spell to help you get CS.
But yeah, I
Sorry,
do think,
Rocket Belt.
Yes. It's no longer in testing. But I do think it's a good build, given the situation. And because Akali can, if she's playing it right, so easily shatter the Crown of the Shattered Queen, as we've seen Chovy do several times before team fights or just in lane. As Doran is just going to deny some CS here as the turret goes down. Oh, these guys Mega Gnar form just being as frustrating as possible. He's 2 levels up this game with that 40 CS lead and the 2 kills he's picked up. He's big. And he's gone Gore Drinker too. Like, he's ready to sustain through this fight. He's not going for the standard build here on the Gnar. He's just going, I'm just going to press this Gore Drinker and I'm going to live through. No Sunder is needed.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I suppose more team fighty coming on in. As Dudu goes over the top, Peanut's still able to buffer that flag drag. Very important, as now Dudu in not the best spot. By the way, he did not go for the tank Gragas from what I can tell. He started off Everfrost here. We'll see how his build does develop. Could, of course, build some tank items from there. But you could see Doran and Peanut inside the pit here, about to be Mega Gnar. Perfectly timed from Doran. Just getting ready to maybe even hop off the dragon and get in there. He's going to wait. As Peanut will go in, gets that Cataclysm, and now it's Doran's time to shine. Perfectly played. Is the damage there, though, is the question. Chovy gets in, takes down Somdi, and Yuumi on top of a Fed Akali is something that Hanwha Life were just not ready to handle at this point in time. They would have loved about 5 more minutes before this fight started.
Yeah, they need a little bit more time here, and unfortunately for Hanwha Life Esports, the reaction... Oh! And he gets it with the area. I think it's actually the very end there that gets him. He's got Ignite out too, but
look at his face.
Yeah, it's pretty
He's
nasty.
So happy.
Oh, yikes! But yeah, they need more time to be able to burst down this engaging Gnar. Karis is dead, and suddenly the whole game is opened up for Gen.G because they secure Soul Point. They're going to get a lot of the map here. They're going to be able to grab this mid turret with Demolition. Doran easily gets that top turret. He's got a whole wave up there too. Just teleport up to guarantee. It didn't actually get the entirety of this turret, but again, like I said, a lot of the map is opened up right now. And you could see too in that fight, Chovy is so easily able to blow up those squishies in the back line. Somdi dies so fast. And it's really well coordinated because you have Cataclysm from Peanut, and then it's really easy to layer the final chapter on top of this when there's, like, look at this, goes into that, gets out, and then boom, our ultimate final chapter, and Chovy's like, look at all the low health bars for me. That's what an Akali wants to see. Ends up picking up the double there, stopwatches his way out of death. They take out the Xin Zhao, and then turn here for more. So well executed here. This is the cleanest game we've seen from Gen.G so far, this best of 3.
And most importantly, the highlight of the fight, Lance getting a kill.
Yeah!
Hands off the keyboard. He doesn't need to go anywhere. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things you could say about it, right? Like Hanwha Life, maybe you just wait one more Drake, try to, you know, at least get a couple more items on your big hyper carries, the Victor and the Aphelios. I think they would have had a much easier time given that. And there's no exhaust either for the Akali. Like, I understand you take the Ignite for the lane, you try to dominate it hard, and yes, the Aphelios got very far ahead based off of that dominance in the lane, but no Ignite for the Akali means that, or no exhaust for the Akali means that you can just get in the back line, and if you have no way to peel for your AD carry, he's going to die, basically. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, too, in that last fight, I mean, there was so much CC and lockdown, and everybody's health bars were so low. I think it might have just delayed the inevitable, but in subsequent fights, it makes it so much easier for Chovy, who now has all that extra gold. As Peanut will be fine here.
So cheeky.
You notice, too, in that last exchange between the Akali and the Victor, that Victor just, like, stood his ground and continued to push. That is something that is going to be with this crown and how Victor stands in this meta right now as Kara starts to really come online here. Something that you have to be worried about is Gen.G, because the Victor will end up beating out the Akali in the side lane. That's going to be a shattered crown, shattered.
Yeah. By the way, Protobelt's really good at shattering that.
Yes. I mean, everything Akali does is pretty solid for that one.
Yeah.
But
Doran is, like, really trying to min-max here.
I'm trying to think of ways in which Hanwha Life Esports can weather the storm here and try to get that Victor goal back up to where he needs to be, but this is such a rough spot. Peanut's ready for the flank.
Yeah.
Dudu has to watch for Chovy, so just be so cautious here. Gen.G, this time, they walk away. No overextending.
Yeah.
No tragedy in Game 3. And everybody gets out alive. You take that 4,000 gold lead, you take it to the bank, you take it to the shop, you buy some items, you set up for that next objective fight in 75 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I liked them being aggressive, but as you mentioned, it's definitely, you know, a bit risky to just be diving turrets right now. You kind of want to get in there before the scaling gets too out of hand, but you also have to be a bit careful at the same time.
What's, you know, really interesting here is that Hanwha Life Esports have a really nice edge going into this fight because it's a fight that they're finally online to take. And if Gen.G don't take it, they also just get more time to slow down. So Gen.G is actually the one who has to make a tough call here. Even though they're so ahead that it seems like it should be easy. Like we said before this game even started when we looked at the drafts, the ease of execution is not easy, right? There is no ease, in fact, for what Gen.G is running. They have to play this so well. The Narbar has to be there. Remember all the layers of CC we saw in that last Drake fight? They need to pull off a fight like that again to really secure the ultimate lead here. Because one misstep, and then suddenly you give Hanwha Life Esports gold and time.
Yep, they still have a really strong front line. They still have this Omega meta comp. You know, I don't even know what to call it, but every champion on the side of Hanwha Life works really well together, and they're extremely meta, so we'll see what they can do from behind. Is the carrying enough? Meganar is here and up at the exact right time. Once again, perfectly timed from Doran. As in will go on Fleek, they're trying to get on top of him. The ultimate doesn't do much, only pushes them away. As you see Akali trying to get into that Cataclysm is gigantic and everybody just gets melted immediately. No more time left for Hanwha Life. Gen.G will take the dragon.
I mean, look at how hard it was to execute this fight for Gen.G, but they nail it. I mean, they really do. As it gets worse here for Hanwha Life Esports. But the fight there is Lehens is Lehens is mad, man, after game 1, and perhaps a little bit after game 2, but he's really feeling himself now. The way they were able to set up that Cataclysm, as Doran used his entire health bar and Narbar to corral them into a choke. It looked like you said, oh, the ultimate doesn't do that much, because it didn't in terms of damage, in terms of setting up anything at the beginning. But watch what happens. Doran holds his health bar here. 4-man ult. And then Peanut's like, I got 4 of them right here. Instantly, Chovy deletes the rest of the health bars. Double kill in less than a second. And On Fleek is unfortunately unable to get out of here with the slow coming through from Doran.
Yeah. And you begin to see, as we do have a one-on-one here, it looks like the Shuriken not going to land. The stun is there. Nice flash to get out of the queue. And he will actually survive, but Chovy is able to take that flash away.
Yeah, remember I said earlier, like, he's going to start staying in these car assists. Not anymore. Not the stage anymore.
A little bit rough spot for him now.
Yeah, it's 10 stacks on the Magi's with just the casual, needlessly large rod in the inventory.
Yeah.
You just slip one of those in your pocket, and you're feeling pretty good as an Akali.
It's a great item to get right now. I mean, he hasn't died even once, and Hanwha Life has shown that they have no way to really kill this Akali. There's just way too much mobility, and, you know, even though I keep saying, like, Hanwha Life have this, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a
they have like all the A ranks, right? Like they don't have any S tier champions in this, but they have all the A's, right? Like every single champion you want that's not in the first 3 bands on both sides, you know what I mean? They've got all of them.
It's just like one
and
of
it
those,
works together well.
You know, like how sometimes in real estate they have like example homes, you know?
Yeah.
It's like one of those things, you know, like you go into this example home, nobody actually lives there.
It's a model comp.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a model
comp.
It's
There
the
we go.
model comp.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, that is what it is.
It really does feel like that, but there are ways to take down model comps, and that's the beauty of League of Legends.
When you're just this coordinated, when you're just this good, you're playing the hard. You're playing on hard mode, but the ceiling is higher, and that is what Genji's comp is going to do. They're going to hit the ceiling, and at this point, Chovy's fist
Go through
is
to
through
the
roof.
second floor and check out the rest of the house.
Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, like the glass elevator has smashed through the ceiling on this one.
And you know, shout out to Doran and his Gnar play as well. I feel like this is one of the first games I watch, and I'm like, you know what? I'm beginning to understand why we're seeing a lot of Gnar picks. Because when it's executed like this, and you've got your team behind you, and you just always have the right timing on the Gnar bars, and it's like 5 members in there at the same time. You're not wasting your time in Mega Gnar. It really does have some power. As seen once again, he's doing a lot. The Cataclysm comes in. The Yumi's right on top. And, well, not quite as clean this time around, as Chovy will eventually take out the Gragas, but that is about it for him. On Fleek having a little bit of trouble as well. Ruler still very huge, and with a full health bar will come in here and look to end this game. And the life of Karis. Looks like Gen G finally got it done, this time a bit faster than game number 2. 28 minutes will be the time as they are going in. Gnar misses. Doran with no reaction at all. He does not care. They got the win today, as the music will start early, but the game is still won. GG, Gen G with the 2-1.
Now, I know a lot of our audience is young, but I think everybody understands the concept of yin and yang, right? And I think for week 1, Gen G, we were on the light side with a little bit of dark. Here in this final series for Gen G, for week 2, we were on the dark side with a little bit of light. But in that game 3, the light shone through brightly. They were able to really play not only a complex comp, but actually layer CC correctly, pan out Narbar so that Doran could actually set up for Chovy in every moment. And this is the good reason why it's tough to actually pick a POG for game 3, because everybody played well. Everybody did their part right. They staved off the pressure bottom lane. The top side of the map, Doran was crushing Dudu there on the Gnar, built a very early Gorge Rinker. And, you know, unfortunately, Karis, one of the big win conditions for them in the game, had a big lead. Didn't pan out in the end because they were never able to set up for him to do that big damage because he was deleted. He or Samdi were deleted so early on. As the shot of Doran with the Tiger here, it's a year of the Tiger. It feels like in a lot of ways, year of Doran. He's been so outspoken about how much he loves this roster and how happy he is to be playing with these superstars.
And he's a superstar in his own right. I mean, he's becoming one at least. I mean, the guy is just performing insanely, even like over the course of all 3 games, even in the weird and wacky game number 2, he was taking names and doing some incredible stuff on the Gragas. Really got to shout him out because, you know, there's all this talk about, you know, who's the best top laner in the LCK? Is it Rascal? Is it Kana? You know, who's getting all the solo kills? This and that. But for me, it's definitely Doran right now.
Really, really impressive stuff by him. But, you know, he sets it up. Peanut Cataclysm's in, and Chovy hits the perfect dashes, deletes 2 people with 1 dash through, gets a double kill in less than half a second when it's all said and done. And it's just step by step how you play a comp like this. Your team, you know, on the bottom half of the standings, even a team like Nongshim, might not be able to pull it off as clean as Gen G just did. And what a pivot. I think the story of this series is how much they were able to take rough start in game 1 to game 2 being very messy to having a very clean game 3. We expected this to be a 2-0 for Gen G in both games to look like this one. And when emotions get high with 5 players who are so much the star players of their previous teams, it's hard to expect a team like this to be able to keep your emotions in check and to bounce back. Maybe it's score, maybe it's just Peanut's veteran status of like shot calling, keeping this team calm.
Yeah.
I don't know, but Gen G, they stuck through. They weathered a rough night of League of Legends and came out on top.
Yeah, I would recommend that everybody go check out the mic check that I referenced multiple times. I feel like it really showcases that Gen G already are even communicating extremely well as a team and having fun while they're doing it, right? It's just very promising to hear stuff like that because, you know, if we heard every mic check, not all of them would be as positive and as well coordinated as their one, so definitely a nice example.
This is the fight.
Cool.
Oh my god.
By
the way,
eyes, children.
The whole way, Ruler's ultimate is zoning everybody else out. Like he's actually just drawing a line between the murder cataclysm and the rest of Hanwha Life Esports from helping out.
앞에.
As we'll watch these final moments, calling for Aphelios.
앞에 잡았고. 나 못 들어가. 그냥 끝내자.
Joby's like, I can't go in, bro.
쌈 봐도 돼. 쌈 봐도 돼. 진짜 먼저 얘들아. 진짜 먼저.
With maybe a little bit stronger of a tone on that
텔 타고 와도 되긴 하고. 빅토르 노플이야. 빅토르 초식에 있다.
Now, by the way, Peanut is dead, but he's still calling the fight.
내가 먹으려면 안 되냐?
I mean, we remember how he led Nongshim last year, right?
Yeah.
He's able to do it so far for this team as well.
갈게.
I think the more we watch Gen G and the more we see that Peanut is the last Rocks Tiger. Now he's got a tiger on the back of his Gen G jersey in the year of the year of the tiger. The last Rocks Tiger, man, he is. Peanut was once the youngest Rocks Tiger. Now he's one of the oldest players here on this roster and in the LCK. And his shot calling and him staying calm in a tough series like this is really what helps carry you through.
Yeah. Shout out to Gen G for upping the pace in this game. And, you know, the one mistake I think for Hanwha Life was fighting over that third Drake, the first Ocean Drake, I would say. Other than that, I thought it was okay. I think they just got bopped by a better team. And, you know, shout out to them. I think they played some pretty good League of Legends tonight. It wasn't enough to get them over the line, but again, it's one of the big three, right? It's a very difficult opponent. So shout out to them. Gen G do get the win. And
doesn't always have to be
win's a
clean.
win.
A win's a win. 4-0 is their record now.
Yeah. 4-0, only 2 games dropped, but that's going to do it for us on the casting desk. I'll hand it over to Atlas and Chronicler for the breakdown.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Wolf, and welcome everyone to the collaborative carpet space and these glorious analyst chairs and Gen G. They took a very messy loss in Game 1, a very messy win in Game 2, and turned it into an absolutely clean, glorious Game 3 win.
Don't know what else to add, right? Like, I think the draft, what we see here, it is...
Felt a bit like Draft Kingdom to me on Hanwha's side in a weird way.
I think that the Gen G draft, not necessarily as much of a lopsided one as I thought in Game 1 in particular.
True.
But it's very execution-based. So this is one where, especially after Game 1, 2, you're like, oh, I don't know how that's going to go, right? We've seen Nars not do anything. We've seen Akali's kind of dive into enemy backlines and not get anything. And as I agree with you, I think that the draft for Hanwha Life is, again, very well-rounded. Engage, disengage. Karis has looked really good on the Victor as well. But the execution was there, and that was basically it.
Yeah, and there was also a Nah absolutely going insane on the top side of the map. We learnt that word, insane. Thank you very much, Wolf, for that one. And it was demonstrated pretty beautifully by back-to-back solo kills. Dudu really not having the game of his life here in the final one, but Doran just strength to strength this guy.
Yeah, incredible series for him overall. I think one of the most consistent pieces for Gen G today, and someone that can go home, you know, head held high, like got the win. Wasn't the cleanest, but I think I played a good game of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Also about the cohesion with the rest of his team.
No, absolutely, and thankfully we can check out one of the highlights here as well to show his inner cataclysm Nah ultimate, I believe, is this moment, with Chovy getting some sweet cleanup on the back end.
And what Peanut does really nicely here is he's able to actually get the initial ultimate over the wall so he can flag and drag out. Doesn't have to use his flag and drag. And then, yeah, Doran, he does die, but I think he sets it up. And this is basically a pattern that we're going to see throughout the rest of the game, where either Peanut or Doran or both set up, and then Chovy goes in, and then that's basically the end of it. Especially with a Yuumi on top of him. Incredible amount of damage, nothing to be done.
No, really, really clean stuff. Actually, it would have been so much better if Doran had have made it out, because The flash out after the Nah was so clean, but then unfortunately just burns down at the last second. But was a really clean play. I think the fact that Chovy stayed so competitive in lane was really important this game, because I thought looking down the line, I was like, well, Victor should have priority in that mid lane, and there was a lot of jungle attention, but Chovy never really let it get to him and was able to continue farming things out, and then got a couple of kills and was just ridiculous. Let's check out the next highlight here, which I think illustrates what happens if there's a fair Akali.
Yeah, again, it's Doran throws them all into the choke points, and then they can't get out in time. Peanut says thank you very much, and over goes Chovy, also not going for a tank build here, so when people are actually grouped up, when he can unleash his full combo, you see what amounts of damage really come through for him. And say full combo, that was basically like a Q and an ultimate, right? It wasn't even anything more necessary with how low the health bars already were.
Yeah, it was the sort of backflip damage initially or something that managed to get part of those kills. And Chovy actually in solo queue hasn't been playing so much of the tank Akali, has been sticking with just the regular proto belt variant and has played a bunch of extra games. So understands Akali is strong, doesn't necessarily believe in the build. And honestly, if you can have games like that, I'm not really going to complain. As I'm curious, now we can take a few moments to talk about this. I don't know who gets the pog this time around.
Okay, I voted for Doran, you know, a little spoiler there, because I think that, again, his consistency in lane and his setup was essential for that win. You can give to Peanut, you can give to Chovy, all the good choices. Even the hens?
Yeah, there was some great, what was it, the curtain calls from Ruler as well, you know, really nailing it there on the Jhin, as I believe we do have POG ready, and it will be Doran, so it will be that solo interview with the top lane lord of Gen G, and will be great to have a chat with him. 300 points as well, really getting up towards the top.
I think overall, when you look at consistency, Doran to me was the big standout. I think Ruler had a great game, but Ruler also had a much more passive role in everything that happened.
Oh
right?
yeah,
I think
I was a bit kidding on that one.
Yeah, well, no, I think honestly, I think Ruler's positioning today has been quite good. But Chovy not having the greatest series, great bounce back game on the Akali, but again, kind of reaping the rewards of how well these fights were set up by the rest of his teammates. I'm expecting kind of a split vote here. As I said, I think you can get to Peanut, you can get to Chovy, all of those are completely fine. But if you look at every single game today, I think the player that to me has been the standout, besides maybe Karvas, you know, he lost, so it doesn't really matter. Yep. Definitely is Doran. Throughout all these games, showing us why the Nah in the right hands and with primary engage by his side still should be respected.
Yeah, and it's absolutely fantastic that Doran is now seen as that point of consistency, because it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about him not really having quite as much of a consistent performance throughout a lot of his games. DRX was another example of that, as yep, we've got a few for Peanut, we've got a couple of cheeky Chovy votes. I like that there's at least one member of the media that does throw a vote over to Chovy, because it always has to happen. It's just the way of things. But yeah, Doran, very well deserved, and that means that now the interview will just be with him, so we get to really delve deeper on how Doran has been playing and how he's been feeling, which is really, really cool. And speaking of which, we can actually go to that right now, so take it away, Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Genji's solo POG, Doran, for the winner interview. Congratulations. Genji on a 4-match winning streak, and you guys are the sole #1 here in the LCK. I'm so happy that we are continuing our victories with a great performance. So, and at the same time, I feel a little bit shy being the solo POG out here. You didn't see it coming? And sometimes I do have this feeling that I'll be the POG, but today was not the day. What about game 2? Well, I mean, I died like in the beginning of the team fights over and over, so I didn't expect to become the POG. So I was like, what? Seriously? For real? What about game 3 then? To be honest, I don't think I was outstanding, you know, but yeah, I was able to dominate the lane, so I kind of deserve it at the same time. So a little bit, just a little bit. And Doran, yeah, you are so famous being very respective, you know. So how satisfied are you with your performance today? I was very bad. You know, even worse than I thought. How would you like to rate your own performance out of 100? 70? I'll give you 100 though. You were perfect. In game number 1, Caitlyn Luck's comp was so strong down on the bottom lane. But that's not my lane, so you know, so the bottom duo and the coaching staff had some communication. It went well, I guess. What did you think at that moment? I was like missing so many skills on Gwen, so I was like, I should have played one Gwen game last night. But still, you were able to bounce back on Gragas and Gnar and got back-to-back POGs. So it was Gen G securing the Caitlyn Lux in game 2. And then we had Halo Blade's Trundle support from Hana Life Esports. How did Gen G react to that pocket pick and pocket rune choice? I don't really remember, and I don't think we were too impressed or surprised. Really? Like, not even like I never saw it coming kind of a reaction? I seriously have no idea. You know, that's what top laners do, just focusing on the top lane. Doran. So out of 3 POGs you won, 2 of them were on Gragas. And a lot of people are saying that's maybe something from Score, the god of Gragas in the LCK. Yeah, when I first joined Gen G, I wasn't too confident in playing Gragas, but at some point I got super confident, so I guess, yeah, maybe Score did some magic. Maybe. You must have been practicing Gragas a lot during the off-season, right? I barely played it, to be honest. So I was so bad at it. So I guess I improved. Okay, then in game number 3, you were playing Gnar into Gragas. So what kind of strong points does Gnar have over Gragas during the laning phase? He can win lane, and also he's also really good during team fights as well, as good as Gragas. So those are the 2 big points. Which one do you prefer? Which one is more fun to play? Gnar. Why? Gragas, you know, you have to, every time the lane gets shoved in. But Gnar is the one always shoving in the wave, hitting them under the turret, so it's really fun to play. And you did 18k damage on that Gnar with that play style. And Mafa actually said, if you actually turn off the name tag, a lot of people will actually think that you are *Shy because your laning phase is just so strong. Did you see that interview? Yeah, I did, but I was like, why did he say that? Like, I don't agree with him, to be honest. You know, I have a long way to go. Your next opponent will be Kwangdong Freaks. How we're gonna prepare for that one? Our team is on a winning streak, so we're gonna push this momentum forward and keep working hard. A lot of people are looking forward to your solo POG interview as well. How was today's interview, Doran? Oh, this is so hard. Please. I guess you really gotta get some rest, okay? Yeah, this interview is so hard. So lastly, any message you would like to send to your fans? Thank you for coming to Lowell Park, you know, supporting us, and also thank you for watching us from home as well. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. And that's gonna be from Doran, the solo POG, nailing the interview, and back to the analyst desks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. That was all kinds of adorable. We've got like Chronicle over here just melting. Yeah. Just melting. The modesty of that, man.
So cute. Oh, I can't. Like, honestly, I thought that, especially at second series, you know, if you're a fan of good League of Legends, then sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have lesser days, but that, if you honestly made it all worth it, because it was just
like, beautiful.
I didn't do very well, and I don't feel like I do this interview well, and like, he hard carried game number 2, and like,
Yeah, he did very well. Let's have a look at the standings and where that puts Gen G. Spoiler, they're still at the top because they haven't lost yet. T1 still yet to play their final game of the week. And actually, after that one game has now been taken away from Gen G, T1 can clinch that top spot with 7 points after a potential 2-0, which is, based on how things have been going, relatively likely up against Lip Sandbox.
But that's what we fought against Hanwha.
Well, I mean, they still won. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I know, but like T1 dropping a match?
Yeah.
I could see it happen. Dropping the set, not so much, and then the final game.
Yeah, the final game, of course. DRX looking for their first win here in the LCK for 2022. It is Deft versus Teddy. I'm focusing on that bottom lane as far as this particular match is concerned. We will be on the caster desk for that one. Very much looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to a night's sleep before we get there tomorrow. So thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day of week 2 of LCK Spring 2022.